Oh, Jody left or dropped out. Come back, Jody. Hello, Halsey. Long time no see. Feel like I haven't streamed forever. This is my intervention stream. The stream to end all streams. It's been fun. I think I've got Jill well and truly out of my system. Too many tabs. Oh wow, I'm not sure if it's over a 12 hours thing or if you did something you told you. Yeah. Wow. I swear people have done longer. There's fucking channels that go 24/7, like I suppose they just never get uploaded. But I think because I literally just ended it, it probably will have to process. Fuck, what a shame. Such a marathon. All those conversations lost. They're all bullshit anyway. They weren't. I'm being silly. There were some pretty intense conversations there. There was even points where I thought I was going to lose a friend or two. Are we doing something here? Yes, I'm waiting for Halsey to come in. I should probably give her a link, shouldn't I? Halsey, come and talk to me. I'm waiting for certain people to return. I didn't actually think anyone would be awake yet. Must be pretty early for you guys. Let's see. Interesting. Let's share this. Who are we intervening on? Me. I need to stop streaming. Oh, it's not too early, I see. At least for the Brits. Oh no. The Americans. Good morning, St. Tommy. Here we are. Check this out. Any cock'll do you too. Fuck, that's awesome. Me, DT. I can't stop streaming. Look, I'm streaming fat animals. Bob, why there's a video made of people who have um, aggressively neglected their animals, and why I'm watching it is probably the better question to ask. These pet owners need intervening. Oh, we echo.
That orangutans can put on weight in a similar way to how humans do. It's a particular problem for those that are kept in captivity, and Oshine is a perfect example of this. She was taken from the wild when she was very young and spent several years in a safari park in Indonesia before being adopted by a family in South Africa. They treated her like a child, dressed her in clothes, and fed her candy and processed foods, which meant that she soon began putting on far too much weight. She began acting like a human, the big daddy of them all, appropriately named 747 after the jumbo passenger jet. He's so big that his big belly virtually drags along the ground, and he's often seen eating a huge amount of food. During one observation in 2018, he ate 15 whole salmon in a row, which is the equivalent to around 67,000 calories. While it's quite normal for bears to be extremely heavy during the summer, which ensures they have enough body fat to survive the months of hibernation, 747 takes this to the extreme. Due to his bulk, he's the dominant bear along the river, and this means he gets the best fishing spots, allowing him to further increase his size in comparison to the others. It's thought he could be
take a look at what's been a very significant, historic announcement this morning. Joining me now for his analysis, Head of Peter Jennings Strategy Consultants, Peter Jennings.
Bit of news for your morning.
Let's just start with the nitty-gritty. Any surprises for you today from this announcement, Peter?
Well, maybe not today, but in the last couple of days, the really, I think, genius part of this announcement has been the 3 to 5 Virginia attack submarines we're going to get within the decade. It may be remembered that Peter Dutton was talking about as Defence Minister and since as opposition leader. But I think that frankly saves the government's bacon from just presenting, a project that's going to deliver in 20 years' time. And for that to happen, of course, the Americans have had to rethink their own production and what they need. But I think that's the most significant part of today's formal announcements.
You're right to point out Peter Dutton. Even a couple of weeks ago on my show, we talked about when the discussion was we were just going to get the British Astute class submarine. He kept pushing hard for Virginia. He was talked down about that. I do note a bit of irony today. There's a lot in the media, the Fairfax media in particular, who are crowing over this announcement. Great move by Albanese. But of course, they were very critical of Scott Morrison when he decided to go down the AUKUS path and rightly dump the French submarine. I mean, you and I both worked around Canberra. It is incredibly difficult to have pulled off what's been pulled off today, to get 3 countries, 2 of which have changed government or at least changed prime ministers, to get them all to agree to this, and for us to also get a US nuclear sub, a nuclear asset in the mix. It's a big deal, isn't it?
It's huge. Scott Morrison did 3 things. He broke through something which everyone thought was impossible, which was to persuade the Americans to allow us to have nuclear propulsion technology. Secondly, he carried the opprobrium of cancelling the French contract, which frankly this government would have to do if it was going to proceed down this track. And his government also made it possible to get the Americans to bring forward the Virginia-class boats. The key point here is that for a project as long-lived as this one is going to be, we're going to see governments change on a number of occasions, Peter. Both governments have to own the success of this. And I hope that really does incline, Mr. Albanese and his team not to crow too much about it. They're building on the foundations of what Scott Morrison actually delivered, and they'll hand over to a Liberal government.
Peter Credlin, you're a fucking bitch. But I'd fuck you. Let's try ABC News.
With the tensions in Asia.
We're over the South China Sea, and that is a Chinese fighter.
Competition between the world's superpowers is intensifying.
How close are we to all-out conflict?
The war in Ukraine has entered its 2nd year.
Europe's largest conflict since World War II.
Japan has announced the biggest military build-up since the Second World War. China is making moves in its region, particularly in relation to Taiwan.
On the question of Taiwan, there's no room for compromise.
Now, countries are taking sides in ways we haven't seen for a long time. China has formed a no-limits partnership with Russia. The United States, on the other hand, has teamed up with the UK and
that fellow down under
to form the AUKUS Alliance, a 3-way partnership of old allies.
That was a classic moment when your president forgot that we were even a country, and when he had to remember our prime minister's name, he was like, that fella down under. Good on you, Biden.
And has teamed up with the UK and
that fellow down under
to form the AUKUS Alliance, a 3-way partnership of old allies. The announcement of a new nuclear submarine deal between the trio has increased tensions.
We urge the United States, Britain and Australia to abandon the Cold War mentality and zero-sum game.
But is all this necessary? And how real is the risk of war? The strength of a nation's economy usually dictates how much it spends on its military. And China's economy has been booming. In 2023, China's military spending increased to 1.55 trillion yuan, or 338 billion Australian dollars, which is an increase of 7.2% from the year before, but it's still dwarfed by the US's massive 1.23 trillion Australian dollars. With that spend, China wields the largest military with 2.5 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen. Its arsenal includes about 3,000 aircraft and more than 300 naval vessels, almost 5,500 army tanks, and an additional 7,300 fighting vehicles, along with almost 350 nuclear warheads. Compare that to the United States. It's believed to have almost 1.5 million active troops, more than 13,000 aircraft, 296 combat ships in the Navy, almost 3,000 tanks, and an equivalent number of infantry vehicles, all underpinned by a vast nuclear arsenal.
Competition does not mean conflict. Still, we must have the combat credibility to win if we must fight.
Historically, it's those nuclear warheads that have made the US the most formidable force in the world.
Every single day, our nuclear weapons deter.
She just said conflict doesn't equal combat. Now, I know technically
deter our adversaries, not just from nuclear warfare, but from the kind of conventional warfare that we saw so often in the 20th century.
Even though Australia and the United Kingdom form 2/3 of AUKUS, our military numbers pale in comparison. Whereas China has 2.5 million military personnel, and the US has under 1.5 million, the UK has 158,000, and Australia just 60,000, with plans to expand to 80,000 by 2040. As for our current submarine capacity, the UK has just 10, 6 of them nuclear. And Australia has 6 in total so far, none of them are nuclear. But Australia plays an important role, sitting smack bang in the middle of the region. And that's why this new submarine deal is so important. Phase 1 will see US and UK submarines rotate through Australia as early as 2027 to boost defence in the Indo-Pacific. Phase 2 will begin sometime in the 2030s. Australia will buy 3 existing Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines from the
Yeah, righto, Wildheart. God bless the Queen and all that.
United States, with an option to buy 2 more if needed. They can seek and destroy enemy ships, stay submerged for up to 3 months, and can travel at speeds of 43 kilometers per hour. Spanning 150 meters in length, they can accommodate a crew of 100.
It's because they wrote big dick energy only in the chat, isn't it?
That's right.
I was just asking for it.
And 35 people. The Virginia class lasts as long as 33 years and has a life of boat nuclear reactor, meaning it doesn't need refueling. But there are questions about whether these second-hand subs will be good quality.
No one's going to be, foisting off clunkers on good friends and allies.
The next phase is the key one and will involve a new generation hybrid submarine with a British design and American technology. The design, known as SSN AUKUS, is still being developed, but it's expected Australia will build its own version in Adelaide, creating thousands of jobs.
What we're building is a capability that only a handful of other countries have. It's going to push the boundaries enormously for Australia in terms of our educated workforce, our industrial capability.
There's also debate about whether the submarines will be effective
if
the war breaks out.
8 submarines against China.
We're getting some
when
subs
we get the
off here,
submarines
some
in 20 years'
sweet-ass
time,
nuclear
it'll be
subs.
like throwing a handful of toothpicks at a mountain. A handful of toothpicks at a mountain.
especially if China continues to spend big. In fact, the 7.2% increase in defense spending.
How do you say that, Hillary?
Get it again. Like maybe Usaka?
Now, how is that better than AUKUS?
Because US has to come first, like Bojo said.
Exactly. No, I didn't break any rules. No one's coming in that I don't have the patience for.
Spending by China will outpace their own GDP growth of 5% over the next few years.
If you look at what China's military modernization plans include, the Chinese are the ones that are escalating this arms race.
China is increasing its nuclear.
Fuck me. They look like robots, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if they were mannequins or humans. That's what I was trying to see, if it was CGI.
Look how straight those cunts are lined up. You can't tell me that. I have never seen Australian troops that stand that fucking straight.
They probably just told them all, put your toes on the line. That's something Americans would do.
Yeah, but it's still like, I don't know, how straight and perfectly spaced.
Well, they perfectly
And the fact
spaced
that probably
your arm out. You put your arm out to
Yeah,
the
well,
shoulder.
I mean, if you're the one dude that's out of place in that, you're probably going to get shot
Probably, yeah.
by your
whole family.
Yeah.
Nuclear arsenal, building naval bases in Cambodia, and signing agreements with the Solomon Islands.
There's no devious intention, no secret plan.
It's built hypersonic missiles and anti-satellite lasers as it becomes increasingly hawkish on Taiwan.
All democracies around the world to look at the situation so that we can rise up and say no to China.
To keep up, the US's Indo-Pacific Command reckons the region will need about $67 billion in new military investment before 2027.
As long as we remain number one, then we will deter the war that people worry about, a great power war between China and the United States.
The huge spend of the new nuclear submarines for Australia might seem like a big deal, but they are barely a drop in the ocean.
That's a great question. If North Korean soldiers are taught French, will they still be able to retreat? Well, we'll never know. It's a great Cohen, Zen Cohen. I think we broke Sammy. You're muted.
I'm muted. I didn't realize. I was trying to get my head around that. If North Korean soldiers
are taught French.
French?
Yeah, will they be able to retreat? Because that's what French are really good at, right?
I guess us Aussies don't hate the French as much as you and the Brits. Took me a minute to get that. Apparently, Paris smells like piss. I know that much about the French. Like people say, you pull up there and get out of the train or plane or whatever, and it just hits you.
Mm.
They spray the streets with chemicals to try and cover it up, but it's a bit of a problem if you can't stop your public from public urination. But do they do you have toilets in the States where you have to pay?
It's very rare.
Yeah. I've never seen it here. Apparently it's huge in Britain, or at least in England.
Mm.
So did you actually catch any of that story about the subs? Because I still haven't.
I caught part of it about, I guess we're going to be selling some subs to Australia. Like some of our less top line.
Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah. And then the guy, to make it sound better, said, well, it's not like we're selling our friends and allies junk. Well, yeah, it's not the bottom, but it's certainly not the best either. When she was talking about nuclear and non-nuclear, actually, the German hydrogen peroxide subs are the quietest.
Here we go. What's up?
This is an ABC News special report.
Tell us.
Good morning. I'm Diane Macedo. We're coming on the air because President Biden is about to
What
address
is
the
this,
nation over
ABC?
growing concerns about.
So, are they, what sort of news channel are they? Are they sort of?
Oh, they're all leftist. ABC, NBC, and CBS are all three old time, like 100 years old, back when it was just radio. So they're all corporate media.
All right. See what spin
About
they
America's
put on it.
economy and the banking industry after the failure of 2 U.S. banks in 3 days. The Biden administration is deploying emergency measures after regulators seized Silicon Valley Bank on Friday, the largest bank failure since 2008. Regulators also closed Signature Bank yesterday. Now the president is trying to calm fears, releasing a statement over the weekend saying customers at both banks will be protected and will have full access to their accounts today. President Biden is also vowing to hold accountable those responsible for what he calls this mess. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the banks are not being bailed out. Stock futures were up overnight, signaling confidence in the federal plan. All of this was set in motion on Wednesday when SVB ran low on capital, triggering a run on the bank. That bank was popular with technology workers and startup companies, some names that
You're muted again.
God damn it. I said that podium's not actually empty. That little lady with the white hair standing there, you just can't see her.
Yeah. I just saw this same story on CBS on the TV.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well,
And no,
that
the
makes
FDIC is not going to go beyond its insurance limit. If you got over 250, you're just out of luck. And they're saying that it's going to be, they're going to replace it a direct $1 to $1, but I'm not so sure about that. And I don't think that they really should. And the reason that those banks went bankrupt is because they invested in the U.S. government. They bought treasury bills and U.S. bonds. And so when the economy went crazy, then the bottom fell out of the bond market and they became, practically worthless. So they became insolvent.
That's a good point, Big Z. America always has a fucking banking crisis.
Yeah, I think our banks are just another form of taxation.
Well, your banks are the reserve banks, aren't they?
Well, the reserve currency, yeah.
Yeah.
But our banks themselves make horrible decisions where they try to get the officers, like loan officers and stuff, big bonuses. But then when the bank goes under because they make bad decisions, then the taxpayers always have to bail them out. So what we're doing basically is saying we're going to guarantee you that you make 20% per year profit, and you're going to screw us either way. Either screw us on the one side or on the other. Either way, we're paying.
Yeah.
I don't think they should. I think they they should have to put their money on the line to open these banks and have their own type of insurance. I don't think the government should be doing it. I think it should be like Lloyd's of London or something that's insuring these banks.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I don't think Lloyd's of London would be dumb enough to insure an American bank because of things like this.
They probably wouldn't.
There was a weird thing where
love you guys.
Because Canada,
all this bank stuff, Steve, all this
Yep.
bank stuff was predicted by Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was, you know.
We
There
should have
was
seen it coming.
there was a strange thing in Canada where our Prime Minister, not Justin Trudeau, the one before, Stephen Harper, was making all these moves to change our banking laws into American-style banking laws, and people were freaking out. And then America came to the rescue by having a huge banking crisis. And then Stephen Harper got to look like the wise man whose country didn't have banking problems. And he enjoyed it so much, he canceled his plans to revamp our banks in America's style. So America saved our bacon there.
Okay, DT. Yeah, you're not supposed to bail out insurance companies. What happens is the government decides that the other insurance companies are going to bail out the one that fails. It's a really weird system. But again, you might get 13 cents for every dollar that they owe you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you bought into a, I'm trying to think of the name, annuity, then, you know, even if you've paid in 100,000, you might get maybe 13,000 back.
Ooh.
And they might even say any payouts that they've made, they're going to take that out of your 13,000. So really, you're getting stuck with even less. Yeah, AIG. Well, that's just it. The insurance division didn't. It was the commercial banking division that did. But that's again how incestuous the finance industry is. You can have a banking, an investing, and an insurance all under the same banner, but it be different divisions. And so then if one goes under, the others two say, well, it doesn't have anything to do with us. You got to bail them out. They're on their own. Chinese wall.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Rojo.
Good morning.
I heard, interestingly enough, someone on the executive team of AIG was part of risk management for Silicon Valley Bank.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And they're already bailing them out in the form of a loan.
Yeah.
What
The thing
else?
is, I have a plan to fix most of this stuff, insurance companies and banks. Instead of bailouts, the government ends up owning 90% of the shares of whatever bank or insurance company they share out.
Mm-hmm.
All the other shareholders now own 10% of the bank in proportion to their original ownership. Then the company gets bailed out and the public doesn't suffer, but the people who should have been exercising oversight, they suffer. But sorry, am I?
No,
Steve, think about that
what
one.
you do in those situations, Steve, is you go, discuss,
Mm.
and then we have to talk.
Oh, so I preempted the whole conversation. God, I'm good.
It's just when the government, the only thing the government seems to know how to run well is the military.
Well, you know, they can sell, or you see, they might own because they bailed out the insurance company, say. So they now own 90% of the stock. And once the company is right-sized, they can sell that stock and maybe recoup some of the money that that they've spent.
Or we could just let them fail.
Yeah, you could have weird things. That's what caused the Great Depression in the United States. Just saying, well, you know, laissez-faire, don't want to be bailing. All these banks had to run on. Exactly. That was exactly it. And all these banks had a run on them. And so it wasn't just because of the stock market. People went to the bank, and the bank didn't have any money. And the federal government could have fixed that pretty easily.
Well, you forgot the first step. You mentioned the second and third, but the first step was that they were having all these buying stock on margin, and as long as it was the value was shooting up, they could always use it to get more. But then one day, I think it was Chase Bank decided that they were going to do a margin call and not allow people to renew their day-to-day, loan. So then they had to sell all their stock in the radio companies and others. And then that tanked the stock price because everybody had to sell to get whatever they could back out. Then that caused problems with the banks. And then that caused the run on the bank. The bank said, we don't have enough cash to pay you what you've actually deposited. So then that's when everybody freaked out.
Right. Well, I think there's a way to stress test whether or not an individual should be allowed to what degree a person can borrow to, or for example, with banks, they have to keep a certain amount of liquidity.
Yeah.
And perhaps the same could be said of others. But, where is Jill? Is Jill in here?
He's in chat.
Maybe it's a fake Jill. How do we know this is the real Jill?
I don't give a shit. I'm having Jill free.
Who?
Yeah.
Rebuke and approve. Reprove is.
Who?
Buzz
Yeah.
what? See, look, I even just changed me little thing underneath there. You can just smell the Zen.
Smell my Zen.
Yeah, I think any of the stockholders and banks, you have to have at least 15%. And then that way, if the bank goes under, they lose all that. And their the stock price goes to zero.
Lord.
And no payouts to the fucking CEOs that ran the bank into the ground.
Yeah, and often, apparently, after these things, the same people get to run the bank. And
Yeah.
Biden said he was going to put a stop to that. No, you're not running this bank anymore. By the way, apparently cryptocurrency was part of the problem with this bank.
How?
Well, they were investors in cryptocurrency, and when people wanted their money, it was in, which I don't understand crypto. Why would you want to buy a currency that wasn't backed by government?
Because if it's backed by government, it's really not backed by anything either. So at least with crypto, you got it backed by an algorithm, which actually exists.
Well, no. If a currency backs, in a sense, all currencies are backed by the nation that produced them, and by nation, I don't just mean government. I mean the value of all work and every work and every product and every service in the country.
Yeah, but the Federal Reserve isn't. It's considered an independent bank, even though our legislature makes all its decisions for it.
I
So you
don't doubt it, but again, you know, how many currencies have collapsed in comparison to cryptocurrencies? I don't. But just Jill was dropped on its head as a
Yeah.
baby Asherite. Aha! Well, that could explain a lot. Lordy.
Yeah, could be a little bit of assumption in there, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption.
Were the Asherites one of those biblical naughty people?
No,
Oh, good
Asher.
question.
Asherite alchemist. So is this
Ariel? I'm thinking that's
Ariel.
Ariel.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Ariel.
But I like the sound of naughty Israelites.
Mm. Well, I was thinking like Canaanites or Amalekites, but you're saying that Asherites aren't one of those?
So
Asher was a
it's
tribe
the-
just like Dan, but he means it like Asherah, the goddess, I think.
Oh, okay. Thank
Like
you.
Yahweh's wife or something. Consort.
So
Yeah, Yahweh's wife. I think there's
is that
actually
your naughty account?
a
Is it?
temple, too.
That's his naughty account. And that's his normal account.
You know, with these really excessively religious types, I sometimes wonder what kind of porn they watch. Because
Well, I've seen Jewish porn before.
pardon me?
What porn?
I've seen Jewish porn before. The guy and the woman were both laying in bed fully clothed, and the woman said, "Oh, tell me about all your investments again." The guy was listing off all his holdings.
Now,
Oh my God.
again, I'm just going to clarify it. This just comes up on the main page, all right? It's not like we go looking for this shit before you ask me how I know about it. I'm sure you've all seen it. Anyone who looks at porn, because it must be popular, is Mormon porn.
Mm.
Is that just all anal sex all the
But
time?
it's really
It's hot.
disturbing because it's always, yeah. I was about to say it's really disturbing, and you went and said it's hot.
Well,
Now we're
they're
going to
both
seem
true.
like
They're
fucking
both true.
sickos.
Economy
Yeah,
to
well, now that he said that, I'm not going into any detail. So go and see for yourselves.
MormonGirls.com. They always start out in their holy underwear, and then the bishop brings them in for an interview, and always ends up in a cream pie because that's where
Oh
it's
my
supposed to
God.
All right, well, he said it.
Now I gotta go look up Mormon porn.
Yes, hurry. It's urgent.
It's just something so naughty when they're not supposed to.
But apparently in the southern U.S., they watch a lot of incest porn.
Is it only the
Yeah.
Southern? Because I heard ever since
No.
Game of Thrones came out, it's been all over.
Oh, yeah.
I think in the South they are making a lot of incest porn.
It's took off.
It's something of a cottage industry.
But it's step. Like, at least people try and put that separation in their mind.
Right. It's not incest porn, it's stepbrother.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah.
the,
But you're my
the-
brother. No, I'm your stepbrother.
yeah. What's disturbing next to that, though, was MILF.
Oh.
So MILF was the next highest search, but then, like, daddy porn. So Americans like to keep it in the family, apparently.
Oh, sure, just by Americans.
Biblical. It's biblical, bro, Joe. That's just relax.
Oh, yeah. It's biblical pornography. Okay.
The Germans are pretty freaky, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. And I'm
How
sure
about the
if I looked
Japs?
up
How about the
Australia-
Japanese?
I don't know. They censor everything. It's sort of what's the point here?
Yeah, I know. Disappointing, too, because they can be quite attractive.
The family that does porn together stays.
This is really bad.
Oh, see, there's another term you should Google. Or don't Google it, look it up on a porn site. Free use families.
Free
Use your imagination. Yeah.
What is free use?
It means you just walk up to somebody and use them how you want.
and just do what you want.
Yeah.
To your sister, your mum, fuck, your dad. Why not?
There's speaking of Asian, I've been watching on Netflix the Korean comedy / drama Extraordinary Attorney Woo, and I've been really enjoying it. It's an attorney who's also very autistic, and I felt a bit guilty watching it because it was sort of like you're watching an autistic person and enjoying the
Autistic or artistic?
Autistic.
Okay.
The the actress who does it is so good, and it's very well written. Jill's back. I was going to say something, but Jill distracted me.
I could fix that.
Yeah.
I can't get over the brilliance of that. It's not incest if the whole town is family.
That's disturbing. That's really disturbing. Well, that's why apparently early human societies, when we were hunter-gatherers, they used to split up so that well, actually, that's not a reason for incest. But anyway, everyone was your cousin back then. You lived in communities of 150 people or so.
Yeah. Poor Jody. No, generally they're not real families. They're just actors that do the family porn. If you want to see real family, search twins.
Oh yeah.
No.
Then you know they're related.
Well, I answered her 2 comments after that. There have been a few actual families, but because it's illegal nearly everywhere, it's extremely rare.
Yeah.
Like there was a pair of Czech twin brothers, and they made a movie called Double Check.
Oh, Jesus.
And then there was an English, I think it was mother and daughter, and the mother
in
had
my
married a
favorite.
man. So it was like, it was really stiff, but because, you know, some of them were actual blood related, somehow it was supposed to hype it up some.
Oh, God. I don't know. I just, the whole incest thing is just, to me, kind of creepy. And I don't get.
Okay,
Yes.
I've asked this controversial question before. We've done it on the 420 hang. You have consensual adults. Now I understand the ick factor, but if there, and we do understand that if like brothers and sisters, if we're closely related, will have, if they get pregnant, right, they have deformed children, right?
They can,
So-
they not necessarily, but
Right.
yeah.
But if they're 2 consenting adults and not going to have kids, there's no way to say not having
Well-
kids. What is technically wrong with it?
I want to say under
Besides
much,
the ick
much,
factor.
much duress, that as long as I can't see or know about it, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They're already doing it anyway.
Should it be illegal?
No, I don't think we should ever punish consenting people for anything they do in privacy.
What about the power dynamic? A father is sleeping with his female.
Oh, yeah. That
would be an exception.
Parent-child is no go just because of the power dynamic.
The
Just
child's
like
an adult.
Yeah, if the child is 18.
Oh,
then
adults. Yeah, see, adults, that's adult and adult. By child, I mean age, not.
Well, then that would be criminal.
Yeah. It's criminal to sleep with your family in most places anyway.
The thing is that I'm certainly not against other people's sexual activity, but there's something they're not doing that bothers me. And that is when hot lesbians get together I feel they don't maintain proper audio-visual records.
True. They should all record.
Yeah, I don't ask for much.
There should be much stricter laws around that.
Yeah. I would agree with you there.
But it's just such a tough question for me, just because my sisters, like, they weren't unattractive girls, but I can't understand how someone could be attracted to their own fucking sibling.
Yeah, that's
And
the
it
Western
disturbs me that it's more common than.
Yeah, if you're raised together during certain ages, you have a disinclination to want them, whether they're your relatives or not. I mean, they could be like foster kids, living in the same home as you, and you still wouldn't want them.
Your fucking siblings. I don't even see my siblings as adults. I think it's gross, but we have closer relationships with our parents, siblings now than in the past. I think I missed something there.
Here we are.
Between an uncle and a niece is blessed. What is that from the Bible, Hillary?
No, it's a Jewish tradition. I can't think of where it's from, but that's one of the sayings. But like Asher was saying, But like Asher was saying, back then you might not even know your uncle growing up, whereas now, because communication and travel are so easy, then you do know them, and so it would be seemingly stranger.
There was an interesting thing in Iceland where they have an app so that if you start dating someone, you can look them up and see how closely related they are to you.
Yeah, because they're on that island, so they're all kind of really closely related.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
It's an interesting way. I hope people don't use it for cross purposes. So that, let's see how closely related.
They found a long lost sister. Yeah, parent-child relationships is just one of them things that I guess my mind, it must be too innocent to get around.
Well, unfortunately, in cases of all incest, there's a lot more of it going on than we would think.
Yeah.
Whether it's parent or sibling to sibling, or because so many of us find it unthinkable, it can sort of flourish. Oh, Rebuke is back. Of all the atheists I interact with, I think Brojo
is the most intimidated.
Now that's laughable.
He banned me from his show for months. This is how it was in Jesus' day. I will come in just to see him tuck and run.
Right. Well, that's interesting.
Okay. Can I
Well,
send some?
Brojo, it must be a surprise to you how intimidated you are.
I know. He's a disgusting human being.
Yeah. Have at him. You've got mods, haven't you, Fraser?
I can't help but wonder what it is with these. Well, like we atheists, we sometimes enjoy the sort of controversy and rise you get when talking to someone online who believes in all this stuff. And they seem to enjoy speaking with unbelievers and having that conflict as well. And I don't know how healthy it is. Maybe it should be a rare pleasure.
Right. Yeah.
Mate, you hit the nail on the head. I was mentioning it earlier to Will. I swear he likes us more than his Christian buddies.
Probably. Oh, Hillary, that's so mean. Jill is.
But in the same token, the atheists complain about him, but they still entertain him.
Yeah. You know why? Pride. And he knows how to bait. So if you don't let him in, you're a coward and you're not responding to his questions and blah blah.
I say show the Christians by being more positive and loving than them.
Yeah.
Show them off. Make them ashamed. Make them ashamed. Do more than they can do. Or are willing to do.
Yeah.
Make shame great again. We need more shame. What do you think?
Yeah. Good old-fashioned Christian shame. And
shame in general.
Yeah, well.
There are some American judges that sentence people to stand on street corners with signs confessing their stupidity or something like that. That's happened more than once. I'm not sure what I think about that.
See, I would like to think that I, as much as can be self-aware to, enjoy a good bit of shame, and try and own mine. But I think specifically, yes, the world could use a bit more. I know what you're saying, but these YouTube Christians, Jill and Praise and all them, they just give their religion a really bad name.
So they're helping.
And it's the one thing actually that I remember from being a Christian. That's the unforgivable sin.
Shame?
Blasphemy.
No. Blasphemy and like leading people away from the Lord, stumbling people.
Well, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. Well, the Bible has all this sort of, you might think of it as reinforcement in it. So, for example, if you say in your heart there is no God, you're a fool. So you don't want to identify yourself as a fool by daring to express your doubts. And it's just so obvious. Well, anyway, it's so obviously man-made and trying to contain doubt or reason. Anyway.
Yes, please. Sandy, milk with 2 sugars. Whoa. Is that a mouse or a fucking cockroach?
Sandy's giving you coffee? Okay.
Oh, she offered everyone tea. She always offers. She's so thoughtful.
Another thing about the southern U.S. is that although so many of them have anti-trans policies now, they're really into trans porn.
Well, isn't it natural for people to want what they can't have?
Mm-hmm.
And it's also kind of like Jill, you object to what you really desire.
What does that say about like the South and the Bible Belt?
Well, I often think that sexuality is a bit like, if you try and contain it, it's a bit like trying to compress water in your hands. You can't do it. It will squirt out obscenely.
You end up with me.
You end up with you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking of a sort of
or worse.
I don't think you're worse, but aren't you? So your response to your way of thinking and behavior is an attempt to liberate yourself from restrictive conservative sexuality.
Yeah, it was, if I can be as literal as possible,
Mm-hmm.
it was like a catching up.
Mm.
Or the sense of having missed out.
Mm.
You know?
Well, don't you have 4 kids? I doubt you missed out a lot.
Yeah, I didn't miss out on everything.
No, you caught up fairly
Eventually.
quickly, I think.
Yeah, I've done a lot of catching up lately.
Mm. Nerdy rodent, that's not snow, it's moist judgment. I like that. We had a
I
bit
really
of
like that, actually.
last night, so we're still waiting for spring around here, and it's not coming.
Actually, Nerdy, can I use that?
I think that's great.
I think that would make great merch.
Oh, would it ever? I like it.
So at the end of that crazy long stream, that the timer seemed to give up on YouTube. It's like 100, instead of saying 100 hours or something.
You had a stream that lasted for 100 hours.
Actually, but well, it was either 100 or it had gone back to 1.
Oh my god. So what did you do? When did you sleep? I mean,
Richard came in and he was only getting started, so I went and had a sleep and come back like 6 hours later and he was still going strong. Whole room, different room full of people.
by Richard, you mean Richard Madsen?
Yeah. The man's a machine.
He's got it. He can keep going hour after hour. I get 15 minutes and I'm tired. Mm.
You know what? This is the last thing I'm going to actually point out, and this is the last bit of airspace you get, Jill. And I know you won't listen, but you are the one Christian who annoys us more than anything. We've just given up and we have no patience left for your fucking dishonest bullshit. I can't even make sense of it. All felt uncomfortable in your beliefs. Oh, so we all have beliefs that have changed several times. So that's apparently a bad thing. But being completely dogmatic and I guess ignorant to anything anyone else has to say to you is the best way to go, then I guess you win at life and we lose.
Mm.
So enjoy that. So how's the weather where you are, Brojo?
Did you say the weather?
Yeah, you getting snow like everyone else?
No, it's supposed to. Wait, let me look out the window. Oh, ooh, little flurries starting.
Hey guys, sorry I talked over you. I think I want to check out and just maybe go back to sleep or something. So it's
Okay.
been real. Thank you for having me.
No worries, bro. Thanks for
All
coming,
right,
Big Z.
Okay, you guys have a good day and all that.
Have a good
Except
night,
for
too.
Jill, you can have an awesome day.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll get him. Can't handle that. I'm
All
having
right.
trouble with the words.
Bye, everybody.
Non-persecution.
Yeah.
We've been running the AC here until yesterday and today, and then like for the next week it's
Really?
going to be highs in the 50s instead of the 70s and 80s.
And you're more
Houston,
south?
yeah. Jokingly, North Mexico City. In
Oh,
Houston, yeah. I think we're a little bit higher than some parts of Mexico.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe so.
So you're not a huge drive from Mexico?
No, you could easily do it in a day.
So, tell me, are those donkey shows as good as they say?
I haven't been to that part. I only went to Nuevo Laredo, and they've got really cheap liquor and cheap clothing, but that's about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't go shopping anywhere else if I lived close to the border. At least anything that, is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
The future Jill wants. I like it. I love the Jesus in the rainbow toga.
Is that working?
It certainly is.
It took its fucking time loading up, but I'm here.
Welcome.
How is everybody today?
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Cool. Pretty good, except that I just re-upped and I'm missing one bag of weed somewhere. I seem to misplaced it. Not good.
Yeah.
I'm going to be having some sausage and
Yep, when that
cabbage.
happens.
in your honor.
Right on.
I want to be having some sausage and cabbage in your honor, Math Pig.
Why would sausage and cabbage be in my honor?
Because you're a pig?
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's in your name.
Oh, yeah, no, well, I
That's
get
what
you now.
sausage is made
That's
out
just
of.
funny. Pork sausages, we usually eat beef sausages. Pork sausages aren't great. I prefer beef.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's what threw me off.
beef sausages all the way.
I don't know if we even make beef sausages except maybe
Oh.
kosher. But even then, it tended to be turkey or sheep or something.
You're missing out, man. The only
You
good pork
filthy
sausages is
heathen.
Christian. Oh, beef sausage is so much nicer.
Now we know what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
It's the pork sausages. Don't you know you can get fucking bugs in your brain?
Sure.
Sandy, something wrong with your things. Well, not those things. Actually, probably those things, but Your camera and stuff wasn't working.
Oh, Sandy's going to come in. That's good. We haven't talked to Sandy in ages.
I know. I think she wants someone's blood. Just hope it's not mine. Must.
Yep.
There's my beautiful Sandy.
Ireland, right?
Yep.
Sorry? I said cabbage and potatoes are national dishes in Ireland, aren't they?
He mustn't have heard you. Robbie.
He's ignoring.
No, he's lagging or ignoring.
Robbie.
Yeah, it's something like that here too, Sandy.
It is an Irishman. Okay. Yeah, it just started.
It's been snowing here all morning.
Well, I mean, it just started so that you could actually see it. I'm not excited.
Yeah.
Should I be excited about this? I'm not excited.
No.
I'm actually, Cali stole our snow this year. They really needed it. Honestly, they really needed it. They really needed a snowpack this year, but they stole our snow.
So are you all celebrating St. Patrick's Day this weekend?
What day?
English?
Is that this weekend?
St. Patrick's Day is Friday.
Wow, already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Why not?
Well, I am now.
Well, wear some green.
No.
Smoke some green. Smoke green.
That'll
Wear
do.
green.
What did you say?
I took Stool for a tour around Newry, which would be my local place where I grew up. And it's already up for St. Patrick's Day. So there's green, white, and orange everywhere. And then I took him up into the really bad sort of Catholic areas to give him a show at what it's like over here. There's fucking posters about Bobby Sands and the fucking hunger strikers and everything and all over the place. He was like, holy shit.
It says the future Jill wants, DT.
It's the future Jill wants because it's Jesus gay going, amen.
I've started using Gay Men myself.
Started using what?
Gay men.
Gay Men.
For anything in particular?
Instead of amen.
Ah.
Like in Jesus' name, gay men.
It's just
especially
whenever
around
like,
Jill.
I
Well,
mean,
it doesn't
really-
rhyme.
Well, close enough.
I'd say it if it rhymed.
Okay, I got to get coffee then. Our tea's not cutting it.
Yeah, what were you thinking?
Hydration. I got up
Oh,
late.
true.
You kept me up all day, Sammy. All
Is coffee not a
day
diuretic?
yesterday. Huh?
Is coffee not a
I don't
diuretic?
deserve you.
It
It's
is.
diuretic.
Yes.
So I'm
More
going
water
to
than you
hydrate
can tell.
with herbal tea. Then I'm going to dehydrate with coffee.
Ah.
That didn't make
Smart.
sense, actually. As an old person, I wake up swollen. My face is swollen. My hands are swollen. And then
Fluid?
I think
Aliens.
I'm going to pump more fluid into my body before I hit the coffee, which will take all the puffiness out. No, I'm going to add more fluid. Then maybe an hour later, I'll think about getting rid of it. Does that make sense?
It's a plant.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't understand why my body does that swelling up thing at night anyway.
Thomas says if you snort it, snorting coffee.
You coming back later, Sammy? You going to be awake?
How long are you working?
Oh, no, I mean for the stream tonight with Richard.
Oh, yeah. What time's that?
For you, 10 in the morning.
Oh, awesome. I'll actually get some sleep tonight.
Well, it's 11 for me, so that would be 10 for you in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be,
Which is,
what is it, 12:15 now?
yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 10's awesome.
You should tell Ariel to come by. If he's reading Jubilees in Hebrew, that could be very interesting with Richard.
Very.
Yeah. It's awesome. Richard gets quiet a lot.
Yeah, I would say so.
I was going to say something, but I have absolutely no idea how I could say it. Find another hobby?
Just so
do this anyway with Richard or without Richard. I usually research this stuff and I have an interest in it anyway, Sandy. Just more fun doing it with Richard.
Well, it is fun doing it with Richard. And you are finally doing it with another guy, Robbie. So
oh, I love doing it with other guys.
I should be okay with that, eh?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
That was nifty. I just chopped up a bowl.
Where's Brojo?
I ain't waiting 5 minutes, but you realize that.
Me neither. I just filled up too.
Where's who?
We're late enough times. Might as well be early.
It's fun doing it with Richard.
So what did I miss
Yeah,
this
I
morning?
remember.
Oh, go on ahead.
I was just gonna say, I remember the good old days when I just thought Richard was a crazy dude. Now I know he's a fucking crazy dude. But I love him like a brother.
I don't think he's crazy. I don't think he's
Oh,
crazy.
dude, I only say that because I think we're all crazy. I think every one of us deludes ourselves that we aren't fucking batshit crazy. But, you know, I'm not so convinced.
That you're seeing?
Hey? No,
You're
that
not
anyone
convinced?
is.
Richard's just special.
Special has a whole different meaning now.
Yeah. Jill created a whole range of special.
No, he there's words you're not allowed to say on YouTube that would describe him better.
Yeah, we have a special existence.
Niggling. Perfect word. Niggling.
Yeah. But I think that's too light.
Yeah.
To me, it does more than niggle. It's like nails down a blackboard level. So shoulders up.
Chin back.
Yep. Just like
Spine straight.
Oh!
Here's something funny. I just got this in my inbox. Builders Mutual Insurance, one of the biggest insurance companies for worker comp in America, right? They sent an email out to all their insurance policyholders saying, how can we make discussions about mental health more common in the construction industry? They put a quote on here. Here's one of the best things I was ever told. Emotions, treat them like clouds. They come, they go. You look at them, you appreciate them, but you don't hold on to them. What do you think about that? Because I've got thoughts on it.
I think that
They make it sound like all emotions are negative.
Make it sound like you can just let go of them. That's kind of difficult.
And just stand back and look at them like they're not yours. But man, I'm telling you right now, that flyer lost every dude on that fucking construction site as soon as they saw the word fluffy cloud. I'm not doing this.
It didn't
There
say
you go.
fluffy.
How's your fluffy cloud doing today?
It didn't say
God.
fluffy cloud, but there's no way I'm showing the guys on the crew that memo. No way.
Well, unfortunately, there's like 4 people in here at the moment with keys to the car, so anything could happen.
Looks like a cloudy day.
Oh.
Well, that
Like
wasn't the conversation.
sunshine.
Yeah, that wasn't the conversation starter I hope it would be. Well,
I think it was the unexpected fart that threw me.
I'll be back.
I also have this weird clip.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Brian.
Brian.
Do you still go by on a Sunday?
Yeah,
Does he still do it on a Sunday, does he?
yeah. Still has his little political rant and then reads a bit of the Bible or a religious book and rips the shit out of it for a bit.
Don't think I've watched him since he cooked the turkey outside.
It has all of like 3 viewers usually. I'm usually 2 of them.
And don't forget about what he called would be
Sadie.
there, wouldn't she? Sadie be there, yeah.
Yeah. I actually enjoy his streams. It's just that he's like a real hermit. It's weird that he's even on YouTube. And he just doesn't push his channel or interact with anyone.
Yeah.
So I think me and Sadie are going to be his only viewers forever at this rate.
Oh, well, at least somebody's watching.
Well, I do tend to agree with that, Jody. That's me. I know most people can't just let go of emotions that easily.
Nerdy's a hermit. Nerdy, you put loads of stuff up. You've got thousands of subscribers.
I know, right? Fucking rodent.
Them mice, you can't trust them.
Yeah, it's like just because he has talent, you know, he doesn't. Why don't I deserve 2,000 subs
I think it's 5 or
for
something.
my? Oh, you're kidding.
Nerdy has thousands of subs. Go and look.
Yeah, last time I checked old Nerd's numbers, it was like 2.5 or something. I just hope he remembers us when he's famous.
Sorry, I didn't even know about his channel. Just subscribe, Nerdy.
Nerdy does wonderful AI stuff long before everybody
Yeah,
was
I
into
see.
AI stuff.
Cool. Check it out.
Put your channel in the chat. Fucking do it now, Nerdy.
Do it now.
Hermits unite separately. That's also brilliant. Now I can't remember the thing Nerdy said that I want to. There it is. It's not snow. It's moist judgment. I'm gonna pin that. There we go. Go and give him another sub. Can we spy on your shit, Nerdy?
It's that cold. I'm trying to drive back to work and my glasses are steaming up with just body heat. It's that fucking cold here.
Oh, see. You definitely need to do more with boobs. Just saying.
Creating the exact image you want has never been easier, thanks to ControlNet. A lot has changed in the day since my previous video, so let's take a look at some of the incredible new features which make this Stable Diffusion Web UI extension one of the very best out there right now. Installation is super easy, as you can just install it from the Extensions tab in the Stable Diffusion Web UI. Here, we go to the Extensions tab, and then Available. You can click Load From. That will give you this big list, and there it is, SD Web UI ControlNet. Click Install, download the models into the ControlNet models directory, then back to Installed, apply and restart UI, and you can get going. If you do need more installation help, just take a look at my previous video, which goes into all the minute details for installation. If you're looking for links and stuff, you'll find those down in the video description, close to those like and subscribe things. In this video, I'll be going through some of the very latest features, and these include a bunch of new settings, something called...
So that's how you do YouTube properly, people. That's professional right there. I can't believe that's your voice, Nerdy.
He's so
I'm kind of
pretty as well.
starstruck.
He's so
Is
pretty.
he?
He
Ah,
looks like
fucking
10
bet
years
he
younger
is.
than what he is. I just splashed one of the guys with a puddle of snow. Right, I'll talk to you later.
Have a good afternoon.
Don't forget to come
Don't
by
work too
later
hard.
and all watch me shout at Richard.
We will. I'll put a link in. See ya.
Yeah, I haven't it booked yet. I'll book it when I go in. Give me 10 minutes, I'll schedule it.
Okay. Ah, see, a man who listens to his audience. He's gonna go far. This Nerdy. So I think we're in the middle of. I think I gave up on it because you said you'd already seen an article. Hillary's about the banks.
Uh-huh.
How long do you reckon till the big fucking whatever's coming comes?
I thought it was going to happen long ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that sucks because I was like, I can just feel it's right here, and so to hear you say that, it's like, great, another person who expected it to have already come. And do you think, like, how much do you think, what sort of percentage do you think is caused as opposed to just a natural result of the global market? And obviously it's only going to be an opinion.
Yeah. When you say percent, it's hard to really quantify because just a small push can have a huge effect. But I think a lot of it is just manipulation. For instance, if the government would just allow the market to self-correct, we wouldn't have all these bubbles. But it just seems like now it's a series of bubble after bubble, and they won't ever let it just pop.
And it's the same shit that's happened over and over before, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we should know how to respond. Shouldn't we?
Yeah,
So,
I think the
really,
individual consumer does know how.
You do?
Yeah. Like, before Trump got elected, I took my money out of the market because I figured Hillary was going to win, and she would create all these onerous regulations that would put the market in a tank. And so I thought, okay, it'll rebalance, and then I'll put my money back in. But because Trump got in, things just kept getting better and better. And even when they should have gone down, things happened that would just prop it back up. Like COVID. Under COVID, they should just let things go the way they were going to go. But because they pumped all this, printed all this new money and started handing out checks to everybody, now all it's done is cause inflation to go crazy. So the actual price of things hasn't gone down, but money is worth much less, which really screws me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if they want to forgive student debt, bail out banks, that's more money being printed, and you also create a moral hazard.
Yeah.
moral hazard.
Why pay debts? Everybody's gonna be bailed. I'm gonna be bailed. Government's gonna bail me out. Why pay anything
Yeah.
back? No
Do
accountability.
you really think that that's gonna be the result of paying off some? I'm pretty sure we've done it before and it didn't have like this crazy big reaction, but I could be wrong.
Well, it doesn't have
I
to be
think
one big reaction. All it has to be is a bunch of little ones, and they accumulate over time.
Yeah. I think the main thing that I see there is that everyone's scared.
Yeah, the unpredictability causes a huge problem because no one knows what to do. Should I get an education? Should I work hard and invest? You know, for me, when I was of that age, I realized that getting deeply into student debt to get an education was going to screw me over. So instead, I worked at a not very high paying, steady job that I could then invest that money into residential real estate and become a landlord. And it worked really well. But when I became disabled, then I wasn't able to take care of the properties and that I had to sell them off. And if I still had all that land and was able to do everything with it, then, you know, maybe it would have been a hedge against all this inflation. But then again, real estate taxes have gotten so high that you really can't even tread water.
Yeah. And so I have a question. And I just ask because I genuinely want to understand. Do you think you're genuinely worried about the outcomes of this, or is there a bit of jealousy?
I don't know what you mean by the outcome.
Brojo, that's to Brojo.
What?
Well, so the outcome of the paying these student debt loans, do you think it's really going to be that big a thing, or do you think there's a bit of emotional response in there too?
What about the people who've worked and paid off their loans?
It's the same as people who went to prison for laws that change.
Huh?
You have to exist in the society as it is in the moment.
Yeah, the people that went to prison, they knew that they were breaking the laws. But imagine if we say, you know, something's okay to do today, but in 5 years it'll be illegal, and so then they go back and get all those people. And that's kind of like with this. If people are thinking, well, I can spend as much
I
money as I
agree.
want,
It
government will always
sucks.
bail me out.
But I guess I see it as unavoidable. So it's like,
Well, the student loan is not unavoidable. I mean, the people are choosing to do that.
No, if we want to progress as
Uh-huh.
a society where we start trying to look after each other, that might be the wrong way to go about it. I'm just saying we can't stay stagnant. Like can't change anything because we not
Right.
do a thing because we haven't done it before.
Yeah, but in the U.S., the thought more progressives is more, let's cut off our head because conservatives think that we shouldn't. So, I mean, there's a reason why conservatism exists. It's because it's worked in the past. And yeah, it's always good to try new things. That's what liberalism's all about. But progressivism goes just way off the end and just like, yeah, let's just do something crazy. And then the more crazy it is, we'll make other people bail us out, and then we'll do even more crazy stuff. And there's going to be a big backlash against that eventually. But if Rojo's got kids, I can understand why he's saying that the moral hazard, because the kids that are going to be around them are going to be in trouble. Huh?
I don't have kids, but my brother
Okay.
does.
Well, then Sammy's question was: is it more that you're jealous because you don't have a debt that they're paying off, or are you worried about some other consequence?
It's not about jealousy. No, I'm just worried about the consequence to society. Like I said, I mean, about the people who, they've worked hard to pay off their student debt. Now these people get off scot-free. I mean, there would be a little bit of bitterness there, I would think.
But like, it sort of goes around the other way. The politicians who brought in and then raised up the prices of our universities all got to go to
How did they
university
raise it
for
up?
free.
The reason that they raised
Through
it up
legislation.
was giving the free money.
Huh?
The reason that the prices rose in America is because the government gave away the free money. They said, we're going to, guarantee that you can get these student loans based on the taxpayer. And then people got all these huge loans to go out and party, and then their degree was worthless, so they couldn't pay back the taxes and couldn't pay off the loan.
Same scenario back in 08 with the housing crisis. You made it too easy for people to get houses.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Frank
government was backing it up. And look what happened.
Yeah, Dodd-Frank made it a law. The banks had to loan to people that they knew could not pay the loan back. And so the banks said, well, if we've got to do that, then there's got to be some way we can recoup those losses. I know, let's just bundle them all together, make them mortgage-backed securities. They're all trash on their own, but if you put enough together, it looks like it, they may balance out. But then obviously they didn't, because in the end, they were all based on trash. If the government really wanted to do something to help students, they would stop giving out the free student loans and just say, if you're poor, we'll give you a Pell Grant. Otherwise, you can join the military or do like 5 years of some sort of civil service. And, you can get your education that way, or you can pay for it the old-fashioned way. But that's the whole reason why we have state universities in the U.S. is that we're all paying taxes to make the price affordable for students. So then to say, well, not only are we going to pay for it in taxes, we're going to also steal from the workers to give money to people just to go out and party. So it's not even about the school at that point. The school is just a conduit to give the money to the people that want to go out and spend it.
So that's yes to the student loan? I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to turn into an Atlas Shrugged type situation where the business owners are going to just burn their own businesses down and say, well, you were going to take them anyway. I might as well destroy it myself. And
look at Walmart. They left fucking Portland, Oregon, because the government couldn't control crime. People just coming in there stealing money. All right, we're done here then. We're leaving.
Yeah.
What my simple brain has heard is that each side exists to keep the other in check, and the more time goes on, the more they push out to the extremes.
Yeah, when one side gets too much power,
is it
then it does go out to
reversible?
the extreme. There aren't effective checks because society tends to go one way and then the other. And so each side wants to make it more extreme on their behalf, but it really doesn't bring us back to the middle. It just, causes more extremity in different directions.
Do you think we're more polarized now, as people say, or do you think that that's just fear mongering?
That's hard. I think the extremes are extremely
So serious.
polarized, but that a lot of people are in the middle and are disgusted by both sides.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
You guys think the student loans are a big issue?
They're only one issue among
They
many.
do.
Oh, it's
What
a
a mess.
tiny issue. It's a tiny issue. I mean, we just came out of the pandemic. Do you have any idea what the government was doing during the pandemic?
I agree. That's what I was talking
PPE
about.
loans? Do you know about the PPE loans? The
Yeah.
PPE loans? No, there's no way you're going to tell me the $10,000 student refund loan is going to be bigger than PPE.
Student loans, I think, are like over $1 trillion.
You better go look at PPE.
Oh yeah, it's
Because
multiple. that.
I watched one small business get $90,000 and got the whole loan forgiven. He didn't need it.
Right, that's happened. Yeah.
That's $90,000 for one. All PE
what?
loans were forgiven. Every freaking penny of the tens.
Mm-hmm.
God, I wish someone would get a number. Find me a number on PPE.
I heard of people who were doing like landscaping jobs. They would
But nobody
be like,
complained about that.
There was like one company, and this is just anecdotal, of course, but I'm sure this is spread like you're saying. A landscaping company wanted to quickly try to find people to hire, right? So then he can get these loans and take so there was a lot of corruption going on.
Sure.
People taking advantage of these loans, and they knew they didn't have to be paid back. Now, do people need some assistance? Sure, I guess, but a lot of this stuff, if you didn't have the lockdowns and stuff and let businesses flourish, you wouldn't need to have a lot of problems now.
I came this close to stopping all work that I do for that human being. I did. I came that close. But, the reason I didn't is because he's the one person that I know who has been in business his entire life working his ass off, who has never asked the government for one freaking thing. I mean,
how can you sit back and watch every little company around you take it and you not?
How can I condemn him for taking that money when I happen to know he is such a generous human being and helps so many people here keep roofs over their heads and food in their families' mouths? How can I possibly condemn him for saying, oh, hell, maybe I should jump on that bandwagon before it leaves this time because I've not taken advantage of it every other time? But to get angry because $10,000 of what is probably a much larger student bill would be forgiven off a loan. To get angry about that when these companies who they were essential workers. It wasn't like they weren't continuing to go out and get their paychecks. Were they? The guys I knew were still going to work every day.
Our government was giving basically everybody under a certain amount. So people who earned under a certain amount were getting, I think it was the fortnightly employment benefit doubled, right? And it was normally $800 or $900 a fortnight. So they were getting $1,800 a fortnight, and no one was coming to work. I was struggling the whole 2 years to get staff because for a huge portion of that, people were just collecting all this government money. Ridiculous amounts. And they could have worked. They didn't, these people didn't need it. They basically got holidays.
Now, yeah, the smart people took that extra money and paid down debt, right? And then put some in savings. You saw the debt rate come down. You saw savings rate go up because, people are not going out and stuff. So they're staying home. So then they're saving money on top of it. But now you have the inverse is happening now because all those payments are gone. The people who went and bought extravagant things and, just went spending, all that money's gone now from the government. And now they're using the credit cards again. And the debt is skyrocketing on the credit cards. Plus now you have the inflation of food and all the stuff. Nothing's free.
No.
Someone has to pay.
Well, that Hancock fella got caught handing PPE contracts to his friends. What a surprise.
And then you created a lifestyle of, oh, wow, you stay home, get paid, oh, keep the money coming. you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When are we going to, step up as a society? It's the same MO, the same shit we see over and over again. Politician, this dude's put in charge of this scheme, and then it goes bankrupt or whatever, gets slap on wrist and goes back into politics.
And it doesn't matter which side we're talking about.
Nope.
No, it doesn't.
And actually, I can say this because I'm on the other side of the world, but we need to wait till they're all in one of their big fucking bullshitter busters and bomb the fuckers. That felt good to be all like terrorist and shit.
I said, Sammy.
I'm in Australia. Come
Look,
at me.
over the past few decades, and I mean decades, I've wondered, when did we stop assassinating presidents we don't like? I admitted it. They were assassinating a lot of presidents and a lot of figures when I was a child. And it was like,
you're right.
Wow, when did they stop doing that to get rid of something they really didn't like? Oh,
yeah.
I am kind of puzzled by that. I mean, I'm very puzzled by that.
I suppose the answer most would come up with is the NSA have picked their game up. Or they have no need to
Sandy, are you saying make assassinations great again?
That's what I heard.
No, that's not what I said. I said, when did we stop assassinating presidents we didn't like? That's what I asked.
Sandy can expect a knock on our door.
Yous are coming up with such awesome...
If they can find me, they can have me. I don't care. Federal prison's got to be better than North Carolina State Prison.
MAPAGA. That's better than MAGA. MAPAGA. Make presidential assassinations great again.
How to get arrested great again.
Now,
Yeah.
your
That's pretty fucked up.
big
You
dick
could
energy.
seriously-
Come on now, your big dick energy's taking over.
It is.
I
see.
did not say make presidential
I
assassinations
did.
great again. I didn't do it. I said, when did
That
we stop?
I'll just disclaimer for YouTube. The dirty Aussie said it. Leave the Americans alone. They do not condone any form of terrorism. I, on the other hand, each to his own.
Make accountability great again.
No. Who was saying
Oh,
earlier?
now I could get behind that, bro, Joe.
You, bro, Joe. Shame.
Shame.
Make shame great again.
Make accountability and budget balancing great again. My father is standing up in his ashes, screaming, "Yeah, bro, Joe for president."
I mean, part of the issue I would have to say is, would you say, is single families? There are no men in the family to tell the boys, man up.
Hang on. I'm going to tell Richard this way so he knows. So, Richard, just go to your StreamYard and in the front page, go to Teams and you'll see 420. Click on it and it'll bring you into my StreamYard and you can just jimmy the door. It's not locked. It just, I just put something heavy behind it.
Doesn't there, like, don't you only have a certain amount of, like, team spots?
Yeah, 5.
Oh, wow. I'm honored.
Hey,
You're
I'll
welcome.
back out. You need me to give space for someone?
No.
Plenty of room.
You're talking about mods.
Oh, never mind.
People who can come in and end the stream if I do a wild heart.
Can they start
Again.
2 streams at the same time?
No, just fall asleep in a stream and
Can you please can you teach them how to take the stream down properly next time?
yeah, well, they all know how.
Uh,
Just no one
No,
had the thought to do it.
he tried, but he left the YouTube part up.
Oh, who was it?
Ta-da! Here he is, the man of the day, Richard.
Well, I figured that part out. Now, if you could tell me how to shut down a stream.
So you
I
should
don't know.
see right
That's why
up
I
in
was
the,
asking Sammy to tell you.
right
Yeah,
hand
you're right,
corner up
Sandy.
there, big red and broadcast button.
Nope.
Yeah, see, your mods may not be able to. That's why I brought it up. I
That's
brought it up, but I
odd.
just thought I'd continue it.
Hillary, you there, Hillary?
What?
Can you see an end broadcast button?
No, because I'm not in that.
I see StreamYard added a couple new features here.
Hey, guys, I'm going to head just... I'm only going to 4 hours. I'll talk about it later.
Did anyone catch any of that?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. He obviously
Missed
said,
it.
"All right, guys, I'm gonna."
Oh, very funny. Oh yeah, I'm gonna head off because I want to get only going to get like 4 hours of sleep, but shit, yeah, it's not perfect. But I'll talk to y'all later when I talk to y'all later. Have
No
a
worries. Thanks, mate. Have a good night.
fact.
Get some rest.
See, okay, it makes
Hey.
it's like no option to leave on mobile, short of just closing out the tab, which makes no sense. And so because of that, it makes it so easy to accidentally end it. It's bullshit. They need to have a better mobile.
Oh, see, so you can end the stream.
Oh, I don't think I can.
But how the hell does Pixie do it all the time to me? I had to take her mods off her because she couldn't. She didn't even know how she was doing it.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's not one of the options. It makes no sense. It's the most bizarre.
Pixie.
No, I mean, but I've done it on my own end, like for my own streams before. So it's something that definitely happens. I think it's just.
Yeah, it's in the upper right-hand corner if you log in that way. But you have to go, yeah, because I've seen it before when you sent me the link.
Anyway, I'll talk to you later.
You have to.
Later.
No worries. See you, mate. See, if you talk about terrorizing, John appears in your chat. It's like, what do you need? Guns, dynamite, hand grenades, cannons.
Done dirt cheap.
Man, John's the kind of guy who could build you a cannon from scratch.
I can end the day. I just learned something new.
Oh.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna pop out and catch a podcast. I'll see you in a bit.
No worries. See you, Bridget.
Peace.
Okay.
What was Sandy saying? Sandy, what were you saying?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Oh, now I want to know the thing you learned.
Oh, how to get in here by your instruction without a link.
Oh.
That wasn't it, but it don't matter.
Oh.
It really doesn't.
It does. I want to know. Now you're going to leave me hanging.
Shut up. I'm going to go make
There's
coffee.
nothing.
Everything's fine. Fine.
Well, I'm still going to hassle you for the thing you learned when you
Don't
get
you
back.
want to share what you learned today, Sandy?
Oh, okay. I had been sitting here for the longest time trying to figure out how in the hell Sammy kept pulling up comments I had deleted from that one particular individual who's gotten under everybody's skin. But most assuredly is getting inside Ox's brain that people still battle with him. At any rate. Sammy,
You saw how it's
if you don't pull out the YouTube pop-out chat, you don't see that we have killed comments. Did you know that?
No. Yeah.
Well, I didn't either, so now you know it too.
No. Yeah, I only just learned like the other day. I went over to the stream and realized I saw all these deleted messages.
Yeah.
And yet in
Yeah.
StreamYard it doesn't show me.
Yeah, because we keep killing them, trying to, and you keep
Well-
pulling them up, and it's like, okay, that's why I stopped deleting comments because
Yeah,
it's
like this one
okay.
right here. That dude is so annoying.
Yeah, that guy,
Well-
you know, he's just annoying.
In Australia, we have these little cockroaches called German cockroaches. I don't know if they actually are German or if we just say that because we didn't like
We call
Germans
them
at
that
some
here,
point.
too.
Okay. And you know how they're like immune to all the poison and everything? That's all I'm saying. You get the hint.
Yeah.
You kill one and another one pops up. Whack-a-mole. So what have you learnt today, Richard?
Well, I learned how to get into your streams anytime you
yeah,
go
you told me
live.
that.
And I don't know if I'll remember it tomorrow, so I can't say I really learned it. Maybe I learned it. We'll find out. And let's see what else.
Well, see, in my StreamYard, it doesn't let me do that. When I go into Teams, it just says Team Settings, and then it has referrals, but that's only ones I can give to other
Did you?
people.
Let me see.
I also learned it's probably not my imagination. I cannot end a stream on your channel. Only Pixie has magic
That's
accidental
pretty funny.
powers to do that.
No, I could do that
Yeah.
if you sent me an email with the link for that stream. But after it ends, it'll say invite not found.
Well, no, that's because I may have removed you to make room.
Okay.
Depending on who was in the stream that I trusted to
Mhm.
shut it down, but now I realize that you just can't even fucking do that anyway. But, so as is the daily ritual, sometimes twice daily, can you chuck me your email again, Hillary?
What's that?
Would you mind me giving me your email again for the
Okay.
fourth time?
You know, you could add me to your contacts.
That would make too much sense.
And it would be so easy too. You know,
Or-
and he
or
wouldn't
I
be
could
able to
email
ask
directly-
you for it twice a day.
It's like becoming a Taoist. It's just so easy.
It is. And I can also reply to your last one. Hebo Tarvu and send. Now you should be getting it.
There you go. So imagine that that's my Watchtower one.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, there you are. Why do I have your invite? Are they just showing me the email that they sent to you, or can I accept
No,
it
I
for
just
you?
hit reply to it so that you
Oh, okay.
because I keep yours in my folder.
Excellent. Well, now that you've emailed me,
Peace and respect also to MathPig and Halcyonic.
so what have you learnt today, Hillary?
What was that?
What have you learnt today? Oh, hang on.
In all honesty,
you
I think
answer
I've
that.
let y'all down. I haven't learned anything.
Have fun. Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to 420 Questions. I already asked the questions.
Oh, I said that I let you all down. I haven't learned anything yet today.
Yeah. Disappointment.
I don't think that's true. It doesn't have to be, you know, a super impactful, world-shattering, epic event. It could have been something, you know, a little less than that.
Okay, I learned that my mom's schedule is busy all week. I think that's maybe the only thing I've learned.
See? You did learn something.
But how does that benefit mankind?
It doesn't.
Wait, does it have to?
So maybe you need to pick your socks up
I do.
and put them in the laundry.
I actually don't have any dirty socks right now.
Hmm.
Hard to pick up
Suspicious.
non-existent things.
Would you mind coming and picking up my dirty socks then?
I'd be happy to, Sandy.
Thank you. I've got this really big basket of dirty clothes that I have to get down to the basement. And it just sits there for days and days because I have this overwhelming fear that I will end up head down the damn stairs again. I will get over it. Again, I do. Every
Again?
couple of weeks. Every couple of weeks. Yep. I take that great big heavy basket that I shouldn't be lifting and I very carefully get down the steps. I got to do that today.
And that causes me to have a stupid question.
Okay.
Why have you not replaced this thing with a backpack?
Well, because I have a really crappy back, and the clothes have to go down several flights of stairs. I can throw it off the upper level onto the main level. But no, the really stupid question, Richard, is why didn't I put a fucking laundry chute in 20 years ago? That's the stupid question.
That would have been a good idea, sure.
Something about getting locked up before the house was finished. I'm sure it will come back to me. Give me a minute.
Yeah, that was probably it. Any kind of, soft, durable, anything other than a laundry basket would work really well for this situation.
You could have a pulley where you could hoist it up and down.
I have a pulley. It just goes from the top of the dome to the main level. I got to cut a hole in the floor to put a chute down to the basement, and I just don't want to cut through the floor. I don't want to do it.
Get John out to do it for you.
Get who?
John Hudson.
He doesn't live anywhere near me.
What, you're willing to transport Hillary's to just pick up socks? Certainly to get the hole cut in the floor, you would transport
Well, I
John.
think we had an understanding that I was going to do a little bit more than that.
Oh, okay.
John will build you a laundry chute that'll pick your socks up for you and wash them.
Yeah.
But he's not as good in the sack as Hillary, so, Sandy, take your pick. Get stuff done around the house or...
Get stuff done around the house.
Would you stop making me laugh while I'm in the kitchen trying to make coffee? Seriously, guys.
You could get the floor alteration done or get the plumbing worked on.
I've come to clean the pool.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Good morning, Bond. I'm saying good morning. I have no idea if it's morning over there.
It is. In North America, it still is morning.
Excellent.
How Sonic has an interesting sock theory. I wear all of my socks at once and just take one pair off at a time as they get dirty.
It may sound funny, but I actually used to do that for my bedding. Have like 2 sets of sheets on and then take the top layer off and wash them. And then when I did the lower layer, then I put both on again after they were clean.
It's pretty funny. Does that actually work?
Yeah, I learned it when I was in the military. It also kind of filters out dead skin cells that would otherwise go into your mattress.
Oh, no.
What?
You're not a hot sleeper then.
Which direction is the hot sleeper?
Sweat
Sandy's
sinks
hot-blooded. Check it
through sheets, doesn't it? Wouldn't the second sheet underneath the first sheet?
It would, yes.
Okay. Just checking.
But you can put a pillowcase down on top of the sheet.
Just buy a mattress cover, dude.
I've got one of those too. Yeah, in the summer, I think I pull the sheet over my chest and leave everything else exposed so that I can evaporate all the sweat during the night. Then in the winter, I pull out the blanket and put it over the top.
Well, here in the summer at night, I just wear shorts and t-shirt, and in winter, I just wear shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
No, it's not that good. But I was looking at that snow and thinking, fuck, I am so glad I don't deal with that.
Well, in the summer, I don't wear anything at all, and then in the winter, I'll go ahead and put on a sweatshirt and sweatpants. And if it's super duper cold, like if I'm traveling, then I might wear pajamas with sweatpants on top of that.
Sammy, what is your average yearly temperature range there?
In Fahrenheit.
Well, it's okay in Celsius.
Tell you. You
Well, I
said
could have
yearly?
Googled it. I was talking about your experience.
Oh, well, it's been weird because of all the global whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you want to know temperatures, it goes from on fire to flooded to on fire to flooded to flooded again till then it's too wet for the fires, and then all the vegetation's washed away, so now there's more flash flooding.
Of course, yes.
And now the koalas are going extinct, and then on Thursday it should be 17 degrees.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Does that answer everybody's question? When I was little, and like summer seemed to be summer and spring seemed to be spring, we would get down to, I'm going to say 2 or 3 degrees Celsius and up to 48. So I can do the conversion for you.
I was gonna say.
So from
Australia sounds like an extreme California in the 80s. Hey,
from 35 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter to 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
$120 is pretty hot.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Don't worry, it's a wet heat.
Yeah, like that's better. It's not better.
No. Up north it is real wet. But fuck, their skin is really amazing, eh? That moisture does something to their skin. Incredibly soft. I guess stops it from drying out, eh? Makes sense.
Sort of, yeah.
What do you mean, sorta? It either has to make sense or doesn't.
No. No, not with something as complex as human skin, it doesn't.
True.
If you're talking about a sheet of paper, yes, sure. Moisture in the air, moist sheet of paper, perfect. Makes perfect sense. But we don't really like absorb water into our bodies through our skin. And probably like your fat layer and how much oil you're producing in your skin probably has a lot more to do with your skin softness than the outdoor moisture. I'm just spitballing here, but it just seems that way to me. Wow,
I
look
think
at
the theory is we can only sweat in one direction. Obviously, we can't absorb it.
What's wrong with my cam?
that. Nothing, it's showing
The sun on the snow.
Let me switch over to the other. Nope, it's whited out on my screen.
I can see a shrub and trees
I know,
and a lot
but
of snow.
yeah, it didn't do that the last time, Richard. Sorry. Let me just.
Oh,
stop.
it's wow.
Come on, adjust your light values, please. It's not gonna do it. Oh well. Boink it. Boink it, boink it.
Is that on your cell phone?
It's on my webcam, dude. I do desk work. I don't try to do anything on that stupid hackable little device
Okay,
you
I
call
was
a
just gonna
cell
say on
phone.
your phone you could probably adjust the value, but on your webcam you have to do it through.
Yeah, it got used to the inside light. I changed it. It's okay.
Oh shit! And now I'm putting it on the screen. Oh my god!
I just thought it was prettier outside than it was inside. So
I
Yeah,
just
Pablo
did
Escobar would love all
everything
that snow.
possible wrong.
I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
He's not going to advertise it now. It was a mistake.
Oops.
Okay, it's gone now.
Bond, there's not that much snow. There's only a couple of inches. So the camera whited out.
So I normally have the StreamYard link copied, so I can just keep pasting it in the chat.
Why don't you ever pin it in the top of the side chat?
Because you know who can get to it all the time without
You
asking.
could always just not let him in, make him sit in the back.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a sook.
You're
He's
a
like a
sock.
little puppy dog. Sook. Wuss.
Oh,
Softy.
Oh, yeah.
He sits at the back like a little puppy dog, and I could just feel him looking at me, even though he's just an avatar.
That's great.
Gotta have that Calvinist guy make you dead inside.
Yeah.
No offense was meant, Bond. No offense was meant. A couple of inches is all it takes.
And posting.
But if you're raising a dog and it's still a puppy and it gives you the sad puppy eyes, you know it's just a form of manipulation. And you're not teaching the dog any self-discipline at all to give it what it wants every time and easily. Never.
So, out of my 2-year-old, my 6-year-old, and myself and their mother, who do you think is the real boss?
The woman. Yep.
The 2-year-old.
No.
The 2-year-old.
She has more sass than her mother ever had. I do not know where she gets it. It's like she must know she needs it. that fighting spirit. She is so cheeky. She started doing this eye thing tonight. All the nurses and doctors are coming in, saying, show me your eyes. She puts her head down and like frowns, and her eyes go up and go cross-eyed. And she's absolutely stoked with herself that she's figured that out.
Two-year-olds are meant to be cheeky. Do not let the cheekiness leave
I
her.
know. No,
But they
exactly.
they tried to beat the cheekiness out of me. Took a long time to
Well,
find it again.
I was going to say, well, they failed or you've succeeded.
Daddy made a mistake. He gave me twice as much as he had. It didn't work.
Halsey, I don't know all the hip young lingo that you kids use these days. I'm sure it's something very simple. Does anyone know what GWSW means?
Well, SW is Southwest, and West by Southwest.
Oh,
And I don't know what
gaming
the
with
G-
Silver Wolf.
Oh, see, I was wrong.
Sorry.
I thought it was geographically West by Southwest. I was wrong.
Oh, nice. That's a good guess.
Yeah, it's wrong.
God, you're so harsh on yourself.
Oh, you don't know half the story. I'm totally spoiled also. I'm so used to everything working so easily and on first try. If I have to make a second attempt to do a thing, it just like frustrates me to no end. And I used to be a lot worse about it. Like I would like start cussing and stomping if I had to make a second try. It's been ridiculous. It wasn't until I was about 35 that I realized that wasn't a normal experience.
From when?
What's that? From forever.
From birth?
Ever since I could remember trying stuff. Just stuff worked.
Are you telling me you were doing all the hooby-jooby stuff before the movie?
What?
You've
You're
lost
telling
us.
me didn't you just say that you've
No, I
been
mean,
doing...
when the Hooby Jooby stuff I get it. Was I having accidental successful prayer
Prayer.
before I ever had the David and Goliath experience? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I thought you spoke semi. Well, you do.
I'm
I
learning
guess
it.
you
I'm
just
picking it up.
over
I'm
it.
picking it up. Yes, that's what I think
Your
was
whole
going on the
life.
whole time. Yeah, that's what I think was going on the whole time. Of course, no one ever told me what prayer was or what it was like or. It's just freaking
So
ridiculous.
what's
I thought I was
the
the smartest human
connection with the
ever.
movie then?
Well, maybe you are just a really smart human, Richard.
See, that doesn't actually work.
But it does, because you're
Yes, but
just
it
a really
doesn't.
smart person.
See, but I'm not. I've been tested. I've seen my tests. I'm not that smart.
You're one of the smartest dudes I know.
Testing
very
doesn't.
kind, all of you, but just the same.
No, testing doesn't prove anything except you know how to take a test, Richard. You know this.
Well, that's
You
true
know
to
this.
some extent as well. That's true.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll give you an example. Like I was working as maintenance in a factory, and I realized that I was encountering all these gear reducing boxes and stuff, and these are some pretty big pieces of equipment, although nailed down to the floor. And I realized that I could picture the gear arrangement in a gearbox without seeing the arrangement just by looking at the outside of the case? Dude, nobody can do that. I don't care how smart you are. That's not to do with smart. But when I was breaking these things down,
that's savant.
when I was like breaking these things down, my picture of the way they would be right. You can't do that with smart. You can't see through metal with smart.
But you can, with understanding and talent, have an innate gift to be able to understand these things that other people cannot understand, which does make you intelligent in ways other people are not.
See, I used to assume the same thing you're assuming now.
Well, okay, wait, let me ask you this. Should I think that I am just like totally remarkable because I can pick up and learn and manipulate any computer language you give me within a matter of hours or days with no one telling me how to use it? Does that make me a savant with computer languages?
That's exactly the word I was going to use.
Well, if I can be a savant with
probably
computer
does.
languages and I can say, okay, look, I recognize real early on, back in high school when I was going off to college, and long story, doesn't matter. When I discovered a computer programming language and how easy it was for me to pick that up and do it and program and on and on and on.
Sandy,
But I mean, Richard, it took me a long time for me to
you're
give myself
nullifying your
enough
own
credit.
point, Sandy. Here's
No,
how
it
you're
took-
Here's how you're
Let-
nullifying
may
your
I-
own point.
Well, I hadn't even finished my point.
You went and
Richard.
learned these languages, and now you pick them up easily. In other words,
No,
you had a
the very
you had a basic
first
gift.
the very first one, Richard, is what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
It was like you looking in that big box and knowing what it looked like on the inside. It was like, oh, that's how all these they'll fit together. It's not something that can be taught per se.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something you maybe. Let me rephrase it. Maybe I was just built to work with computers, and you were built to work with gears. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that I think we all have some sort of talent that can be useful.
Yeah,
And
I think you have
just
natural-
because we're not a genius scholar who understands physics doesn't mean we're not brilliant.
I think you had a natural gift that you developed when you realized that you had it, and now you're really good at using it. That's pretty cool.
And how is that different from what you did?
I didn't develop it. It was
Okay.
just there.
You're right.
Like I didn't go and study those things ever.
And I didn't have a natural talent for picking them up. I hear you, Richard. It's cool.
No, I didn't say I don't have this apparent natural propensity for mechanical relationships.
No.
do.
I'm going because I'm getting emotional and I don't want to. Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay.
See you later, Sam.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't my experience that way. It's not the way it worked.
I
for
can't
me.
even unmute in time. Goodbye. Love you, Sandy. Thanks. It's all good, Richard.
I'm sorry that that agitated her. I didn't know it was going to. I wouldn't have been so aggressive about it. Next time I'll know a little bit better.
I was a bit surprised.
I'm not saying this is what happened, but I have seen where people have been very, very damaged by religion, and because they were damaged, they rightfully are repulsed by it, and you start saying things like, or I will start saying things like, I think we all learn in prayer all the time, and that's really offensive. And I'm not trying to be offensive. but I do believe it's true that we learn things in prayer, accidentally and on purpose, like our whole lives. Then there's almost endless examples of really famous people whose names you've heard, who have said things like, I'm grabbing these ideas out of the air, or an angel. Some of them actually said an angel came to me and told me this stuff.
Yeah, Tesla got a lot of stuff in visions he couldn't explain.
Right. He just had pictures pop into his head, and then he'd try them out and they'd work. And it's like, come on, man.
Right, but I don't know. I kind of see where Sandy was going with it. I really do. Because just because they say, like, I prayed about it, or I grabbed it out of the air, or this, it doesn't, like, I don't think that necessarily means it comes from something external. I think it's a way of describing, like, ahas and eurekas. And that, like I said the other day when I'm writing, right, like, sometimes I have an end goal in mind, sometimes I don't. But I even frustrate a writer friend of mine, because we have very different writing styles, but I read their stuff and they read my stuff. And I will even frustrate them because they're like, okay, so this part's really good, where is it going? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, what? And I'm like, no, I have no idea where this is going. And there are sometimes I will sit down and I will type, and I will look back and I will have to reread because I don't even remember what I'm typing, right? Like, sometimes I don't know the direction. It's just coming out. And sometimes I go change it. Sometimes I don't change it. But sometimes I'm just as surprised as the person who's reading my stuff where this story is going, right? It doesn't mean it's not coming from me or that it's not coming out of my head.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's not coming from you. In fact, I would say in situations like that, it could purely be coming from you. But, and we could always say something like Tesla was speaking about the experience of an epiphany, and he was just describing what an epiphany is. And it was just Tesla's mind, and Tesla was just damn brilliant. We can always say something like that. But it's hard to say it without being Tesla. And if Tesla's genuine experience was that he was quote-unquote taking these ideas out of the ether, if that's really what he was experiencing, he wasn't just pulling your leg and he wasn't just being humble, what if he actually was?
No, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he had, well, I'm not sure, but he probably had a brilliant mind capable of like I have a very fascinating inner world, right? Like, it's very colorful. My self-narration has lots of different voices. They're rarely ever the same. My own like narration isn't even self-narrated most of the time, right? Like, that's so weird.
Good morning.
True. So I'm sure that there are people who have these, like in the Queen's Gambit, right? Has anybody seen the Queen's Gambit? How she can just imagine it in the air above her and remember it perfectly and play these ridiculously complicated games on the board in her mind, but she's seeing it. She's physically seeing it, right? In a way that my mind is not going to do, right? When he says he's seeing these things and he's pulling them out of the ether, he may well be. That just doesn't, it doesn't mean it's from somewhere else or supernatural, in my opinion.
Well, it doesn't have to be supernatural. Like, just because something is pulled out of the, like, you know, that word. What was that?
I don't think anything is supernatural.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say that the word gets overused a lot, right? God is
okay. Well, I should say I don't necessarily think there's any like intervening divinity.
Okay, I don't think there is either.
Intervening what?
Deity.
Oh.
Deity or divinity.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whichever.
I don't think there is either. But I think communication can happen, and one person can have knowledge over another and be more advanced on whatever topic than another.
I mean, would the
Especially if you
universe
have enough people.
itself? Would the universe itself be a divinity?
The only problem is that, okay, you might as well just say if communication happens, it takes intellect. Only certain parts of the universe have intellect. You must be having a conversation with something in the universe that has intellect. So now you're right back down to like beings. So why say universe in the first place? It's just an unnecessary step.
I mean, I have always heard stories from from people who were like this idea just came out of nowhere, right? It was like
Sure.
it was like it was somebody else working through me, like what I mean.
But
There have been many.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, but is that like an actual description of what happened, or is that like a metaphor trying to describe what it was like? Because I don't know an artist who doesn't say, "Oh, it just came to me."
Stop it, you're turning me on. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Turn me on, turn me on.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, what if writer's block is only pride, where the writer tries to think that they're the one producing the writing? And how many writers have talked about that? What if...
No, I think writer's block for me is not, it has nothing to do with knowing that I'm the one producing the writing. I always know I'm producing the writing. For me, writer's block is two things. Either I have made the mistake of thinking that this one component in my story is absolutely essential, and I don't know how to get there, and that's stopping me. Or B, there's something about it that I don't think is finished that I'm not liking, but I don't know how to fix it. And those two things will put me in writer's block, like, real quick.
Okay.
I want to read something. I want to read something in space. Go ahead.
I've heard of like mechanical problems in storytelling, like you're describing, but I've never heard someone call that writer's block.
No, I mean, when I get frustrated, I get to a point where nothing comes out. Like, I can't even set it aside and write something else anymore, right? Like, it just stopped my writing ability. It's done. Nothing's coming at all.
Hey, Sammy, if I pay for your plane ticket, would you mind coming to the U.S. and hitting me in the head so I can develop some fun?
Absolutely, and then you can do me.
But it's
Sammy's got responsibilities. Sammy's got responsibilities. I could help you out, Sparkle.
I imagine that the reverse of this is how you get Jill. Take a really smart person and drop them on their head a few times as a baby.
But isn't that interesting how some people get hit in the head and have that? Like, is that was that part of their?
Well, I don't
DNA?
know how true this
Okay,
is.
well,
But I've heard of people speaking different languages after a knock in the head.
So I got the
playing an
conversation
instrument
going
they've
again.
never played.
So I'm going to go smoke because I got the conversation going again. So it's all lively in here. I'll be right back in 7.
Right. But okay, so now that I've described it is a true writer's block, I don't know why that is, right? Like, I know what problems cause it, but why is it a writer's block? So hard that I can't even set it aside
Because
and
you're
work
grasping
on
on the one
something
thing and
else.
won't let it go. If you could let it go, then it
Right,
wouldn't
but if
be
I'm
blocked.
not consciously doing it, does that mean
Right.
my subconscious is doing it? And
Yes.
if my subconscious is grappling with it while my conscious is not, then that aha moment seems even more to come from me and my subconscious than from an external source.
Right.
I mean, unless all humans are connected to an external source that we're not aware of, but is aware of us, like I do like that that I do like that there's a master. There's a master there's a master node that creates other nodes that has access to the information, but the other nodes don't. I don't know.
You've been talking to Odin, haven't you?
Yes. Well, I mean, even before Odin. Okay,
Yep.
it's something I've
Well,
always always.
I will say, if I am connected to an outside source I'm unaware of, that outside source is an invasive prick. So
And midnight.
there's that.
Midnight.
Hey,
You know, like
I'm not
in
that invasive prick.
you
That
know
outside
in
invasive force might not even be wanting to.
The Matrix.
Yeah.
You know there is no spoon.
Yes,
Right.
technically,
Well, there is.
technically, there is no spoon when you think about it. Go ahead.
Well, how you said you were doing this since before Odin. There is no before Odin.
Well, if you're gonna go like that, then there is no before. There is no before 5. There is no before Thursday at 5 p.m.
There is no midnight.
There's no midnight.
I mean,
Boom.
again, there isn't, considering I'm just a collection of atoms, wiggling forces, and all that. Like, it's really hard for some people to come to grips with the realization that they don't really exist. Like, yeah, we exist here. Like, we're here, but I don't know. We just don't really exist. Oh, the greatest illusion I think humans have, is they is their own existence. That's that's my view on it. I'm not saying that it gives us any less value, obviously. Like, but yeah, that's how I see it. The greatest illusion we have is that we exist.
There you go.
Yeah, well, people like to go around chucking out that old I think therefore I am, and I think, well, it doesn't stop there. You still got
Okay.
some splaining to do.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like Descartes at all. I like Leibniz.
Well, the only reason why I like Descartes is because he came up with the Cartesian coordinate system, and you need that bitch. You know what I mean?
But
You
there are
need- you
other
need that
coordinate
coordinate
systems
system.
that might even work better. 'Cause
Have
it
you
just
tried?
became-
Have you tried making a video game using other coordinate systems? I mean, it's possible, obviously, but the Cartesian coordinate system is pretty useful,
Yeah.
especially using model space and world space. By the way, Sammy. Okay,
Yeah.
who are you having an intervention for?
Myself.
Him, he needs sleep.
Well, you get the fuck out of here, yeah. Hold on.
No.
I mean,
I've had sleep now. It was just
But-
because the stream had gotten up to like 40 hours. I was like,
holy shit!
someone
And
come in
YouTube?
and hit end stream for me, will you?
40 hours. Jesus. I
Well,
believe
that's what I
believe that was
calculated.
longer. I believe that was longer than Wildhard. So remember, he had a 30-hour stream once. Like, I could
Yeah.
do it. 30-hour
Well,
stream.
the timer dicked out, and it was just saying 1 hour and something. So I broke the clock.
Well, I mean, space. I mean, if you want to learn programming, then there are ways to do it. By the way, I'll be making meatloaf soon.
Oh, yummy.
Yes.
I just realized that.
What?
I made sausage and cabbage.
Nice.
I just realized that the tense I put that sentence in makes it sound like I'm in the cult now.
I mean, you are in
Jill
a
should
cult.
enjoy that.
You're in the
Yeah,
Sparkle
what one-
cult.
Oh, well, that goes without saying. But Jill put me in, wasn't atheism this time?
Oh, nice.
Leviathan cult?
Was it no. He was trying to argue that it was neutral.
Secularism.
Secularism.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a cult too.
Fun
Yeah.
fact: there's a difference between JavaScript and Java. You would think you would think they'd be similar languages, but no. JavaScript is used for is for websites, and Java is used for everything else, plus Minecraft.
I don't remember what I was gonna say now.
Sorry.
Yeah. Fuck, you sucked it right out of my brain too.
Very talented.
I don't know. I know whatever I was gonna say. I was gonna say to Sammy, and then I don't remember what it was.
About the unending stream or the cult?
No, it had something to do with
Something.
something he was saying, but it wasn't about the stream. I don't even remember now. I really don't.
I do. It was neutral.
No, it was before
Secularism.
that. That's not. It was before that, and like you had said that, and I answered, and then I went to say something, and now I don't remember what it was. But it's all good. I think I'm gonna jump in the shower in a minute anyway, and see you guys after.
Okay.
No worries.
Now, if it was someone other than Pixie, I would say be sure and think of me, but she's married, so I won't do that.
Okay.
No offense, but I wouldn't anyway.
That's fine. I know I can count on Sparkle. Don't worry, Sparkle. I think of you too.
Sexy.
He tries to make it sound all casual when we know he's actually fapping about it right now.
I'm not fapping about it, okay? I'm not Dark Side Phil.
You know who?
Dark Side Phil.
I don't think I know that person.
Well,
But
you
I'm
better
guessing they fapped on stream.
Yeah, accidentally. It was recorded.
Oh, the poor buggers. See, a good Christian that would never happen to.
Atheists believe in nothing, so they have no hope. You're
no,
right,
I think
Jill.
it's probably more likely to happen to the good Christian.
I know.
I'm sure
That's the beauty of it.
the atheist is probably more likely to accidentally expose someone else on camera because they're not worried about the premarital thing.
Okay, how in the fuck do you get from atheists not believing in God to atheists not believing in nothing?
I didn't say nothing. I said because
No,
most
I'm
of them
talking
don't
about
believe in-
Jill.
Oh, Jill, why are we entertaining Jill? Go ahead. He'll cry and get
Sorry.
censored if we don't. That's what it was. You brought up Jill and it reminded me. I was reading the comments about Sammy's misplaced guilt. I can kind of relate to that.
I have a lot of guilt.
I have a really guilty conscience, but I'm not quite as nice as Sammy is because you can push me to a point where I don't care. But before that point, I will feel overly guilty about the stupidest things, even if it's like it wasn't even my fault.
Pillowgate. Okay.
It is so ridiculous, but Pixie, I can be furious, but I can't bring myself to be mean. But
I just have
it's not good. It drives me nuts.
I get that to a point, right? But like I'm just not quite as nice as you. I'm that way up until a point, but I have my point, and after that point I don't care anymore. I just don't care.
Yeah.
But I have like
We have
severe
some of-
trust issues, and I don't trust most people I talk to. So like it's one of those things too. Like you can push me to a point where I don't care.
Some of the most outstanding young men in the organization. We are grateful to Jehovah for you and want to commend you for how hard you've worked to meet the high requirements to serve here. There's a particular requirement that Deuteronomy 22, the one doing so is detestable to Jehovah your God. So what does
But who decides?
The governing body. The governing body is Jehovah.
No, I'm saying who decides what clothes are for men and what clothes are for women? Men wore robes and dresses and kilts and skirts and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But a skirt is for a girl and a dress is for a girl, right? There was a culture where the women wore nothing but pants, but pants are for men. Like, who's deciding what is men's clothes and what is women's clothes?
Yeah, that's what I said when we had this discussion the other day about if they tried that law. Apparently somebody said that they were trying that law in Texas or somewhere. I said it wouldn't. I don't even remember what state it was in, but I said there's no way it would work because, obviously real men wear kilts. And, oh yeah, I was saying, like what law, who can wear what at work and the dress codes. But anyway, I don't know. You're probably reading something on the screen and I'm not looking at the screen.
It was just a verse that guy had up on the screen. It was like, men shall not wear women's clothes and women shall not wear men's clothes. A woman must not put on the clothing of a man, nor should a man wear the clothing of a woman. For anyone doing so is detestable to Jehovah your God.
Is he citing any verse for that?
Deuteronomy 22:5.
I don't know. I've never heard of that.
I remember reading it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, who's deciding what clothes belong to who? And that changes from culture to culture. It's just weird. It's a
Well,
weird
within
thing.
Jehovah Witness, Hillary's is right. The governing body for Jehovah Witnesses makes those decisions as to what is and is not men's and women's clothing.
And you have to believe that they got that information from God and they're correct.
And that, yes, that it's objectively true. Yeah.
So, if any of them were born of people who wore robes or kilts, that they're born of detestable people from God? Because that kilt can just as easily be called a skirt.
Well, you're going to have different believers. Some believers are going to say something more practical like, what's rational? So it's from within the ancient culture, from that part of the world, or it's our culture right now. They're going to find ways to justify it.
So it's mutable. But that's my point though. If it's mutable, then it couldn't have come from God, and we can't trust their accuracy. How do you reconcile that?
You don't think about it.
See, it's about the spirit of it.
See, there's a
So
justification.
if it's men, if in that culture that's what men wear, that's what men wear. There are Jehovah's Witnesses where the men wear skirts and robes and all that sort of stuff, like in the islands and that. I know they're not skirts, but
They are though. They are. A skirt just means
oh well, yeah. I just didn't want to be
the
offensive.
lower
but
half
if
of
they
a
are,
dress. It just means the lower half of a dress. A dress without attached top. That's all it is. And a
Yeah.
dress has the top attached to the skirt. A kilt is a skirt. A robe is a type of dress. Like it just seems so arbitrary.
Very silly.
women's on the other.
Pixie. Oh, I just locked my screen. But this video, which I can't be bothered looking at now because there's no I thought it actually had demonstrations and stuff with the pillow, but
No,
the
they just
stuff
talk
that he
about it.
talks about, I I didn't even think that people would do this stuff. It's only really repressed people
Yeah.
that do this sort of stuff. Like wearing pants so tight that it rubs your clitoris until you orgasm.
What?
Yeah.
People do that?
Well, that's what they're claiming.
Yeah. It's called Pillowgate because they talk about grinding on a pillow.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, apparently that's a
This
big
is
thing
at Bethel.
You'd have to be so repressed and
Yeah.
so.
But if two guys masturbate without actually touching each other, that's okay though. That's not parnia.
Masturbation is a sin, though.
Well, yeah, but it's not parnia though, so you won't be
No.
shunned.
Yeah, they have.
It's
a
just crazy
big
to me
list
the
of
stuff that they
pornea.
consider. Yeah.
The
It's
pants thing
insanity.
is so weird. I just don't understand how that wouldn't be painful.
Yeah.
And skinny
Anyway.
jeans too. Only homosexual men wear skinny jeans, apparently, according to Tight Pants Tony.
You know, I don't like skinny jeans, but right now they're the only jeans I own because it took after I got a hole in the knee in my last jeans, it took me like a year and a half to convince myself I needed to replace them. And then those were the only ones close to my size that I had to do the least amount of work on when I got home, so those are the ones I got. And I keep telling myself I need another pair of jeans because I don't like to wear those. I hate those. But I don't want to go shopping, and it's been a long time. It's been like 2 years, but I don't want to go shopping.
Here we go. Found a
There would be nothing pleasurable for a female about dry cloth rubbing against that part of the body.
That's what I thought.
We welcome
Jeans,
you.
especially.
There is no reason to be embarrassed about what we're going to discuss.
Avoid short skirts or dresses above the knee.
Some outfits are designed to feminize a man's appearance, as homosexuals try to do, especially displaying the buttocks and genitals. The buttocks and genitals.
Resist the unclean habit of self-abuse or masturbation.
Masturbation is the stroking or rubbing of the genital organs, commonly resulting in an orgasm. Suppose a brother starts rubbing his genitals against a pillow. He gets an erection, but stops before having an orgasm.
The male animal has no season in which he is not willing to engage in the breeding act.
Could you have been sleeping in a position that stimulated you, such as with a blanket or pillow held tightly between your legs?
Satan and the demons are desperately trying to corrupt God's people.
It's no exaggeration to say that he's flooded his world with propaganda in favor of homosexuality.
There can be pornea, even if there is no skin-to-skin contact.
A brother sits on the lap of one of his male friends. Two brothers masturbate in front of each other, but without touching each other. She grinds her clothed genitals on his leg while he's fully clothed. He becomes aroused, but doesn't ejaculate.
Be honest with yourself and Jehovah about your weaknesses. We pray for Jehovah's continued blessing on you.
Okay, I got some questions. Does Jehovah Witness not ask, why did God make us this way?
No. He didn't.
Wait. God didn't make us where there's an inordinate amount of pleasure cells in sexual organs? Who did it?
Right.
And created
It's
all
all
those
part of
options.
it's all part of the fall.
Yeah.
Okay, so sex for Adam and Eve before the fall wouldn't have felt good. Or maybe it's just like a back rub.
No. It probably felt good, but they had no sinful or like lustful.
But
it would have been
But the lustful
Like,
part is what makes babies, and we
yeah,
wouldn't
in an
if it didn't.
imperfect world.
No, in any world.
See, you're not thinking
So do they
inside the
think?
garden, Richard.
Do they
Perfect
think
human.
inside the garden we were like other animals? It was like pheromones, mating season. Okay, done.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Oh my
Innocent.
gosh.
You
And on that
can't-
note, I'll
can't-
be right back in a little bit.
God told little Timmy and little Susie, hey,
Don't try and
Fine.
make it make sense.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't know what they're describing, but I know it's not a human.
Exactly. Now do you understand why they all are alcoholics, or, you know, there's the CSA.
Here-
Who did we
here's-
lose? Oh,
She said she'd be right back. But here's what I'm thinking. When you oppress nature, nature retaliates. And it's going to retaliate in a myriad of ways. That's going to lend toward sexual unhealthy behaviors and mental illness is what that's going to result in. There's nothing good about there's nothing godly about that.
and that's why we got all the
there was a
lawsuits.
time when I couldn't understand how people weren't just having sex all the time. It's like, how do people have jobs and lives? Like, why do they want to do anything else? That's what repression will do to a young brain.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't repressed that way because I left the church fairly early. But I enjoyed sex so much, I really thought about becoming an actor in pornography.
Mm-hmm.
But then I
had
found
that
out that a
fantasy.
lot of that for the males is not heterosexual, and I was just like, yeah, never mind.
I wasn't worried about that. I was worried about that my penis wasn't big enough.
Okay, well, that would probably hold a person back.
I mean, it's like the girls that have to look at all the magazines and see all the skinny girls. You look at porn and all the blokes got big schlongers. I'm not small, don't worry. I'm not like...
Well, back in the 70s, just being able to perform on camera was a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, fluffers. That's where they came
Having a real
from.
zeal for it and having stamina for cut scenes and everything else and still being interested, I think that's the biggest part. I mean, you don't want to be ridiculously small, and you don't want to have something that would look anything other than attractive. Yeah.
Well,
But,
Bond has a point that if, like, at the other end, small wee-wees have their place in the industry, he said. I'm sure there's people with a fetish for that. But what about just the average Joe?
Well, I think the average actor in that industry is going to be a little bit better than average endowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to be like the worldwide average. Nothing like that.
That's the sickest part of it. As a man, and knowing how repressed those men are, those old dudes would be getting off on it. What's worse is their meetings that they have, disciplinary meetings, where they take them out the back, and no matter what it was, usually a sexual thing, because that's all they seem to care about, is sexual sins. They'll make the victim go describe it in every gory detail and record it and make them tell it again and try and force them to admit that they enjoyed it and stuff. Really, really hideous, insidious
But if they
behavior.
really believe it's satanic, if they really believe that, why guilt the person? Say, look, I had a Satan moment. I was stupid. I made a mistake.
Well, that's what they want. They want you to confess, and then they
yeah.
can put your nose in the doo-doo and say, okay, now you sit in the back and can't talk to anybody for 6 months. And then if you convince us that you're a pin, then you can get your privileges back.
What do you mean convince? As soon as a person says, look, I was dumb, why are
no,
they
you
not
can't
repentant?
admit to that. You have to admit that you were evil.
Yeah,
No, but that's not part of the story. That's not even part of the baseline. It's more like I was tricked.
No, not for Jehovah's Witness. It's you were evil, and that's why you invited that spirit in.
See, Satan's only powerful until you actually do the act, and then all of a sudden it's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to kind of point out there. I mean,
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
are you an unwilling puppet, or are you Satan? You know?
That's one of the things my poor little brain couldn't pass out.
No kidding, because they obviously confuse it. What if that is not evil? What if that's not even what the text is talking about?
They don't care what the text says. They'll make it say whatever they want. That's why they got the New World Translation. They decide what they want it to say, and then they go tell people this is what you need to make it say. And they'll add stuff or remove stuff to make it seem like it agrees with the doctrine.
I have to admit the JW Bible is not on Blue Letter Bible. So I haven't done much review of it.
Well, Richard, you know, it's a shame because it's the weight of the truth.
Yeah, it's the only one that's right. Yeah, it's too bad I don't read that one. I actually here downtown at the plaza, there are Jehovah Witness on every at least moderately warm day. If it's better than moderate, they're going to be there too. But they'll be out there today probably. So I go and argue with them. In fact, the other day when Sammy, you were ready to shut down the stream and I disappeared for like an hour and a half or 2 hours or whatever, it's because I was arguing with Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what I was doing. So they had their preacher. I don't know what to call the guy. They had their preacher there, and they had a guy who was, in his mid-30s, but obviously, adherent his entire life, didn't know something else. And we were having a conversation, and I noticed that because I'm like serious and to the point, the preacher started like trying to shame me and accuse me, and I called him out on it. He told me I was being judgmental, and when I judge others, that's when I'm I would judge the same way, and he started kind of loosely misquoting the Bible. Of course, I wasn't going for that, so I had to point out to him like 2 or 3 different times that what he was doing was trying to get me to shut up, and that's not gonna fly, But we eventually got to a good conversation, and I pointed out to them, and they were unaware that there is no word Jehovah or God in the Bible until Adam, and they were completely unaware of that.
Yeah, asking questions is not encouraged, and studying is only encouraged for a guided study where they'll say, look at these, few verses and don't look before or after just these. And this is the message you're supposed to take away from it.
So it's cherry picking with the appearance of context.
Extreme cherry picking. And I don't think they even try to go for context.
Really? They just go,
Because sometimes they'll, in one of their broadcasts, they will totally ignore the verse that'll come before or after. They totally contradicts what they're claiming.
Right.
Do you want to really blow their minds, Richard?
Go ahead. Tell me how.
Go back and show them that the
'Cause
word
I see these guys
Jehovah.
all the time.
Show them that the word Jehovah doesn't exist in Greek.
Why does it matter that it doesn't exist in Greek? Why is that?
Because it's in the New Testament 200 times.
Right, and they have no that is not what the Greek equivalent word would be.
Yeah, instead of leaving it as the Lord or whatever, they're so honest in putting Jehovah back in that they just went and put a few extras just to be extra honest.
You could make the argument that it's Greek writing on early Christianity, and the word that belongs there is Jehovah.
That's their argument.
That's a rational argument.
Yeah, but it's not honest.
It's not honest.
When in other places they'll, translate it the Most High or whatever it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
But they've even left Apollyon in their Bible.
Wait. Okay, I know that Abaddon and Apollyon are names given to the king over the bottomless pit. And what's wrong with them leaving those words in there? Or why should they be changed? I'm missing your point.
It mustn't be Apollyon that I'm thinking of.
What is it describing?
Well, actually, it might be that, but they say that it's Christ, not whoever Apollyon and the other one are.
Okay,
because they're false gods.
So I've done a study on this, and it seems to me the most reasonable, although information on this particular topic is a little bit hard to glean. It's a little bit hard to get a hold of, because I think the tradition has been so long standing that the Christian is supposed to think of Apollyon and Abaddon as names of Satan. That is actually hard to find, but in a larger context, because it's talking about one who's in charge of the total situation and not one who's subject to being locked up or subject to being diminished in any way.
See,
then I think that's actually referring to Michael. That those
I was going to say, if I
then when I read the story of Apollyon and what he does in their tradition, it sounds like it's describing the job of Michael.
Well, biblical references to the archangel Michael, Abaddon, Apollyon, and the word are interpreted as names for Jesus in various roles. Jesus is considered to be the only intercessor and high priest between God and humanity, and appointed by God as the king and judge of his kingdom.
Actually, they kind of have a point here.
They call Apollyon Jesus.
Because they think Michael was Jesus.
Yep.
Actually, I can give good evidence that this is correct. It's just not. It's just not open-minded enough. I think I can make a good case for Gabriel, Uriel, Michael, all the archangels to have been past Christ. So I think they're not wrong about Michael, but I think they're kind of onto something there, but not seeing the larger context and the rest of the proofs, the rest of the testimony about it.
Yeah. See, that was one of the reasons that it was hard to crack the indoctrination, because I was intelligent enough to know that there was little weird bits of their doctrine where they kept to the Bible
Yeah.
And of course, other places where they changed it completely to suit their narrative, but it was the little bits where they'd stuck to it where other religions hadn't.
Yep.
Like their obsession with the cross. And yes, the argument can be made that it could be interpreted as cross, but it was often people were crucified on a single stake as well.
Sure.
And the word that's used could mean that as well. So, you know, they didn't have an idol either. They didn't have a cross and all this, which is clearly in the Bible. So these are the arguments that I bring up to Christians.
Right.
And they sort of answered a lot of those.
Well, rough-hewn logs with tools of the time that would support a human body and the weight of the wood itself would be more like timbers. It wouldn't be like, you know, 1.5 by 10-inch board. It wouldn't be boards. You know, that's not what it would be. And the nearest approximation I can think of in the way that things were built in those times, and the joining techniques that they used for lack of hardware, would require something like railroad track, railroad ties. It would be more like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you, as a normal weight, normal size, normal strength human being, tried to carry railroad ties fastened together as a like in the shape of a human body with enough to stick it in the ground as well, that would be something like 300 pounds of wood. You're just not going to carry that. Now, if you carried only the cross, that is the cross piece, the singular timber, it would be really taxing. Be something probably about 150, 120, 150 pounds. It'd be really taxing to you, but you could do it for a while. And then you consider, you know, getting lashed and, you know, and pushed around and whatever else, and you're pretty exhausted pretty soon from all that. I think what it's talking about is talking about carrying the cross member, not the whole cross.
But I used to think things like, well, if Jesus was a perfect man, that means his body was perfect. He would have had like ripped abs. He probably could have just chucked that cross up on his shoulder and staunched it up to the hill. This figure of a weak little
it is pretty funny.
Girly boy is such a weird portrayal of Jesus.
I think the
especially considering
part there,
they're expecting a warrior god.
Right. Well, they are expecting
I'm
a
sorry,
warrior god. Yeah. Well, warrior, savior, Messiah. Yeah, but I think what fails in Christianity there is to add up the indicated time passage in the individual's life. That's not really added up correctly. And it doesn't make sense, where what you actually see in the text is whatever prophet gets started into being a prophet for some youthful sign happens, but then is not realized till fully adult, and then fully adult is at least like 30 years old, and then you have to continue forward in that from 30-ish, not from like 15. That wouldn't make sense. A 15-year-old already mature. No. So when I take into consider, like a lot of the prophets are like in their 60s. They're old guys when they really hit their peak. So I don't know why to make them like that, unless it was, you know, speaking about what does it mean to be a prophet. try to imagine this. I mean, you've probably seen or yourself been subject to someone who was your junior chronologically having some power over some part of your life, or trying to give you some piece of advice or something like that, and you look at them and you go, "Oh my God, you're half my age. Shut up," you know.
Or
Like,
sergeant and second lieutenant.
No, that's a great example. Military rank structure is great, yeah, because a second lieutenant in authority is about the same as an E6 or an E7 in charge of a platoon. And this platoon sergeant is probably 35 to 45 years old, and he's got this 22-year-old who's trying to tell him what to do. Are you freaking kidding me? That's a great example. Yeah, so, I mean, you look at that and you go, bullshit, you know? And what you really want is someone older, more experienced than you to give you advice, especially as a typical male. You want that. So it wouldn't even make sense if Jesus was 33. You know, like, which is what Christians they say about that.
So how old do you think? Did you say?
Well, according to the stories, like 65 to 72, and 72 is a specific number given that he becomes the prophet. And if you're 72, I mean, your body's, you know, it's not all that ripped abs, six-pack looking kind of guy anymore.
Well, speak for yourself, Richard.
Well, you might.
But after a lifetime of being soft and pudgy, I'm hoping that in the next 30 years I might actually get a six-pack.
Right on. Well, you could.
So I
if you
can at
worked
least
for it.
die at 72 with a six-pack.
Right on.
It's not going to happen.
You could do it. There's people who have.
I'm only going to get fatter.
There's people who have. It's possible. It's not very normal.
Oh, it's possible. But, yeah.
But then
I don't know. Unless I get really rich and I can just pay someone to cut it off me, or maybe they can figure out how to
liposuction.
Get your body to exercise at night while you're asleep or something.
Oh, we've already figured that out. It's just annoying.
What is it?
Oh, DC
Oh, no, that
electrodes.
electrocution.
Oh yeah, you can totally exercise, you know, while you're not trying to do anything. Set it up and it just works. You can totally do that. So yeah, the description of the high priest always has him like in good with good genetics, like no hunchback. You know, they never had their nose broken. They got both their testicles. You know, there's nothing like physically wrong with them. But that doesn't mean you're 30.
Well, if you're going to live, one of the things that I always thought atheists got wrong in an internal critique of the Christian Bible, the Christian Bible, was putting that extra Christian in there was all it took for my brain to focus on that and actually forget the point.
Okay, let's start over. So, one atheist trope, which is a deep misunderstanding often made about Christianity concerning the text of the Bible. Well, that didn't do it. No.
One
I
of the
was
things I
talking
always
to,
thought something got wrong about the Christian Bible was
about prophets and how they were actually at the height of their profiting when they weren't, a little kid. They weren't 30 or something.
Oh, thank you. So we've always, like in the earlier Bible, where they lived for 600, 700, 900 years,
Yeah.
we always pictured them like the ones that had babies later on as these wrinkly old men, barely able to get it up. If you'd think if you were living in like average of say 600 years, that you wouldn't go grey and old until say maybe, I don't know, 500. You know what I mean? Like
That seems if you took the normal aging process and just stretched it out. It's not that they got super ancient.
Yeah.
They weren't 5 times worse than someone who's 100 years old at 500. Because you're just like, I don't know, skin and bones with you can't close your mouth anymore. What the hell would that mean? Yeah, that would make better sense that way. Now personally, because it talks about them transitioning into this long life situation and then living for about 1,000 years, and the fact that there's never the number 6 in their age, but there's often the complementary set numbers like 7 and 8. The number 11 often shows up. That it's referring to them having already transitioned and being in a greater, better state. That is to say, they ascended. And in reading it that way, it's consistent, and it's not like stretching physics or anything like that. It's just that they received their perfect body. And especially where it says that these really old people died, like you read in the King James, probably the JW, that they died. The actual word there is that they transitioned again, which just means they changed. And then the Christian presupposition within their doctrinal view made them write the word die, when that's not really there.
And I've got your stamped guarantee if I don't die before it, it's me that gets to go.
Yeah, as far as I can tell. That's what I'm convinced is
Like
true.
they'll fix my broken body, not try and shove
Not
my
give you a new
consciousness in a new one.
No, I literally think that the same thing that science is looking for in the freedom of the human genome by removing the microRNA blockers is the same protein series that is already contained in quote-unquote the fountain of youth or the waters of everlasting life. I think that's what those stories are talking about, is just because you go there and drink the water, it frees you. In which case you
imagine like water with like that drug that you told me about in the army, but 10,000 times better.
Well, we apparently have the ability to make the right chemicals and proteins to maintain our genetic material, but we don't make enough of it, so we quote unquote age. But if you just made the right amount of it, you wouldn't age. That wouldn't be a thing. So if we were just if the frequency of the expression that causes you to produce those telomere maintaining chemicals, right? If you just expressed it more often, you wouldn't age. And that's it. There you go, longevity.
Is there any reason that we couldn't develop the genetic engineering to switch our genes on or off, or do whatever we got to do to be like the jellyfish?
We are working
so that
on
we can actually like go back and forwards in age.
Oh,
Could you imagine,
well,
like,
we're not trying to do that. No, no. Apparently, what you get is a natural progression
no, we should be.
to adulthood, and then you can maintain that perfect adulthood, but you couldn't regress.
Well, hello, person that I do not know.
But if say you were 80 years old, right, and your body started repairing itself properly, you'd still be 80 plus years old. But if you were in perfect health at 80, you'd look 30.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. But there's no, I don't think there is a way to go younger than fully adult once you got there. I don't think that would be possible.
Well, what is there's creatures that can do it.
Yeah, but they're not primates.
They're
Not primates.
yeah, they're not primates. They're not even mammals. They're not even chordata.
Yeah, but Hillary, you're getting a bit blasphemous and doubting the power of the angels.
Yes.
The Elohim. Kardashev 4, baby.
It doesn't look like there's a
want my
way to
fucking
like.
jellyfish genes. It's not much
don't
to
need 'em.
ask, Richard. Is
You don't
my
need 'em.
own consciousness in my body and jellyfish genes. No, but
Why
I
would you
want
need
them.
jellyfish genes? Look, Science
Because I
Magazine.
want to
not
play
to,
around and go 20. Now I'm
No,
40. Tomorrow
Oh,
I'm
no,
going to
you
be
don't.
60.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't want to, because someone somewhere would say, "Oh, I want to be 3." And then what? You have adult knowledge in a 3-year-old body? That's just weird.
And it'd be so painful. Remember, growth.
But
Growth
that should be
spurts.
okay in heaven.
It would be so painful for your bones to grow and shrink.
Yeah, shrinking your bones wouldn't be stretching muscles. You'd look like a dwarf. You'd have like adult muscles on a little tiny body.
Yeah, weird. but how would your bones shorten? They'd have to thin out and break off, I think.
I don't know how bones
Well,
could
I
shorten.
was this height since about 15, so I can at least go back to about 20 comfortably, surely.
Sure, but in a perfect health state, you'd be effectively, 25, 30 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's not Popular Science. It's
Can we
Science
go
Magazine.
25? Does it have to be 30?
I don't know. I don't know what the perfectly adult but not yet aging age is. I don't know what that is. I say
You know the
27-ish.
angels are going to throw me out the airlock, don't you?
Just for asking these kinds of
They're gonna
questions.
be like,
No,
this-
I think
this
they'll be
guy's
laughing their
just too
asses off.
fussy.
I think they'll be laughing like I am. But okay, so Science Magazine, I think it was either June or July edition in 2016, which Science Magazine is a journal. It's not Popular Science, okay? And so there's not very many pictures and there's a hell of a lot of words. It's that kind of a magazine. Science Magazine,
See?
2016. It was
You don't know
June,
how
July.
weird your friends are, Richard.
June, July, August, put out an article saying that by 2026, which is now rapidly approaching, that they will have unlocked this microRNA blocker and freed the human genome. They'll be able to do that. They estimated they'd be able to do it in about 10 years. And we can see, because we've discovered so many things, we can see about how long it takes to do the elimination process and find a certain chemical chain. Okay? So they said it'd be about 10 years, which would be 2026. That's the fountain of youth. That's like, no kidding around. Chemically plausible, our potential is already there. People don't age anymore. And in fact, when you think about not the transhumanism movement, but the people who are talking about biology and medical advancements, when they say the first human being is already born who will live forever, this is what they're talking about. Or the first human being who will live forever has already been born. This is what they're talking about.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
So it's
I'll be happy just to get another 100, 200 years. Could you imagine? I would literally die a happy man at 200 years just because we spent our whole life thinking we're only going to get 80.
Well, yeah, that would be a pleasant surprise. But as 200 or 300 or 500 approached, you'd go, I'd be really happy if I could just go to 1,000. And I think that's just what we are. We would just do that.
I just need to keep me alive till the spaceships get here.
Right, that's fine too. And that's part of my point, is that we force the hand of God. That we are the ones who decide when end times is, because if science is literally trying to make us a space-based society where we don't have diseases and we don't have aging problems and we don't have supply problems, it's ironic to me that the anti-theist, skeptical, STEM job skill set are trying to replace heaven. Those are the promises of heaven, and we're trying to do it. But that forces the hand of God, because now we're really close to doing that. And if heaven exists and they promise they give us this, then they can't let us do it ourselves now, can they?
The witnesses used to say that.
I think that's true.
Stay alive till 75.
Yeah. But you said something else right at the end there that I thought was poignant.
We force the hand of God. If they're going to do it, they can't let us.
Fuck, did you really say all that?
Yeah.
What was I listening
Said a lot more
to?
than that.
See, when I'm in a deep conversation, my mind's probably like half in the conversation and half thinking about whatever the hell we're talking about.
I mean, there's no way for people to have understood it at the time when it was being written in the ancient Near East. But the story of Babylon necessarily, and I've seen people, and I gave them no clues except for the direct idea for idea translation in those ideas in the correct order. And I've seen people necessarily, logically come to, this is describing the flippin' internet. And that's correct. It is describing the internet. I think it couldn't be describing a different thing than the internet in the Tower of Babel. And the translations do it no justice, because it says elevated platform, but it doesn't say that the elevated platform will be secure. And it says speak the same language, but it doesn't say speak the terminate language, the last language, the final language. It doesn't say that, which is just laziness. It's not the right idea. And it doesn't say that instead of reading that the whole thing produces slime pits, the translation says they used slime as mortar to put the bricks together. It's not even the right ideas in the right places. It's not close. And where it says bricks is actually thin, pale tile. You would never try to build something of great height out of thin, pale tile, because because it has no thickness to it. You're not, it'd take forever. It would be like try to build a tower out of floor tiles. Well, good luck. You're just going to be there forever.
It's motherboards.
Well, I believe it is motherboards.
Yep.
And it doesn't say to burn the tiles. It says it burns. They burn within people to build tiles. They encouraged them. They said, "Oh, this is going to be so cool. Wait and see." And look how awesome this idea is. It burned within people. It didn't burn the bricks. And how it ended up burning bricks, I mean, is nothing but presuppositions.
Good to see you.
We really couldn't have
Monker.
understood those ideas until perhaps the last 100 years. It wouldn't have made sense in any manner of speaking until the last 100 years. You want to activate your slime mold genes? Do we have overlapping genes with slime
With
mold?
slime mold?
Do we? Slime mold does some pretty crazy stuff.
I could only imagine all the number of creatures that are in our line that we don't know about.
Well, it should be all
down
of them.
on that end.
Not in the direct line, but different products, all coming from singular set. Yeah, the Elohim only claimed to have altered existent animals, not invented them. Because it's the same word bara, to repurpose or reform a thing. That's consistent. It's bara. You can look them up. It's always bara.
And I think the problem with 8 billion people on the earth now, Sandy, is that humans are obsessed with rubbing their genitals together. If they could just stop doing it for 5 minutes.
I know a joke based on
We
that.
do.
Hey, Sammy, did you know statistically there is a woman on this planet right now having a baby every 1.5 seconds? Did you know that?
Wow. Yeah, I knew it
we've
was
gotta
about a
find her.
second.
We've got to find her
Yeah.
and stop her.
Yeah. There's ethics, but then we've got to do it for the world. I'm happy to do it, guys, if no one else can. Yes, they haven't banned birth control, but they don't fucking promote it either in the right places. We still have grown adults trying to impede young people learning about safe sex practices and telling them to abstain. So, of course, as every human, for as long as humans have been human, they're not going to abstain. They're going to rub their genitals together and babies are going to be had. But instead, you tell a 6-year-old, all this stuff when they don't really care about it, and keep them informed as they grow. It's not a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
we were into ankles because in our day they didn't show ankles. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you couldn't see somebody in a pair of yoga pants, you'd be judging them by how plump their hand is, you know?
Yeah.
And
Could
the
you
bone
imagine
structure of the
someone
hand,
from
if that's all you could see, you'd find a way to do that.
Yeah. Imagine someone from the 1800s being plumped into a pole dancing exercise group. And they're like, no, this isn't sexual. This is just how we exercise in the future.
I imagine that is really good exercise, actually. That looks hard. I mean, I'm pretty sure I couldn't do it.
No.
This statement is true of the biology teacher. By Halcyonic. That's true, except that it doesn't take into account like variation over time where those sequences changed. So we have hints of everything ancestral in us, but not all of everything ancestral in us. That wouldn't be true.
Apparently we've been graced by Hairy Guru, the pole dancer, agreeing with me that pole dancing is the future.
Okay, if that's not Math Pig, I'm a monkey's uncle.
I know, right? That just like smells of bacon.
Yeah, that reeks of bacon.
Sorry, I interrupted you for that.
No.
I didn't?
No. The statement was complete. So, I'm claiming I was at this huge advantage for being an anti-theist. That's what I'm claiming. That I didn't value any church doctrine. And I've heard people say, "Oh, I was an atheist or agnostic, and I read the Bible, and it's awful, and it's talking about all this collateral damage and death and a war god, or maybe even a war god of fire is what it's just." No, it's not. That's Christianity. That's adopting Christianity. And not liking it. But it doesn't make sense to me to say something like, this group is silly for all these reasons, and I know that they're silly, and I'm going to use the silly things they say to judge a piece of literature. I mean, there is a severe logical inconsistency right there. Because anyone who does that is being just as silly as the Christian. Just as silly, maybe worse. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Hillary's, if you're even there, this is how you tell if you're listening.
Uh-huh. I mean, either throw it away or keep it. But anything in between doesn't really make sense. Like, how can I claim I throw away Christianity and then I read slay as murder? when, like Hebrew definition 1155, slay, which it's not the majority, but it's oftentimes in the text. It means kill. You can read it as kill, but it's also entertain, to cause, to applaud, and it looks more like as a cumulative idea. That comedian really slayed him. It's that kind of slay. It's not physically damaging in any way. So if that's where 1155 is used, if that's what it's talking about, is to like really shock them, change them, entertain them, then there's no end of life involved in that. That's not that kind of kill 'em. That's the wrong idea. So why should I adopt the Christian idea, which is just hateful and prejudice, saying God killed those people? Why should I think that's true? Because it doesn't even make sense in the definition of the word. Like, how could you say God killed them or made them applaud?
Well, you can't. And that's why I see people running away from the Old Testament.
Yeah. Well, if they're going to maintain, their doctrinal ideas about it, they kind of have to, don't they?
Hmm.
You kind of have to run away from it and not talk about it, not think about it, not study it. Oh, it's just New Testament. It's just Paul now. We just Paul, and that's it.
Well, it's like we've reached I don't know, maybe it's always been the case that there's a few outliers that can see it, but I guess as far as me noticing, it's like people are starting to, not being able to defend the horrid stuff as easily. They're either starting to dismiss it as war propaganda.
I've seen that, yeah.
So in one breath, denounce the inerrancy of the Bible by calling it propaganda.
Right.
And then turn around and call it inerrant again.
Right. Well, there again, you can't have it both ways. It's the inerrant Word of God that wouldn't literal, but is to be taken literal, but a good chunk of it is war propaganda or war rhetoric. Yeah, no. You can't say both those things. They're self-defeating.
Yeah.
Peace and respect, Batman and Ape. And what, Jill just did that? Didn't Jill just do that yesterday? Said it's war rhetoric?
Oh no.
He agreed.
Go ahead.
There you go. Oh, someone mentioned that Praise had done it. Someone had mentioned that Praise had done it on his channel.
Oh, okay.
A bunch of people had done it. And of course, as soon as we mentioned who said it, oh, well, yes, of course. He was happy to go along with it.
Okay.
Is that, I'm correct, aren't I, Hillary? That's where it went.
Yes,
down?
that's correct.
Well, that to me, that's trying to have your cake and eat it too. You just can't go both ways with it.
Yeah.
See, but I can consistently read it as expressive, and it fits with Jesus's moral standards, and makes sense within all of the text if what it's talking about is the first death, the death of old ideas, the old man is dead and the new man is born, and it's that kind of kill, which is caused by testimony and persuading a person to adopt a new belief about a certain topic, then it totally makes sense to me. And there is no Yalda Baoth making evil acts upon humanity in genocide. It's just not there. And it also justifies how these people are still around after you thoroughly slaughter them. You thoroughly slaughter them. They're in the next chapter, or they're in the next book. They're still there. So how can you thoroughly slaughter them? They're still there. The Christian justification for that is, some people were out of town. They came back. Then you didn't thoroughly slaughter them. That wouldn't be the claim. Well, they were off trading, and you're on vacation.
And so that's the case for every occurrence of that in the Bible.
Yes,
as far
it
as
works
you
every
can
time. I've never. It doesn't fail. Where the other justifications of it make for these really weird situations, like they killed them all off, except somebody was hiding under a rock somewhere. Well, then you didn't kill them.
But
Whereas if you
the-
take it as slay, like testify until they change their mind, if you take it as that kind of slay them, if you take it as the old man is dead kind of slay them, then it works 100% of the time, and there are no moral issues. Especially if the slaying of them involved using the truth, then there can't be a moral issue. Sorry, Sammy, I spoke over you, I think.
No. I tried to talk before you finished. You know what it is.
No, I don't.
No, well, I know you don't. I don't know why I even said that. It's getting distracted by the chat.
Oh,
I
okay.
clearly cannot do two things at once.
That's most of us, I think.
So I'm just going to have
You
to see
asked
if I
me
can
last-
manage to do one thing at a time.
You asked me last if my assertion held continuously, and I said yes, it does, where the Christian assertion does not. It doesn't work in all situations. That
Yep,
if it
and the
means-
assertion was
that it's describing the first death, the death of old ideas, repentance.
that's right. So what about the parts of the Bible that match historicity, or we can back up, that don't need to be that don't, like in there?
Sorry about that.
What am I trying to say? That work in their translation.
Okay, so I think all religions involve real things and made up things because it's talking about a thing we haven't experienced. I'll give a for instance. There is a Native American animistic tribe which assigns human traits to wild animals. Now, is a wolf a real thing? Yes. Is an owl a real thing? Yes. Is a skunk a real thing? Yeah, they really are. Do they have human traits? Well, when you watch them, they kind of act human in certain ways, and then you can attribute human traits to them. Well, now you can use them as a objective example of a premium human thing or anti-human thing, right? And the Bible's doing the same thing. Yes, it mentions some real people, some real towns, some real situations. It also makes up something 30 to 50% of them. Because you can't always have a historical event, and in this way it's animism. You can't always have a historical event talking about something that hasn't yet happened. But you can use some actual historical events to describe some future events. Like, Mom sat down with me and said, kissing a girl is a lot like when I give you a goodnight kiss, only the feelings are different and it lasts longer. And she tried to use the goodnight kiss as an example. Well, that kind of works, but it kind of don't.
Yeah.
So you have to like add to the
right.
example. So they did. So no, not all Egyptians are evil. That's not true. There's some really nice Egyptians. Not all Jews are the most devout people following the correct God. Also not true.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it.
Just because someone's name is Herod, a derivative of the word hero, doesn't mean that they're necessarily, a tyrant. It's just not true. But if I use the word Egyptian to describe Satan and his kind of animal, his kind of being, are 100% of them evil to us? Yes. That would be true. Would their leader be to them a god? Yes, that would be true. Is he ultimately in charge? Yes, that would be true, and he alone is in charge. So the Egyptians and the pharaohs were a good example of that to those people at that time, and it makes for a good example of what they're talking about. But it's not what they're talking about any more than I don't know, name your culture, because they just did this everywhere.
The extinct pygmy tribes.
Tell me about any of their religious stories.
I have no idea.
Neither do I, so I can't help on that one. But name a culture we know something about and their story. I guess I didn't say that part. We have to know their religious stories. But name a culture and their religious stories, and this works. Like, there is an ultimate evil set to the Norse. There's this other people who are not Norse, and they're objectively evil, and they're very powerful, and 100% of them are evil. I mean, that story's going to exist. It doesn't matter. I've never found a tribe that doesn't have that story.
Hey, I'm leaving.
Okay, have a nice day.
Oh, boy.
Or was that not aimed at me? Okay.
I'm sure it was.
I'm sure it wasn't, yeah. So, I like the river rat is apparent. I would think that the river rat is something that the native Australians find annoying, because in one of the stories they made it the evil character. Now, I don't know why river rats are annoying.
I can. My voice is a little fucked up.
Oh, you sound horrible, sweetheart.
I know. It's all Sammy's fault. Never mind. I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, it's not the 50 fags a day you're smoking.
No, it was talking to you guys at like 2 a.m. to 4:30.
No.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sure it added into it.
It
Part of the
did.
equation. I mean, it's, I don't know. Choose a different culture and look at their quote unquote evil people. And are 100% of those people going to be evil? Of course not. But aren't they represented as 100% of them evil?
And the most evil imaginable, even.
Yeah.
They have to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Archetypes.
Like worse than crazy bad. Like ultimate bad, no matter what. That's not true of human groups. Could it be objectively true of our natural enemy, the adversary, and his crew? Yeah. So it's using real world examples to explain to us something we haven't experienced. But that's all that I see.
Would you call that symbolism?
The word symbolism works. Yeah.
Okay. What else would you call it?
Animism. It's using natural
animism.
surroundings It's using natural surroundings as memory hooks to build on a story so that you can have a learning process.
Okay.
That's what I think's going on anyway.
Should a tolerant society tolerate intolerance? You want more tolerance? Respect my ideas. The answer is no. It's a paradox, but unlimited tolerance can lead to the extinction of tolerance. When we extend tolerance to those who are openly intolerant, let's give them a chance. The tolerant ones end up being destroyed and tolerance with them. I'm sensing this is with one person in mind.
Oh yeah.
Any
That's the only
movement
person it
that
could be.
preaches intolerance and persecution must be outside of the law. As paradoxical as it may seem, defending tolerance requires to not tolerate the intolerant. Thank
But if we
you,
don't
Hal.
tolerate the intolerant, then nobody's tolerant.
Say it again.
Well, just
Yes.
name game.
So they're canceling out one, right? Is that what you're saying, Alex?
So I think this is like, I know Hillary won't like this much because he's a right winger. But as part of the reason I see the right so able to activate and mobilize, whereas the left's like just tolerates it. They're
You think-
weak.
You think the left?
They're limp.
You think the left are tolerating?
The decent left are limp, yeah, and don't. They're not energized for what, because the left by
It might be
nature
good
of
for you to
itself
describe left and
doesn't-
right, because in America it might be flipped.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about America's left and right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we have different degrees of left and right.
Oh, I know.
One
That's
end
why
of
I
the
said the
spectrum.
decent left. I'm not talking about the blue hairs that have abortion cakes.
What is a decent left?
Moderate.
Someone
Moderate
just
left.
close to the center, yeah.
Someone close to the center.
Moderate left.
Okay.
It's just like I'm okay with the moderate right. That, like, it doesn't match my ideals, but I'm okay with it. Like, that's where we should be meeting as a society. But this extreme right and extreme left
Yeah, that's crazy.
is dangerous, and
Like a bad crazy.
it's how societies destroy themselves.
But it usually
The left
happens.
is very center.
Yeah, it
That's
usually
true.
happens from the inside out.
The left's attempt to push the Overton window has just resulted in absolute bizarreness. A world that I don't recognize that occurred in like a matter of years.
Because it's politically,
Mm.
it's the religious political movement combined.
Yeah.
And they want to restrict behavior, like the behavior to defend yourself.
And politicians are more than willing to pretend to be religious adherents in order to win a crowd. I don't believe it because they mess up all the time, but they sure pretend to be.
Yeah, because they got to look the part and act the part.
Yeah.
To be believed.
Oh.
Like,
I don't know
would
that
never-
Jody. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Halsey's asking in the chat. I thought she might have been asking me, and I was going to say, don't ask me to name your fucking politicians. I don't know the left or the right.
Yeah, I don't have.
And I am just talking about the voters. Like, I don't really have a comment on the politicians because I don't know enough about it. But, and I don't trust either side.
No, I don't.
Especially not with people like Biden in control. In fact, I'm so surprised he's what is considered the left.
He's considered senile.
Well, yeah, but he's like,
if that's what left means, fine.
it pretty much is how it's looking. And yeah, you didn't say that there was anyone on the left that was extreme, did you?
Me?
Yeah. As in, like, politician-wise?
No, I was just stating that there are degrees of extreme from one way to the other.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw a commercial on YouTube for Biden while he was running. This is running for the presidency, right? And at the bottom of the screen was the words that he was apparently supposed to say. And I noticed, because I'm a picky bastard, every time he messed up a word, and he messed up like almost 15% of the words. And then I thought, okay, this is a guy running for president of the United States, which means he's got a handler, and he's got coaches, and he's got cue cards, and he's got more than one take, and they're going to get the best take they can of him saying the following.
Exactly.
And the best they could get was about 15% wrong. And I went, holy crap, this man is mentally disabled.
Yeah.
That's when he was running for office. It doesn't seem to be getting better, by the way.
When he was vice president, I didn't take him seriously. So what?
We can...
Why would he be our president? You know?
We can bag out Trump now if it makes you feel better, Halsey.
What?
Halsey.
Halsey said if it's going to be a Biden bash fest, she's out.
No, Trump's worse.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We clearly said both sides of shit.
Yeah, I think Bill Clinton was our last really good president.
I mean, if you asked me about my Bible and I was brandishing it,
sorry.
the chances of me holding a Bible upside down in public while brandishing it on purpose is about 0. And I'm not even running for president.
Yeah. Oh, and I reckon everyone in this panel, and we're from the left to the right here, would agree with this. He's president because the alternative was Trump.
Those were the choices.
Whether you like Trump or not, you can't deny that Biden's only got in because he was running against Trump. If it was someone
or the vote
a
was
bit
stolen.
more decent, he wouldn't be president right now.
Or the vote was a sham.
Yeah, if we go back anything like, I mean, Hillary's said Clinton, but if I go back to anything like pre-JFK, any of those guys that ever ran for president or became president versus anything we have today, dude, no contest. Nobody we have today would win.
Yeah. Yeah, because nobody's gonna run and be perfect. You're gonna have a problem because all of us think differently.
Well, I think that Obama was a great orator. Okay? And back then you had to be that good of an orator as like a minimum. And then your platform also had to be super strong. Today, we got people that can barely talk.
I
mean,
thought
Trump.
President Obama had a teleprompter.
Sure.
Well, they all have teleprompters, but can you make it sound right?
Oh. So I got the impression he didn't mean what he was saying.
Well, he may have. I don't know. I don't have access to how much of that he wrote and how much professional writers wrote for him.
Right.
But man, he made it sound like that was all him. He was a great orator. He like understood the message and knew where the emphasis belonged and how to say it and when to pause and how much to pause and really drive it home, whether it was his words or not. I don't know. But he was great. He was a great, powerful speaker, you know?
But then I guess
Now
it depends on the person and what they think about their words, you know.
And now we got a guy that stands up in front of the podium and he goes, "Oh, it was the greatest thing. It's going to be the great," and great is like every 10th word or something. What the hell, man? Find a vocabulary printed somewhere and use it.
Yeah. Now we have, Mr. President, did you ask permission before you grabbed her by the pussy? Please tell me you asked permission.
And that's what we have now.
Yes, I asked permission. It was a beautiful pussy.
Yeah, but we got what we wanted, right?
I not what I wanted.
I mean, we didn't want Trump. We didn't want Trump, so we didn't get Trump, is what I'm getting at.
Shoot, I want Jefferson. I want Lincoln. I want Davis. I want a whole bunch of them, but I don't want what I got.
Okay.
I mean, it used to be that if you were president, you were brilliant, you were a philosopher, you had some understanding of the people and what the people wanted, and you cared about those things.
You possibly kept slaves and had
that part I could do without that.
With your maid servants, and
I must admit I could do without that part.
Yeah, but
there's
not
a
all
few
presidents.
aspects from them back then, but I do get the sentiment.
Not all presidents
Victims of the
beat
time.
their slaves.
Oh, well, as long as we're not beating our slaves, then I guess it's all good. You know, fuck freeing the slaves. Just make sure you don't beat them.
So which would you rather
If
have?
you do beat them, just make sure it's not to death.
So if you're a slave master, would you rather have slaves you have to beat or slaves you don't have to beat?
I would rather not be a slave master.
No, I'm giving you one option or the other.
Well, then I'll commit suicide.
No, you
There's
can't
no
do
such
that.
there's no such thing as have to beat. There's good management and there's bad management, and there's manipulation through violence and there's manipulation through coercion.
Sure.
And if you help a person set goals that are achievable, which they can kind of like see the light at the end of the tunnel, that they could actually achieve goal A, they will try to achieve goal A if they got to set it.
Yep.
Okay,
agree.
so and that's how we all became willing slaves.
Yep.
And that's what's being done today, and we seem to like it.
I know. Well, we say we like a paycheck to buy groceries, or we can starve. Which one?
Or not a true dichotomy, grow a garden.
Yeah, but not everybody has a green thumb.
You can learn about that. It's green thumb
They
is
can
not
get
magic.
one.
Green thumb is education. It's not magic.
Okay, what about the climate?
Don't move to Alaska where nothing will grow. Don't move to the middle of a desert where nothing will grow. Everything else, there's places to grow stuff.
Well, like California is having flash flooding. So my garden just went down the side of the hill.
And what are you going to do about it?
Don't move to California.
Yeah, I'd say go out in the desert and eat the cactus. That way you don't have to worry about planting.
Cactus?
Yeah.
Actually, you can eat a lot of cactus. That's true.
I've never had it.
The inside of it's great. Very sweet.
Cool.
Yeah, prickly pear fruit. Delicious. A lot. The seeds are big, but it's delicious.
I'm going straight for the peyote.
I was raised on venison.
Fuck this. If
pork.
I'm starving in the desert, I'm going out with a bang.
I was raised on venison and pork and rabbit and duck and chicken and, you know, I mean, I'm not saying we didn't buy groceries, but
Oh, we raised crops and had a wide variety of animals like you guys did. Mom and Dad called it sustenance farming. Of course, you can't grow gasoline. That doesn't really work out. You can't build a gasoline refinery. So you grow too much tomatoes and you sell them and you buy gasoline and toilet paper with the extra tomatoes.
right.
Right.
I like that idea.
It works just fine.
Don't
But
they
you still
call-
need an overarching industry and you still need an overarching government for that to work. Or you just live without gasoline and toilet paper.
Well, don't they call that farm to table?
Yeah, it was our farm and then the food went to our table. Yeah.
Well, some people will open a roadside stand
Yeah,
in
you could do it
order
that way.
to make income
Sure.
for the extra tomatoes they grow.
Yeah. Yeah, but that only works in pockets. It cannot work universally unless we're willing to give up a lot of the luxuries that we have in the quote-unquote developed world, like city water. You can't do it that way and have city water.
Right. Well, where I live, there's a lot of wells.
Sure. But like you can't have. I mean, you can make paper yourself. Have you ever made paper from scratch? You
I
ever tried
have.
that?
I have. I
Bunch
did
of
it with
work,
blue
ain't it?
jeans. I did it with blue jeans.
All right.
Yeah.
So
you
if
rip
you
it up.
charged about $20 an hour, how much is one sheet of paper worth?
Why would I charge $20 an hour?
Because that's an average rate right now. Okay, let's say $10 an hour.
Fucking $5 a sheet.
Is there a middleman that's selling my paper, or am I selling it to an individual?
Make him
I'm
dizzy.
just trying to get the value of one sheet of paper that you made.
Well, it depends. Do I have to sell it to somebody who's going to sell it, or am I selling it directly?
Okay, how many
a
sheets of
person?
paper did you make per hour?
How many?
I'm going to say 2 to 4 max.
How many sheets of paper
Especially
could you
first
make per
go
hour,
around.
Jody? How many could you make per hour with that system?
So I did it with blue jeans. I honestly don't know.
How long did that take?
God, it's been like 25 years since I did it. I mean, I was just playing
I
around.
know, Sam. I was a little kid, but pretty sure it was a slow fucking process, Richard.
That's what I'm thinking. If you have to grind up cotton material, and get like a felt
I used a
layer.
blender. I used a blender.
Well, that's
You
cheating.
cheated.
No, let's
Why
allow
not?
the cheat. Allow for the cheat. Okay, so you used a blender and you made blue jean paste, right?
Yeah.
And then you poured it into some kind of mold and on a
On
very
a
very
screen,
thin layer.
like a house screen, like
House-
you put on
housing
your
screen.
window. Yeah.
Okay. And what was the binder? Just the strands themselves were the binder, or did you add anything to it as a binder?
I didn't add anything.
Okay. And then you allowed it to dry, and voila, a sheet of something you can write on.
Yep.
Did you have to iron it, press it, anything?
No.
Okay. All right. So each sheet probably took about a half an hour.
Oh, to dry?
No. All your work.
I'm trying to remember what I did. I want to say I ripped it, and then I
Yeah.
put it in the blender after it was soaked to loosen the fibers.
Sure.
and then I might have killed the motor on the blender. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And gave up at that point.
No, it worked. I actually made paper,
Yeah.
but I didn't experiment enough to figure out the best way to make the pulp.
So my whole point is, even if you made 20 sheets an hour at $10 an hour, the cost of the paper is so absorbent that you cannot compete with a factory.
I'm not trying to compete with a factory.
Yeah, but we were talking about economics, which is all about can you compete.
Okay.
And Sandy, you just need a good website.
Yeah,
People
if
need
you sold
to know
it,
your shit's out.
yeah, if that was known and it was of quality and there's definitely a market for it, you could probably sell it for $30 a sheet. And
Right.
do okay. Right.
I was making what's it called?
Sandy.
Burdock. You know burdock?
The plant.
So I was taking big leaves and I would put the cement on top of the backside of the leaf. And I was selling them on the side of the road. Excuse me. I gotta stop talking. Anyway, I made money selling concrete leaves, is what I'm getting at.
That's pretty cool.
And I only charged $25. I probably was underselling them,
Yeah.
but there wasn't a lot of time in them.
Right. Make up a batch of concrete, pour it into a mold about the same shape and size as the leaf, press the leaf on top, allow it to dry.
Yeah, no mold. The leaf itself is, you just set it on top of it and you trowel it around it.
Yeah.
And then you let it cure for a few days while keeping it damp.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then I did.
burdock
yeah,
leaves are beautiful and they're very
they
durable.
are.
They're very thick and strong. It's kind of hard
Yeah.
to break them. You'd have to do it on
Right.
purpose.
Yeah, they grow everywhere here.
Yeah, they were famous in West Virginia. I remember that. I remember that plant with the little brown disc seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get the burdock spurs, you know, that get caught on your clothes when you're walking.
Sure. Yep. That'd be
After
the one.
Yeah, after they flower.
What was that about, Sandy? Was I here? I mean, this is my channel, so I imagine I was here, but I don't recall scoffing at someone's art. It doesn't sound like me. I know we made fun of Geo, but that wasn't about his art. That's just what us boys do to each other, and unfortunately, he didn't take it great that day. It's Jesus.
Does it look like me? This is a self-portrait. Sorry.
I was gonna say it's either Jesus, a Neanderthal, or you.
Well,
that's pretty good, man. What medium is it?
It's on paper with acrylic paint. But I was extremely drunk. I don't remember doing that. And I never did it again.
Oh, my goodness. I can't believe you even remember that, Sandy. And yes, anyone who can make something in like a day and then with say a couple $100 worth of material, and then I mean, good on them for selling it for $5,000 or whatever, but and I wouldn't saying like fuck that. I couldn't pay that. It's not really scoffing.
How do you make tables out of sand?
Can you hear me? No. Let me see. Now can you hear me? Now can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. I was muted.
Hallelujah. Yes, well, they are cool as hell. But I ain't got no $5,000 to pay somebody for a coffee table, no matter how good it looks. But I promise, Sandy, as soon as I get the spare $5,000, I will find a local artist and I will buy a table for $5,000.
$5,000 for the table.
Yeah, well, I might be exaggerating. It might have been 2 or 3 or 4. I can't really remember, but they, and when I say a day's worth of work, like, fuck, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it in a year. So I get it, and it's probably the value. I'm just a cheapskate, no. I'm jealous because I want the fucking table, but there's no way I can pay $5,000. So
Do
I
it
have
yourself.
to be angry at the table, huh?
Do it yourself.
Do I what?
Do it yourself.
Oh God, I'm not that skilled. And I mean, I could learn, but I ain't got the time. I'll show you some pretty amazing ones out there. And I reckon anyone who has a bit of time on their hands, you can start pretty simple. Let's see if we can find a good video here. Wow.
You found some good ones?
Yeah. Speed it up. Turn this horrid music down. Oh. So I just got a notification. Wild Heart beat the case.
Woohoo!
I don't know. I kind of wanted him to go back to jail, to be honest. And I know it's not my place to say, but I'm allowed to have an opinion. I just think it would have been better for him because he clearly wasn't managing to stay on the wagon or off the wagon, whichever it is.
On.
Yeah, you got to stay on. You don't want to fall off the wagon. Bit of gold foil.
I love that.
See, easy.
They've made it an entire table.
Yeah.
Easy.
You need a lot of tools for this, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. See, I can't do this out in my little garden shed. But, you know, when I was looking them up and seeing the prices, it would almost be worth trying to get yourself a little area and invest in the tools, because the first table or two you'd make your money back straight up.
Epoxy's expensive.
Yeah, okay.
Extremely expensive.
You gotta put it on an angle, isn't it? It's a legless table.
Cool.
Not bad.
Yeah, I had sped that up times 2, Sandy. Because it was an 8-minute video and I didn't want it to take that long. These ones are a bit boring. There's some that look like little ocean scenes and beach scenes. Here we go. Can you see it okay?
Yeah.
It's incredible, this one. Look at that. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Now Wildheart's just got to beat his alcohol addiction and we're sweet. Or even just manage to learn not to fucking wipe himself out. Would be a good start. Get back to the point where he can hold a coherent conversation, can understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's all anyone asks of him, and he gets upset at the pot smokers because he says, "Oh, you can smoke your pot, but I can't have my drink." And we're not smoking pot to the point where we're fucking talking like this and getting pissed off and yelling at people, and it's just belligerent.
Yeah, it's like it gets, it's like it goes to the point of no return.
Yeah. Which is a desperate cry for attention, but it's the wrong type. So everyone's just sort of said, "No, done."
But if he doesn't, if he doesn't want counseling or to listen to advice, he's not going to take it.
Yeah, no, till he's ready. That's the hard thing, and he's convinced he's like gonna die this way.
Right? And he might. I can't get my pipe to work. It's full of resin.
You need to clean that shit out and smoke it again.
Ugh, I don't like that.
Oh,
You
it's
like
just
that?
a nasty black shit, is it?
It's kind of like tar.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that.
It's just a tobacco pipe.
Why don't you do it like an Aussie does it?
Who?
An Aussie. And wrap your smackers around a big, long, hard bong.
Oh, I don't like bongs. It's still blocked. I have a standby.
That's clever. That's a true smoker. You have been smoking for 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
I have 2 bongs. 4 lighters. Like multiples of everything.
What kind of lighter? What kind of
Jet,
lighter?
all sorts. I've got. Am I even on camera? Yes. Jet lighters. Big lighters. And then my big jet, which is somewhere for dabs and stuff.
I just smoke my own homegrown.
In New York State, is it legal to grow on your own land?
Yes, it's legal.
I so wish Texas would do that.
2 plants per person.
2 plants per person?
That's what I'm told.
Okay, yeah, in Colorado it's 3.
Okay.
Bond's wondering if the girl that apparently agreed to be Wildheart's girlfriend, whether she knows she agreed to it or whether she just said hello to him and that was the same in his mind.
You're beautiful. I love you.
I love you, Jody. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean Jody. I bet he calls her Jody.
And I was married to a David, so I know that type.
Besides, every stupid thing I ever did, I did while totally drunk. Just saying. Or on the oxys. In some place that starts with CA, because they're too fancy to say their places in America, you can have 6 mature plants going, not sure how many juveniles. I did drink twice as much while
I don't think that
I don't think it's in the
the
chat.
authorities. I don't think the authorities are going to be able to, what do you call it?
Stop him from.
Yeah, how do you go around and
You can't
police
unless
New
someone
York State?
commits him
Yeah,
or he commits himself. Never do that. Please, everyone, I beg of you, you ever want to commit yourself, ring me and I'll sort having someone commit you so you can get the fuck out.
It's different in the U.S. If you commit yourself, you can always walk out. If somebody else does,
is it?
you're stuck. Yeah.
they can't hold you unless you're a.
See, they can hold you to test you
Yeah.
if you take yourself.
Well, you have to be evaluated to prove
Yeah.
you're a present danger. Maybe we need to commit the government.
Commit.
Commit them, which means have them evaluated
Oh, yeah, commit the government. So, yeah.
for mental stability.
Yeah, before they can get their job.
Yeah. I I wouldn't trust them to supposedly test the government officials. I mean, look at Biden. Oops.
Right, I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me. I just want to say hello, and that's all. Bye.
Good seeing ya.
I just realised this has probably started again. Not sure what that was a reply to.
Maybe smoking pot. I don't know.
Oh yeah, she probably doesn't like C's. I thought the distraction in the background might have started the conversation, but because BC is the only province to decriminalise everything, we get everyone shipped here. It's like you're a homeless junkie if you, and you have
Oh,
more
wow.
rights than taxpayers.
Eeks.
So many.
I've never been to Canada, and I live 3 hours away.
Oh, really?
Because I figure it's a hassle to get across the border. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's risky.
I know. I would love to visit Canada. I've never even been to Niagara Falls, and I've lived here for much of my life. I can literally go there in 3 hours, which is funny.
Yeah, I can't believe you've never been.
Never been to New York City either.
Oh,
Jill's an idiot. That's not very nice to say. If you can't think of something nice to say, don't say anything at all.
oh.
What you're missing in
yes,
that
Mum.
is Jill wants to be known as combative and wants to be known as an idiot, so that when he feels like people are picking on him, that proves he's a good Christian.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
My sentiments.
Which is
Exactly.
sick and twisted and wrong, because it could just be that people are saying you're wrong because you're wrong.
Yeah. I've heard him say, I'm going to go pick on the atheist while on a Christian live stream.
I don't know if you. I'm sorry. I love this. This is golden. Can you see, Richard?
What do you got? I turned my back. What is it?
Jill's
Little
stream coming up.
Leviathans?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Ready.
Jill takes on the Leviathan gang.
Oh, God.
Led by pan-atheist William Freeman. So this is apparently Will's atheist gang, even though he's not atheist. Who teaches Peter in Acts chapter 5 claims to be the Holy Spirit or God himself. Dirty varmint, the Amalekite, claims Paul is a murderer. Pseudonym, aka pseudo-Christian, claims Wildheart does not have to believe in the gospel to be saved. Join me in slaying these demons. Even Leviathan that choked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. Jill.
This looks like the ramblings of a very disorganized mind.
Yeah, you know he raced off and did this tonight after getting butthurt and not being allowed in. I've noticed. I knew his pride would stop him from coming in, knowing that I would have to ignore him and leave him sitting there. He made my job easy.
A Leviathan is something very large or powerful of its kind. I would call that Christianity. I guess you call that the pot calling the whatever that phrase is.
Yeah, and this is the tricky thing is I balancing between wanting to engage him. I don't know why, but I'm happy to because we do, especially when it's just the two of us and he doesn't feel the pressure of all the other people
Right.
yelling in and stuff.
Yeah.
We have really civil conversations.
Yeah.
He's still detestable, and that's not going to change. Yeah, I'm going to keep pointing that out, but
The problem I see is there's so much wrong with the approach that he's using and that Veckel is using and some others I know of.
Yeah.
That anything you say about it is not going to be enough to change it. And
When
and
you
the
say
only
change it, what do you mean by it? Change
the
it?
approach, encourage them to change their approach. And it's the only thing I can say universally about it is it's like talking to me when I was 12, and I'm just being like I'm just being combative, and I'm gonna mute him.
Sorry,
That's
is that
a
me?
lot.
Mute.
That it's just like being combative for combativeness sake, but they do actually hear you. They're just going to act like they didn't hear you, like a young teenager does talking to a parent.
You just described defiance.
Yeah, it's a defiance disorder. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a son that has that.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, I think that's the right label. It's like some kind of defiance disorder where you have to act like you're not listening, and you have to like change the subject, and you have to act like they didn't make a good point even if they did.
Yep. I have an 18-year-old son that's like that. He was also born 7 weeks early.
Okay. So I know he actually hears these things. I know he's pretending to not. It's obvious he's pretending to not understand or pretending to not hear it, so that he doesn't have to address it, so that he doesn't have to correct the approach, which the approach only causes enemies, and that makes him right.
And actually, that's what's broken about me, is because I must have had this like ultimate forgiveness thing indoctrinated into me. It's like they can do these horrible things, but I'm like, but they're human, and I forgive them, and they do it again, and I say, but they're human, and I forgive them, and they do it again, and I can't learn.
What do you wait? Is that your resolve, or is that you can't learn? I mean, if you accept them for what they
No.
actually are and say that's okay, it's not your sickness.
But the people around me suffer. And that's where I found myself the last couple of days. Like, I almost feel like, and everyone would say, you don't have to do whatever you don't want to do. But if I don't, then I'm going to be sitting here by myself. You know what I mean?
Possibly.
I know you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a shitty one. But I mean, really, it's simple. If there's an option, I know which option I'm going to go for. So,
Well, here's how I look at it. Life is complex, and there's always concessions to be made within relationships. And how I feel about you, Sammy, is that I value you personally enough that I'm willing to put up with that Jill shows up on your channel and is a huge attention hog and is going to say outrageous things on purpose to provoke people, but it's not going to be the majority of your show.
yeah, I get it.
Peace and respect, Let's Farm.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get material on you. If he can,
He does. He loves to record
yeah,
it.
he wants to get material on you. He can use it on his own platform.
Well, that's a sure sign of a lack of creativity.
Yeah.
Well, because he talks to other people that are like him. So they kind of fuel each other.
Sure.
You know the kind.
Yeah. What I like to do is open a show and make an assertion about what I believe is true concerning spiritual stories,
Okay.
and have people come on and challenge me.
I like that.
You know, and say, okay, well, you know, you're probably not thinking about this very well, or maybe you hadn't considered this other thing, you know, and do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's fairly decent content.
I like that.
It's certainly original content, and I'm not just taking advantage of other people.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea is to come pick on me and what I think is true.
Right. I agree with your approach. I know Ace gives you a hard time because Ace is coming back from indoctrination.
I've tried to point out to Ace, he's only indoctrinated more deeply than ever, and only in a different way.
I hear ya. I don't like that. That fucking grinds my gears.
It does me too. When I say, oh, okay, well, what about this part of the text? What about the book of Revelation? What about Old Testament? And he just hand waves and goes, oh, we don't need to pay attention to that. We only need to worry about Paul. Well, Paul is like, what, 5% of the total of the Bible, maybe, whatever? Well, you're actually throwing away 95% of something that you say is valuable? What are you doing there?
Because he's been under Martin Zender, and I have too. I've only recently known Ace.
Yeah.
I knew Ace in the comment section under Martin Zender.
Right.
Over 10 years. I mean, Ace, I just recently, like 6 months ago, I knew he was like me under Paul's message. We're getting snow.
I think unless you went to apocalyptic text, you'd have a hard time finding something more complex and deep than Paul. Paul is obviously brilliant and is writing about very deep subject matter and his deep understanding of it, and it's extremely difficult. And then that channel wants to act like, oh, look how shallow and obvious this is. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? And I'll watch them. I've even pointed it out several times when I first started coming on their channel.
Yeah.
I said, look, you're ignoring, you're absolutely not talking about this phrase. You just completely skipped over it. You just read it real quick. You're making no comments about it at all. You're not breaking down the text. You're not thinking about each and every part. You're thinking only about parts that apparently, like Zender and whoever, pointed out and had a theory on, and just repeating what they'd said, which is not a Bible study. That is not what a Bible study would be.
Well, Ace mostly reads scripture from Paul's letter. But he recently, like the last 3 days, he's been reading outside of Paul's letters, which is completely out of his character.
I think JG actually got him to do that where I failed.
Yeah. He's a come and go kind of guy.
Yeah. Well, I think JG is trying not to seem like he's trying to be overpowering. He's trying to be metered on purpose in some form of gentleness.
Yeah, I get that vibe. And the same when I've had interaction with someone else that comes up, I've got the impression that women are not allowed to talk.
Yeah. I've seen him shut down women as soon as they come on. Yeah. It's very sexist. Now, I don't think Paul's being sexist, nor do I think any part of the Bible is sexist.
No.
But I think it's describing a very specific situation and a very specific time. And in that time and in that situation, women don't testify. And that's fine. I can see that in that situation. Which has nothing to do with modern day churches or church bodies or who should or should not preach. Has nothing to do with that.
Right. Needless to say, I am not comfortable with that.
Being female and all that, you mean? And being oppressed, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that person. I'm quite the opposite. I think my father thought I was a boy.
Because you're outspoken?
I was the oldest, and he was the oldest. And he was raised by my grandmother without a father. And she was the descendant of a Mohawk woman.
Yeah.
So I have that in my ancestry, if you will.
Yeah.
And then my brother was my baby brother. And yeah, so I didn't have much choice in that. So my father and my brother were like my world. So, and he died early. He was 38 and I was 17.
Jill, have you ever considered that maybe people mute you because you're a jerk who repeats himself 5 times in a row and never says anything only once like normal humans? You
He's
ever
like
consider-
the fly that won't go away from your face. He's
Right.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to
So
bug
what?
you.
What happens to that fly? Eventually, it gets swatted, and then the fly thinks that the swatter was wrong.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. It is.
Now, like a fly, it might be in his nature that he can't do something else. It might be true. Maybe he can't help it. And maybe this is what we have to live with. But man, it sure looks like dishonesty to me. Like if every time Jody started to speak, I just repeated what I just said so that she can't speak. It just looks like I'm a jerk.
Right. Well, you know, the ego is the dick.
Yeah.
And ego wants to be heard and not ignored. If you know what I mean.
But as an adult,
Wow.
you pause for me and I pause for you so that each of us can say things that we think are important. And we may or may not be right, but we should make
Right.
pause for each other.
I mean, we all have dick moments.
I try not to, but man,
If we're
sometimes it's
honest.
tempting.
Yeah. If we're honest, we can all be dicks.
Working on it.
Which to me means you don't give a shit what someone else has to say.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Not you. Peace and
Not
respect,
you.
Midnight. Welcome.
No, I know, but I'm just saying who.
It was
Jill.
It was specifically extremist Christians.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yes, we have one of those in the chat right now.
I used to be one of those. I was a
Were
very
ya?
extreme Christian. And I'm quite the opposite now. It was a long road to get here, though. But I am damn sure happy I'm here.
What's going on with you, Midnight?
Yeah,
on
what's
your
going
brain?
on?
Well, I just finished making meatloaf. It was my first attempt. I guess it came out kind of shitty, but hey, nothing's perfect on your first attempt.
True.
Typically.
I mean, even God didn't get it right the first time with humanity.
Well, meatloaf is tough. Oh, humans. Okay.
Did you overcook it?
No.
Okay. I think, Sammy, are you here? Your decision. If not, I'm going to take a vote of the 4 panelists, and I'm going to give myself a 33% vote rate because I've got the button, whether or not Jill comes in.
I don't give a fuck.
Got one no vote. Okay. Lack of vote.
Well, you can let him in. That's what I mean. I don't give a fuck. If you want to let him in.
That's a lack of a vote.
Oh, well,
I'm
okay,
fine.
then fine. Sure,
I'm
let him
fine.
in.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, got 1 positive, 2 positives. Hillary's?
I'm
Positive.
making a pit stop.
Positive. Okay.
You were never in the military, Richard. Coward. Since you guys are featuring my thumbnail, I
You are
invite
so
all
full
of
of
you.
crap.
That was interesting for about 5 seconds. He almost
Yeah.
controlled himself. That was amazing. Look, if you want persecuted, I'm going to give it to you. I'm trying to make you happy here. So be backstage and persecuted. Fine. If you were never in the military, you wouldn't be able to like recite certain things that you can't get from a movie. Okay? That's how it really works. The stuff I know about the military, you can't like read it in a book. You can't get it from watching movies. You only get it through extreme repetition and having been in the actual situations. And by the way, when you tell me I wasn't in the military, what you're telling me is that I didn't go to Desert Storm. I didn't see the fires burning. I didn't see dead bodies strewn along the sides of the road. I didn't see any of my friends killed. I mean, you're just...
Yeah, it's insulting, Jill. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I don't even know where he comes up with this stuff.
He just wants to provoke me. I'm not provoked. It's just not reasonable, and I don't see any reason to put up with it.
Yeah.
You were never in the military. You were never in the military. You were never in the military.
Yeah,
okay?
But I know you don't mean it.
No, I know. I was just repeating what Jill says.
Yeah. Like for instance, you can't watch in a movie or read some book on mundane things that nobody would ever write down that you would know if you were in the military. Like any technical manual or TM has actually 4 additions to it at different levels. Like you've got operators level which is 10 level, then you've got squad level which is 20 level, and then you've got shop level which is 30 level, and then you've got 40 level which is depot, and depot is things like rebuilding a transmission and an engine. The guys at the shop and the operators don't do stuff like that. And you wouldn't know that if you had never been there. Like, why would they include some goofy crap like that in a movie? It's boring. Nobody cares. So they don't.
Joe just totally wasted his opportunity. Had everybody agreeing, and then came in and just...
That would have been fine. No, it has to start with an insult.
Yeah.
Has to.
Yeah, that's what they do. They do that.
I mean, did he not realize that you had the power to let him in?
Well, yeah. Richard just said that he was the one making the decision.
Yeah. I even said I was going to give myself 33% vote, which I was in favor of him coming in, which made it unanimous. Mostly because it's not my channel, and Sammy would have let him in. Maybe I touched a nerve when I said, "Hey, look, you're getting yourself persecuted on purpose for self-confirmation." Maybe that touches a nerve.
Yeah.
Because that hits the pride.
Well, you know, it's funny. Pride is admonished in the Bible much more than theft, homosexuality, witchcraft, much more.
Yeah, that's self-righteousness, which is the opposite of God. So that's Antichrist. The Antichrist is coming after Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the statements of the Antichrist, they're all proudful.
Yeah. And Christianity thinks they're the savior when they're the fucking Antichrist. Who would have thunk?
They're at least an, if you would bend that far to say a Antichrist instead of the.
I believe the Antichrist is right here.
Okay.
Right on the forehead, right where your brain is.
I think that's what forehead means. I agree with that part at least. Peace and respect, Simos.
Hi, Simos. So, like, me saying that in Ace Theo channel, I would get that look. Like, yeah, I'm not agreeing with that.
Say that again. I'm sorry,
So-
my brain didn't catch it.
On Ace's channel, if I said that the Antichrist is in your mind,
Yeah.
I would get shut down.
I don't know what that brand of religiosity thinks about the Antichrist. I don't know what they think. Do you?
Wait, hold on. He has the evidence that you were never. What?
What?
Jill, I'm just looking at the side chat.
Oh.
Private.
Jill, first human in history can prove a negative. Amazing. Holy cow.
Prove a negative.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if there's no evidence available because a thing didn't happen, then you don't have evidence. So you can't prove a negative. It's impossible.
Okay. I think
You could make argument for it. You can make inductive argument. You can't give evidence to a non-thing because there wouldn't be any.
Okay.
Yeah.
I buy that.
I mean, I could produce I could produce my discharge papers, my enlistment papers. I could produce my 2 alpha. In fact, you probably don't know what a 2 alpha is unless you've been in the military.
No.
Because that doesn't show up in movies. That term doesn't show up in movies. That's your actual record is your 2 alpha.
What does that mean?
It's just a breakdown of like when you joined, what rank you were given, what awards you had, what your discharge conditions were.
Okay.
Stuff like that. It's just a bunch of statistics. Who your next of kin is for insurance purpose, insurance payment per. She just dropped herself. I don't know. Her hand moved and then she was gone.
Yep, abracadabra.
Yeah, like I'll give you my full name. And I'll even give you my social security number because I don't hold debit accounts or anything. I don't owe any money. So it won't do you any good to have my social security number. I'll even give you that, Jill. You can look me up. I was actually where I say I was when I say I was. I was Army Reserves for 6 months. That's true.
Well, on your way out?
On my way in. Then I got married and I was in the Appalachian Mountains and I didn't have family that had business. She already had 2 kids, McDonald's and agoraphobia. And as soon as we got married, if I earned any money, that would kill her welfare check, right? And I tried really hard to work as hard as I could, as many jobs as people would let me work. But I could not pay for the kids and the house and everything that welfare was paying for. I just couldn't do it.
Right.
So without even talking to her about it, because I was newlywed and I didn't know any better and I'm the man of the house, I went and joined the Army Reserves. And I did that for 6 months. And I was also working at McDonald's. That's all I could get. And I just could not pay the bills. I couldn't. So again, without asking her, I went regular Army and shipped out. And then it was like, I think it was like 3 months. They got me on post housing, and I moved her and the kids up there over there, to Kentucky from West Virginia. Jill, I don't care if you're a teacher or not. I really don't care. It's just a joke people tell. Maybe I shouldn't participate in the joke at all.
Howard, keep my name out of your mouth. I don't think you have the authority to say shit like that, Jill.
But I just no. I'm the one that said to him, and to this one guy, that if they would remove my name from their mouth, I would do the same. Neither one of them could do it. But that was my offer. If you'll shut up about me, I'll shut up about you. Then I gave them 2 more chances. They could mention me 2 more times, and they could not stop. So I went back to talking about showing up on their shows, etc. And they're the ones that complained that I did that. They broke the contract, not me. Of course, they just conveniently forget that. By the way, the I in Richard should not be capitalized. There should be a comma after the word Richard here. I'm has an apostrophe in it. The is spelled T-H-E. Man is spelled M-A-N, not M-E-A-N. There should be 2, not 1, spaces between sentences. So you treated the end of a sentence as if it were a comma instead of a period, but you used a period. But should have a comma after it. Shut up about me being a sub-teacher, comma, or you will be exposed. Exposed does not have an F anywhere in it.
Jill, oh my God. When you say you're an English teacher and you write like this, it brings into question that do you not see that?
Yeah, is that supposed to be I'm not that mean, or is that supposed to be I'm not the man? Because nobody can tell.
Okay, Richard, I won't tell anyone. I'm not that mean. I'm just gonna go with I'm not that mean.
It's supposed to be I'm not that mean? Okay, fair enough.
I'm gonna go with that.
It's misspelled either way, but okay, fine.
Yeah.
Like, my mom wasn't even an English teacher. She was a science teacher. She was a chemist and a biologist. But she would never have written a sentence like this. You wouldn't... There's no way she would write a sentence and not peek back at it and fix whatever was wrong. There's no way. Because teachers just are more picky than that. And then when you do something like this and it looks so I don't give a crap, it looks like no teacher ever wrote this.
True.
Because if you're a teacher, you have to be picky and you have to care. And you have to be willing to teach others by example. And when you set a horrible example, you look like you're not a teacher. Now, when I meet anyone, I call them sir and ma'am. I give, upon meeting people repeatedly, even if they don't seem to deserve it, a modified salute, which now became a bow. I know all the jargon of the military. I know how military things... I mean, I show every aspect of having been military at some point. Some people, I don't even mention it to them. And they themselves weren't military, but they knew military people and say, oh, you know, the way you talk, were you in the military? People ask me because it's that evident.
My great-great-grandfather was a bishop in the Civil War. So I'm taking it he was a Catholic priest.
Okay.
From what I researched. I don't know if I'm right.
There are
Let's
bishops
see.
in Protestant religions too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in order to be working for the military as a religious liaison, which is it's pretty much a liaison. It's not. I mean, they get paid. You know. You'd have to have been of some recognizable denomination, one of the major denominations at least.
Right. Yeah. So that last name is Newman. Newman.
Yeah.
That's my mom's side, and she died in 1968. In 1968, she was 19, and she was a Newman. So there's that. Because I was raised McCann.
Yeah. Jill, if you knew who I was and you had some evidence to my past, you'd be able to easily recite my middle name. Go ahead and put my middle name in the side chat.
I know it.
Yeah, you know it because I've said it, and you have my email and stuff. Mm-hmm. If he thought about it, he could just look it up on his own email. But I'll bet he doesn't know it.
Okay.
But if you'd seen my documentation, it's right there.
Right.
No, I'm not triggered, Darwin's dilemma. I'm just tired of the crap.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I mean, I've gotten triggered a few times. I let him get to me, and actually, Jay Pasick pointed it out to me and made me realize that Jay was completely right, that it's purposeful triggering, and I shouldn't fall for that. And I'm stupid for falling for it one time, and I fell for it more than once. But I won't be falling for it again, now that I know it's a game.
I feel like that was my marriage.
I'm sorry.
It's only been 3 months, so it's still pretty raw.
Yeah. The whole separation's been 3 months, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I walked away. Yeah.
That's pretty new, yeah. Perfectly normal to have mixed emotions about it, you know, Jody. Perfectly normal.
I agree.
Okay. And just because you miss certain aspects or something doesn't mean you were wrong for leaving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, I know you know it, but you still should hear it from friends.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, mostly with adequate information, we actually make good decisions. The question is, do you have adequate information? And when it comes to something like your personal life and your experience, I'm sure you had all the information necessary to make a good decision. And
yeah,
you
I think
most likely
I would
made
be
a good
one.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I ignored most. I ignored a lot.
I'll bet you did. In the name of forgiveness and love. But at some point, there's some tipping of the scales where you go, you know what, this is too much.
Yeah, I was like the kid that was being pushed in a corner.
Wow.
And I told him that. That was one of the last things I said to him.
Got a question for you, Bond official. When you use a table saw, do you have a feather board? And if you don't know what a feather board is, please look it up for your own safety. Because a feather board is an amazing addition to a table saw if you don't already have one.
If it's what I'm thinking, I've always called it a push tool.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so a push tool is exactly what you just said, right?
Yeah.
A feather board is a one-way valve for the material being fed through.
Okay.
And the way it works is you could do it as a laminate, or you could just do it with a good flexible piece of like hardwood.
Mm-hmm.
But you cut it at a 20, and then mount the bottom of the 20-degree angle cut level to the surface on a slide that goes up and down, right? And the quote-unquote feather part is you make multiple slices across it, so that at a 20-degree angle, it will only allow the wood to go one direction, and you can't get kickback. This mounts on your fence and pushes down on the piece of wood that you're feeding through. Does that make sense? Yeah, featherboard.
Right. I think I see it.
So anyway, it eliminates kickback, which is the worst part. Lift and kickback are the worst parts of a table saw. Yeah, Bond, if you do a lot of woodworking, please make yourself a featherboard. Because as soon as your brain becomes confident, you start to go, oh, I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, kickback scares me too, bro. That's why I make featherboards.
Yeah, that was my major in high school, was woodworking. I took it from 9th grade to 12th grade. I was the weird kid. The only girl in the men's woodworking class.
With a featherboard, you can cut a 14-foot singular cut, take your hands off of it, walk to the other side, and start pulling, and you're still safe. You can just let go of it with a featherboard.
Huh. It's too quiet. What the fuck's going on?
Reasonable people pausing to think.
Yeah, I guess it's better than talking about jail. Just saying.
My experience has been the less you give free rent, the more extreme people like that will become. Fisherman's Friend, those are good, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been putting in my throat. So 2 nights ago, I'm in a small kitchen, and I had my oven open. And for a couple hours, I didn't realize that the broiler didn't ignite. And natural gas got into the room.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I didn't feel it right away. But I woke up yesterday morning feeling it in my throat. So I've been drinking a lot. I'm drinking hibiscus tea. I don't know. Maybe I should be doing something else.
This is interesting. Ox brings up there's a new technology that detects the presence of skin in the cutting area or against the blade.
Isn't that laser? I thought that was laser.
I don't know how that works. He'd have to describe, or maybe I could look it up. But even the fastest braking we have, which is it's an opposite rotation coil, where it cuts off one motor and it temporarily engages a coil going the opposite direction. even that, you still get 2 or 3 rotations of the blade before it stops. 2 or 3 rotations of 60 teeth, that's 60 times 3. That's a lot of blades against my finger, thank you. Thunder Dwarf, Thunder Dwarf.
Kind of back. I actually have to put on makeup today because I'm going to a wedding later, so.
Oh, congratulations to your friend.
I know, I'm so excited for him.
See, here's the difference, Jill. Ox spells terribly all the time. And Ox knows that Ox spells terribly all the time. And nobody cares. Because Ox doesn't pretend that he teaches these topics. So are they having like a civil ceremony, or is it a church ceremony? How much crap do you have to put up with here, Pixie?
Well, he is my dear friend, but given that he's a Christian, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a church thing. But it's not at a church. I'm pretty sure it's going to be like a Christian preacher marrying them and stuff. But it's not at a church. It's at a garden, and then they'll have a reception after. So, but I'm excited. He's excited. So it's all fun, you know.
How old are they, approximately?
Oh my goodness. I know Randy, let's see, he's a couple of years older than me. And I think Megan is about my age. So, yeah. So, well, no, she might be a year or 2 older than me, too. I don't know. I want to say he's like 4 years older than me, and she might be a year or 2 older than me, and she might be about my age.
Oh, they're not little kids then. That's good.
No, he has kids. And they've lived together for, let's see, they've been dating for, I want to say like 9 years, and they've lived together for 8, so.
I've always wondered why people get married if they've been together for more than 4 or 5 years.
Well, actually, I think they did the smart thing, right? Like, for me, I was that way. I wouldn't get married when I was pregnant. My child was at my wedding, you know. I wanted to know how things were going to work, and I was never going to have her look at my anniversary date and if things went bad, you know, and look at her birthday and be like, oh, like that just was never going to be a concept in her life. And for my friend Randy, he has kids already, and he had a relationship that almost went to marriage but didn't, and I'm thankful for that. I don't know if he is, but I am, because she was crazy. Anyway, I guess when him and Megan got together, it was like he wanted to he has kids, but he has kids with special needs. Like his oldest daughter is autistic, and I mean like almost non-functioning autistic. They're trying to get her there.
Wow.
Yeah, and so he had a lot of concerns, and he wanted to make sure that it was not just the right fit for him and his kids, but that it was the right fit for Megan. And he gave her plenty of time to leave, and he gave her plenty of time to go, and she wants to stay, and I think that's great for both of them.
Aww. Well, in a situation like that, you really better know what you're getting into. Not that marriage itself isn't serious enough and hard to understand. Yeah, Ox, I totally dig this. I think you're impressively intelligent, and you just don't care about some stuff. Which is fine.
I love that he uses the Wasiku term.
Do you know the? Okay, I get the idea because of context. It means like a non-native, a white, an outsider, something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know the actual. Is there an approximation of it? Because all translations are approximations of what the idea is.
Well, you were right with the context. It's like outsider or foreigner, but like, I think if I was gonna literally translate it, it would be white man, right? Like that was their first like enemy.
Okay.
First real like the, yeah. It's kind of like white man. And they'll do that. They'll pick up like if you're around a bunch of natives, like you really need to know the language. Because some of them will come up and like tell you exactly how they feel, and some of them won't. They'll throw out these little names, and it'll sound like a nickname, and they'll be perfectly pleasant with it, but it means something terrible. Like I took one of my friends to one of the reservations one time.
Yeah.
And she was very loquacious, and like the chief was very like.
I don't know the name. I don't know that tribe. What are the loquacious?
No, I mean she was very talkative.
They never shut us out
I was
either.
kidding.
Yeah.
I was just kidding.
Okay. Anyway, so like the chief was very like forthcoming and forthright with it, right? Like she would start talking to him and he'd answer, and then he'd like get up and walk away. And then he'd come back later and she would do the same thing, and he just looked at her and he's like, "Yeah, you grew up in the white world." And she was like, "What?" And he was like, "You never stopped talking." Right? And then he just like left. And I was like, You've got to start listening more, you know? But they kept calling her, was it like Washi or something like that? And that, like, she thought it was like some cute little endearment nickname. And I just did not have the heart to tell her, like, they were basically calling her the chubby girl.
Later, she had it tattooed on her right arm, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think how suddenly you receive the nickname, or how could I say that? Chronologically, when you receive the nickname is directly relative to whether or not it's a compliment or an insult. And the faster you receive it, the more likely it's an insult. But I think that's human nature.
Either that or it means you're predictable. One of the two. Which in itself is kind of an insult.
Sure. Like if I wanted to come up with a nickname for you, you know, that I generated, and I'm being respectful of you, I'd actually have to like learn who you are.
Yep.
And that would take time.
Yep. That's why the natives have to get to know them before they name them.
All my phone is that way. If you look at my contact list, if there's a real name there, like a recognizable, like human name, they're either work or family, right? No, well, and most of my family's not even in there under their name. If you scroll through my list, you'll be really confused because it's like Ducky and Vegas and and Grumpy Smurf and like it's just a bunch of random nicknames. Like it means nothing to anybody else, I guess.
Yeah.
Oz is because we always go weird places in our conversation.
I only had one nickname, and it was one person that gave it to me. It was my stepmom, and she called me Joe. Other than that,
Because I
don't
work
know.
for a lot of
Vegas is
people.
obvious. He likes poker, and he's really good at it. So he's Vegas, and yeah, Ducky. She's really bright and fun, but she like gets distracted easy, and she we started a rubber duck collection on her behalf that she still has. That's why she's Ducky. Yeah,
See,
and
because I'm a mechanic, generally for a lot of people, I have names on my phone like Steve Volvo. Because that's how I remember him.
I do the same thing. Yeah.
He's the Steve with the blue Volvo wagon. That's who he is.
Like I have Brian Trash in my phone.
Brian.
I'm not kidding.
It's awesome.
I know it sounds funny. Can't make this shit up.
It's okay. My brother is under there under Leaf.
Because.
Oh my god.
Why is my brother Leaf?
Yes, why Leaf? And which spelling of Leaf?
Just Leaf. Well, actually,
Okay.
I don't even spell it. It's just a picture. It's a leaf. It's a leaf.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's in there as, a leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Here, I'll show you in the private chat why.
I got it. Okay.
And before that, he was Marshbug, which is a whole nother story. But yeah, that's why he's Leaf.
I actually had an inclination toward that being the correct answer, which is why I asked you of spelling.
Yeah.
Which is funny because that's not how it's pronounced, right? Like the first part of it's pronounced Leif,
Yeah.
and then you have the rest of it. But because nobody knows how it's pronounced, they always instead of the lay they say Lee, and so
Right.
yeah, so he's Leaf.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, I put my brother's first name in the private chat.
Right, I see it.
I know what that.
Go ahead.
Jody, I could help you to understand what that means. That is a construct in English of identity, meaning a particular one, like that one or that specific one.
Okay.
So it's numerical identity. That's what that is.
Okay.
Of course, that doesn't help you with the word that she put in the side chat or private chat, but but since you asked what that is, I'm more than willing to tell you what that is.
Right.
It's like you're pointing at the thing. That.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah. All that was sarcasm.
I know.
Okay.
I was raised by a German
It's just
woman.
not funny for you. I get it.
No. Okay. To explain myself, Richard, I was raised by a German woman.
Mm-hmm.
Redhead, left hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So she had very dry humor, but dry humor. And her whole life, she spent bartending.
So tough.
Yes. That was my upbringing. So, yeah.
I also do not know the meaning of it. It is a very Swedish name, which is strange because
Right.
I can only think of like one person in my entire family who had like Swedish heritage. Most of, on that side of the family that the name came from, most of the names over there are actually very Persian and Middle Eastern. Like it's a lot of Darius and Xerxes. So how that very Swedish name ended up in the group, I don't know, but it did.
So the fun facts about that name, it says the oldest recorded birth, let's see, was 1940. And then it says it's in a unique name.
It is. Well, nobody can even agree on where it came from. They say it's very Swedish because Leif is a Swedish name, but that's not my brother's full name, right? So
Right.
his actual name, they don't know where it came from. They don't know if it came from that. They don't know if it came from Lyford or Landford, which are both surnames. They're not really sure. And like I said, the part of the family that came from is not only very Native American, but also they have like a lot of Middle Eastern names, old Middle Eastern names like Darius or
well, they say Darius, but everybody else says Darius, and Xerxes and things like that. So I'm not really sure how it ended up in the family, but it's
So
like
it says
that was my dad's first name. That was his dad's first name.
so. These are the weird things about that name.
Before you start that list, please, Pixie, tag you're it. I'm gonna go work for a couple hours. You guys have a great day, and thanks for your adding to my experience.
You too,
Oh,
Richard.
okay,
Thank you.
later, Days.
Later, Richard.
Later.
It says if you take the name and flip it around, it's an anagram. Will give. How do you pronounce that? Whoa! What the fuck? It's an anagram. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay. Huh. I don't know what that means though. Huh. Oh, it says true wealth is buried in the soul. That's what it means. That's pretty deep. True wealth is buried
Yeah,
in the soul.
it's a strange name because most names in the world you can look up the meaning. You can be like, what is the meaning of this name, and it'll tell
Yeah.
you. But if you look up the meaning of that name, there's none listed, and it'll be like origin unknown, and there'll be like no meaning listed, like nobody knows.
Well, it says in 1550 in the territory of Ontario, your profession was chemist, alchemist, and poison manufacturer, whatever the fuck that means. Oh my God.
And then my super munchkin, her name is interesting for the complete opposite reason. It like depending on which cultural reference you're using, her name means different things. Her name means different things in different cultures.
Cool. That means she's multifaceted.
Yep.
I'm that person. Yeah. I'm your eccentric kind. Not that I'm proud of it, but I am who I am.
Oh crap, it's me. Hi.
They wanted your Sammy screen to quit being shared, so
Oh, all right. Cool.
I wasn't sure exactly how to do it, so I said, try it out.
Oh, Sammy's not here?
No.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Hey, Pixie, hi.
Hey, Green, how are you?
All right, I got a day off. That's what's happening.
That's
Me
nice.
too. I took the day off because I'm going to a wedding, and I took yesterday off because fuck it. If I was taking Tuesday off, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got day off because I got snowed in.
Oh.
So,
Oh, there's no snow. Nope, none
there's
of
a
that
lot
here
of
right
snow. Yes. No, Bon, I have not done a cycle. I'm not gonna do that for, I don't know. I don't think I'm ever gonna do that. So I
It is-
thought about it.
It is kind of chilly though. It's only 51 degrees today.
It's 32 here.
Well, it's 51 right now. I'm sure it'll get closer to, but it was 72 the other day.
Oh, okay.
It's 28 here.
That's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't want to live in the northern hemisphere. I would get frostbite. I'm already cold all the time. Like I'm already like always in a robe or fuzzy sweater, and then I go to bed and my hands, my feet, my nose, everything still like ice. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm like that too.
I don't want to live where it's cold. I'm already cold.
We're getting ready to live in a camper. So that should be interesting. And I want to head south.
Well, I will say the winters here do get cold, especially because it's such a windy area. So when it's cold and then that north wind comes in at high speeds, it does get really cold. But I would say that our winters are probably shorter than
What region
the
are you
northern
in?
hemisphere's winters.
What region?
I live in northern Texas,
Oh, okay.
like really close to New Mexico and
Oh, cool.
Oklahoma.
Did you catch any tornadoes yet?
I've seen quite a few tornadoes in my lifetime. Ooh, one time we were moving
You got a
from
videotape.
one place to another. I used to sit out on the porch and watch them in the country, but we were moving, and my uncle was helping me and my dad, and so we're driving, and my uncle, for no apparent reason, we see the sign that says Earth, like so many miles ahead, and so yeah, because there's these two little towns called Spring Lake and Earth. Anyway, so my uncle makes the comment, and he's like, the only time I've ever seen a white tornado was just outside Spring Lake, Earth. And he tells us the story, and we're like, okay. Well, at this point, we're trying to outrun a storm, right? And so, like, my uncle was like, well, no shit. And my dad was like, what? And he turns around and he's like, no shit. And we stop because right there is a white fucking tornado.
Did you say a white tornado?
Yeah, it means it's brand new. It's just forming. It hasn't gathered a lot of debris yet.
They didn't know
right?
that. They don't know the
Yeah,
lingo.
and
the
there it was,
tornado
like right
lingo.
there, and we were like, well, guess we better push ahead a little more quickly, speed a little more. But it was funny because he had just told us the story, and then we like look over, and there it is.
Yeah, I wonder what happens if you get sucked in by a tornado. Did you just fly off?
You can get thrown, you can get beat up, you can get dropped, you can just get run over. The tornado can throw shit at you. But yeah, you want to be pretty anchored somewhere.
You gotta hit the center, right? The middle of the tornado in order for you to be safe. That's why
Well, that's where you're not getting hit with debris and stuff like that, right? But if you're not anchored, you're not making it to the center. You're going to fly before then.
Do they have like tornado junkies? Like
And they
people-
want you to be yeah, we have amateur
Yeah.
storm chasers. But they want they want you to be low to the ground, right? That's why they say like get in a ditch or something, because if you're in a ditch in a low spot, sometimes the tornado will jump the space, like jump across. And so they want you as low as possible and anchored, preferably.
Mhm.
And away from any glass, those kinds of things.
Oh no, of course, well, definitely.
I'd rather deal with tornadoes than sinkholes and earthquakes and shit, though.
That's horrifying. I
Yeah.
never experienced a freaking earthquake or anything.
I've never. Well, they said I experienced it, but I don't remember it. I mean, it must have been so small,
They
Because I don't
said
remember
that
it at all.
there was an earthquake. I said, "Did you feel that?" I said, "I never felt an earthquake at all." Supposedly in 2012, like around my area, they had an earthquake, and I never felt it. it's
Sinkholes
kinda
scare me
weird.
the most, though.
Sinkholes are horrifying. Where,
They
where
are
they have
horrifying.
sinkholes? Yeah, where they have sinkholes? Like where they usually have them? Like where they're prominent in the United States.
I think it's the type of land. I think it's like is it limestone? If the foundation of the land is like limestone, you're more likely to have
Yeah.
that problem or something like that. I'm gonna have to look it up and remember again. I know every time I move, I do look that up. Like I am not on any sort of foundation that is prone to sinkholes. like the
Yeah.
earth underneath me is not of that composition.
I would think of like a state of Louisiana or something where you
Well-
find a lot of
Well, I know
sinkholes.
certain mountainous areas are too, right? Like when you're driving the highways or the mountain passes, the reason you see the like sort of draining systems that they have on those roads is to prevent sinkholes, right?
Yeah,
It's
that makes
so
sense.
yeah, it's because it's not only the type of foundation, it's also caused by like water erosion and things like that.
Yeah, that's the major reason.
Yeah. So I know certain mountainous regions can be prone to it, and that's why they have like the type of drainage systems they have on their roads and mountain passes. Between Raton, New Mexico, and Denver, Colorado, is what is the name of that pass? I always just call it the Raton Pass. Anyway, that pass has a drainage system on it too. Any mountain pass that you see going by a river, especially where there's rapids, those are going to have drainage systems because of the potential of water erosion.
Yeah.
I just had deja vu. Just trying to enjoy the moment.
It's pretty chill.
Yeah, my deja vu moment.
I'm an old lady, so I'm gonna say chill.
So,
I don't know the proper
I say chill too.
terminology.
No, I
so
say
if
chill.
there's gypsum, limestone, or types of rock that are easily dissolved by water underneath the earth in your area, then your area is more prone to sinkholes.
So gypsum is drywall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then limestone and things like that, like the softer rocks, if that's underneath the earth in your area, you're more prone to sinkholes.
And my father was a drywaller before I was born. Yeah. And he dragged us all over the country. We were basically modern gypsies.
I heard this. Oh,
Go ahead.
continue. Please continue.
What's that?
No, please continue.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I thought you said, please listen to me. That's what I
Oh,
heard.
I'm sorry.
No, I was telling you to please continue.
No. I just was alluding to the fact that my family was kind of like a gypsy.
My early childhood was because I was a military brat.
Oh.
I mean, he was out of the. Yes, he was mostly already out of the military by the time I was born, but just dealing with like his PTSD and being
Right.
restless as it was, we didn't stay still anyway. And I get that from my dad too. Like I've never been a rooted person. Every time it was time to move, my sisters would be like sad and very upset, and my brother would be upset, and I would be like super excited. And they'd be
Right.
like, "Oh, but you're leaving your friends," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll miss them. I'll make more. Whatever." Like I was ready to go.
Right.
And so I'm still that way. Like I'm a very restless person.
So do you have an area that you consider your hometown?
No.
No. Oh.
Nope. I mean, there are towns that I
The
spent more
earth.
time in than other towns. I mean, I can probably name the town that I spent the most time in back and
Right.
forth growing up, like if I add the years together.
Yeah.
But I don't, not only do I not consider that my home, I think I may talk to like one person from that town. So, I mean, it's like I don't look at any area as home. Not even here. I've been here a long time, but I've been here a long time because I made an agreement to raise my child around her family, and I will do that. But like this place has an expiration date on it. I don't like it here, and I'm not staying here.
Yeah. You shouldn't stay where you're not welcome or where you don't feel welcome.
I just don't like it. I don't like it.
What's that?
I just don't like it here. I like the canyon though. The canyon's pretty.
Is
And
it
there are
the
things like
people or?
I'll miss the sky and the wind, but that's in the canyon. But that's about it. I'm
Yeah.
ready to go.
What do you mean by sky?
It's
Hmm.
I think it's flatland because there's the canyon, but all the dips go down, not up, right?
Oh.
And so there's this huge open sky all the time. And
Okay.
it makes for some pretty spectacular sunrises and some pretty spectacular sunsets. Like there's
Sounds
this one
beautiful.
sunset in my phone that just looks like a fire across the sky, right?
Wow.
So like those things are pretty, but other than that,
Huh.
because you can watch the sun all the way down to the horizon, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not disappearing behind a peak.
Okay.
Not that I don't love the mountains. The mountains and the forest are actually my favorite place. So
The mountains are your favorite place? Is that
the
what you said?
forest is, and the mountains is a close second.
Okay.
And because they're usually found together, yeah.
Well, I got a spot for you. Georgia or South Carolina. It's warm. They have a lot of forests, and it's warmer.
What about Kentucky?
Kentucky's good too, but it snows there, right?
Yeah, but it has
It's
to do with
colder.
people too, right? Like Tennessee is stunningly gorgeous, and they
It
have lots
is.
of trees and woods and green and mountains. Would I live there? Fuck no.
I lived there.
She's like, fuck no.
I lived there for half of my fifth grade. My fifth grade, I spent in Clarksville, Tennessee. For 6 months, we lived there. And I developed a lisp because of it. But I don't have the problem until I talk about it. Is that fucked up or what? Weird.
No, I think it's like it makes sense because it's like once you mention it, like people have a tendency to listen for it, and
I
when people
know.
are listening for it, it makes it happen more. You know, it's like yeah.
Oh my Lord. Yeah. I moved to Wyoming after that. And the kids would notice that I was speaking, with a lisp.
Why?
Um,
Wyoming. Okay.
Yeah, that's where my dad moved us. I was in 6th grade. And so I had to see a speech therapist for it. And I had to have these little tiny rubber bands for orthodontics on the tip of my tongue. And I had to hold it while I spoke. My tongue had to stay at the roof of my mouth, the tip of it, with this little tiny rubber band. Oh my God, it was fucking crazy. Yeah.
They do that. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
bizarre.
Because I started to develop a Tennessee accent. But I'm from New York. And I was living in fucking Wyoming.
Oh, Tennessee was so pretty. I mean,
Oh, it's
gorgeous. That was
gorgeous.
very enchanting environment. Couldn't
Wyoming
live there.
is over the top though. Wyoming?
I've never been there. The only
I heard a
the
lot
only
of people commit suicide
okay.
there.
The only
That's what I
time
hear.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear that a lot.
the
Because
only
it's so
time I've
isolated.
been the only time I've been north of the Mason-Dixie line was when I went to Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah. So that's the only northern state I've been to.
So did you go there as an adult?
My sister moved there for a long time. She lives in Oklahoma now. But I think for, let's see, like more than 10 years she lived in Oregon. And so we went up there to see her. She
Yeah, I
in
lived
Rogue River. Well, she lived in McMinnville and then Rogue River.
Yeah, when I was like 12 or 13, I lived in Orlando, Florida. My mom and dad had a camper, and my brother and sister and I slept in the tent. But my dad rented the site for 2 months because he's doing drywall. And us kids loved it because we swam in the indoor pool and got to know a lot of kids. was a lot of fun. Yeah. But Dad didn't take us to Walt Disney. At the time, we were begging for it, but he was just too swamped with work.
I don't know. I always liked being somewhere new. By the time I felt comfortable, it was time to go. And I'm still that way as an adult, even in my work life, right? Like by the time I feel like I'm not asking questions anymore, it's time to move me. Because if you don't move me, you'll lose me. Like I won't stay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm a restless person. I just always have been. I was that way as a kid too. I went to 3 different high schools. One of them twice. Like I don't know. And it didn't bother me at all. I
What do you
preferred
mean
it
one
that
of
way.
them twice? What does that mean?
Like I went to high school A, and then I went to high school B, and then I went to high school C, and then I went back to high school B.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just moving a lot.
Yeah, I went to 13 different schools.
I don't know how many schools I went to. I just know I went to 3 high schools. One of them
My
was
first school was in a one-room schoolhouse. At the time, they weren't even common. So it was in Pennsylvania. And I remember having lunch in the basement. It's pretty wild. It's so quiet.
I know. What about you, Green? Did you move around a lot? Did you grow up in one place?
No, I stayed in my place since as long as I was in South Carolina and North Carolina for a couple of months, several months. I lived in Virginia for like 3 months, but that's it.
Yeah.
And I just stayed where I'm at, which
you love it?
I'm planning.
Do you love it?
I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. You know, I'm just kind of like, oh, this is where I'm at.
Right.
But I do like to travel.
Oh.
But this is the thing: I get really homesick.
Yeah.
And I just want to go back.
I'm
See,
like
I don't.
Yeah.
The thing that pulls me back is my animals. If I ever took my animals with me, I don't know that I would make it back. Like I say that honestly, I don't get homesick. I'm not like, oh, I want to go home or I miss home or like it'd be great to be home. I never feel that. I don't feel that.
I
It's
have
so weird.
I have very complex feelings. Like I want to get the hell out of here, but as soon as I get out of here, I'm like, yo, I'm ready to go back.
So my way of
to go back home.
my way of my thinking on that is that home is where your people are.
Maybe that's why I don't feel it, right? Because usually if I'm traveling with my people.
There you go.
The only thing I can say that I kind of can compare that to is when Super Munchkin was little and I would just be exhausted. And she would go to like stay the night somewhere or something, and I would be like, yes, I have the house to myself. And then about an hour in, I'd be like, I miss Super Munchkin. And she's not laughing. And what am I supposed to do now? I felt that way.
Yeah.
So maybe for me it is just people and not places.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the place itself. It's just something familiar. But in a couple of years, I might have a different outlook because I'm here. I have family here, I have working here, but there's been like thoughts of me just going somewhere else. And I still think about it. I still think about like moving.
Really?
I have several places where I like to move, but I never been to these places, but I just have this urge to like, to visit. And you never know. I think at one point, as I get older, I might move somewhere. But when you have kids, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that. Like, I don't regret agreeing to raise Super Munchkin around your family, right? Because as restless as I am, and as hard as it is, and as much as I fucking want out, like right now, even though I have to wait longer, I listen to my sister, who is far more rooted than I will ever be, and she's the one who moved to Oregon. And part of the reason she moved to Oklahoma was because she felt like her and her daughter had like missed out on a bunch of stuff, like because Super Munchkin's the oldest of all the grandkids, of all the nieces and nephews and stuff, but she's been here through it all, right? Like she knows her cousins, she know like all that, and Caitlin doesn't really.
How old is she?
Super Munchkin is 17 now, almost 18, and my big sister's daughter is, wait, hold on. If Super Munchkin's 17, then that means the next niece is about to be 15, which makes her daughter 13.
Okay.
And they moved when she was only a couple months old.
Oh.
And she just I don't know, I guess she got really homesick. She missed the family. She missed having Caitlin, her daughter, around the family, like all that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the side chat, and Crypto was saying that she wanted to live in Vancouver Island since she was 2. And she said that Alberta was hell. I would think states like in the Midwest are probably kind of hellish due to the isolation. Like that's why I could never move to like a place like Colorado, even though it's a beautiful place, but you're like you're in the middle of freaking nowhere. Like it's
What are
weird.
you talking about? You think Denver's in the middle of nowhere?
I think so.
Wyoming was
no.
Wyoming was like that. Yeah, I remember that.
You get further up into Colorado. Like you get up into like Florissant and places like that, and I'll give it to you. But I mean, Manitou Springs is like not even a half an hour from Colorado Springs, and Colorado Springs is not that far from the next town, and Denver's huge. Like I don't.
Well, you see, the thing is, I always live near the metropolitan areas where it's Philadelphia and New York.
Yeah, Denver's big enough that it has swallowed Ellis, Lakeside, Aurora. Yeah, Boulder's not far from Denver either anymore.
But what's the nearest city in Denver? Like, where could you go?
No, that's what I'm saying. Denver has got big enough that it swallowed the whole metropolitan area. Like
So
you
it's like
can be
one
in
place.
Denver or you can be in Aurora and think you're still in Denver. You can be in Lakeside and think you're still in Denver. Like it's a whole metropolitan area.
Bond, I'm not a city boy. I'm a boy that lives between cities. I can never live in the city, but I have to live near it. I gotta be like close to it.
So like a suburb, right?
I shouldn't say Denver's
Not
huge.
so much because I don't live in the suburbs. Actually,
Denver's a lot bigger than where I'm at.
So how much? How
But
big
it's
is the
smaller than
population?
Houston.
Yeah, how big is the population?
Yeah.
I don't. They just had a boom, so let me look up what the population is now, because I promise when I lived there, the population was much lower than it is now.
Okay.
There was a lot of people that wanted to go to Colorado back in the days because they legalized weed, and that's like the spot to go to.
So
Now
in
it's like,
2021, it was 711,463. Colorado Springs was only 483,956. So when I lived in Denver, it was probably closer to the Colorado Springs number than the number it is now.
Okay.
So how many people?
Right now, like in 2021, it was it was 711,000 something.
Okay. there's a county in New Jersey, right? It's a really small county. It has 1 million people.
That's
1
insane.
million, 1 million people in that county. I used to live in that county. In that county, it has an Indian reservation in that county, and it has 1 million people. But the reservation.
What's the Indian reservation's name? What's it called?
Lenape. Oh. You know, the Lenape tribe. They're not recognized federally, but they're recognized state level. So they have their little reservation.
To put it into perspective, the reason I kind of laughed when you said middle of nowhere is because where I'm at right now, right? We're considered one of the only places big enough to be considered a city. There's 2 places, and the next place that's big enough to be considered a city is 2 hours away from here. And the population is a little over 200,000, just over 200,000. Everything else is very spaced out, small little towns. And so when you say middle of nowhere, like I think of like Lariat or Post or Spring Lake Earth. Spring Lake Earth is literally a collection of farms.
Yeah, you gotta understand. I'm from the East Coast, so like when I say middle of nowhere, it's probably different.
I was gonna say Post is like a post office and a couple of farmhouses, like, and then you have to drive a whole nother 30-45 minutes to the next town. Like that, to me, that's like the middle of nowhere.
No.
Yeah, so you got to know what your definition of middle of nowhere is.
Exactly. Exactly.
I want to live on an island, but it's really it's not that far from the shore. Like you can take a ferry ride to the mainland. But the other island I want to live on is really, really, really far away from everything. So far away from everything that the people that technically own the territory just kind of forgot about them and doesn't really care.
Who pissed you off?
No, I just
somebody.
Yeah,
pissed you off.
exactly.
Have you never heard of So they're technically under British rule, but like, other than like the supply ship the Brits send out every now and then, right? Like I don't.
Oh, is that like that? That's a fake island.
No, it's not.
Which island you talking about? Is it Stewart Land or something? I'm not
No,
sure.
it's like Pitcairn or Pitcairn or something like that. There's only like 40 people, 60 people, something like that on the whole damn island. But the reason is because like all the young people are leaving. Because it's hard to get to, and it really is far away from everything. And so you don't have like they're a little bit disconnected from the rest of the world, I guess, right? Like they only have like one shop, and it looks like a warehouse, and it's just filled with things they get from the supply ship every now and then.
How long could you last?
But they all like kind of like take care of each other. It's really cool.
Yeah, how long you think you will last in that island?
Longer than you think, probably.
What, 2 years?
You think that's all I would last?
Yeah, actually.
Why? You think like it's not like they don't have the internet and stuff. I mean, they have the internet and stuff like that. It's just
that's true.
You know, they don't have McDonald's or something, right? They'll do like a potluck or something like that.
Well, I could definitely live somewhere without McDonald's.
So did you talk to these people?
I have talked to somebody who spent a significant portion of her childhood there. Yes, she left the island when she was 17, and she's actually a really cool person. Her parents are still there, and she always tells me stories. And I think I got to see the lady because I watched this YouTube video of these 2 guys. She showed me the YouTube video, actually, of these 2 guys that went to the island just to, like, explore and hang out and stuff. And there's this lady that she talked about fondly, and in the video, she's the one that goes hiking barefoot down a cliff edge. And like
Really?
it's an everyday thing, right? Like, but she's this like older, like, I don't know, she's just a hard woman that's lived on the island all her life, right? So
So there's a fellow in the town that I lived, which is close to where I grew up. When we weren't hopping states. Anyway, he was probably in his 70s, white hair, white beard. We're talking New York. He walked around the middle of winter barefoot. And everybody around town pretty much talked about how he was barefoot in the middle of winter, walking on the sidewalks. But he looked really happy. That was my takeaway.
there we go. But yeah, no, right. Just ever since my trip, I just want to live in Cozumel now. That's where I want to live.
Cozumel?
Hmm.
Okay, where is that?
It's an island in Mexico. Have you ever been to Cancun?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, if you ever go,
Well,
like,
I know the area.
okay, so when you're looking out at the ocean from Cancun, there you'll see lights across the water, and that's Cozumel. That's the island of Cozumel.
I feel like that's a destination for your cruise ships.
It is.
Okay.
They are very, very dependent on the tourist industry, but
Okay.
that's all. It's really weird because the way the island's set up is like you have one side of the island that's very, very touristy. Like,
right.
That's where all the cruise ships go. That's where they have like all the high rises, like right there. I mean, they have condos, everything, like right on the waterfront, so you can go scuba diving in the corals and stuff.
Yeah.
But when you start getting behind the touristy areas, that's where all like the local shops and stuff where the locals go are, right?
Yeah.
But then when you start making your way to the other side of the island, on the other side of the island, there's this big like nature preserve, and there's Mayan ruins and things like that. But
Yeah.
that side of the island is so disconnected. Like they don't have the internet. They don't even have like credit card readers on that side of the island, right?
Okay.
And it's very much just like jungle and remote. And you do have like a little local village back there. And it seems to me that they have something to do with the pigs of Cozumel, because when you get back there, there's pigs just roaming the streets. Nobody cares. They have dogs all over the place too. Nobody cares. But yeah, they're so sweet. The locals are so sweet. And it's beautiful, and the food is amazing.
Yeah, my stepmom, went to Cozumel. She brought me back a handbag. So when you said the name, I remembered that. She brought me back a handbag from Cozumel.
Yeah, it's just right across the water from Playa del Carmen and Cancun and all that. I think it's like maybe like a 45-minute ferry ride or something like that.
Right.
And that's what people say. They're like, if you live in Cozumel, isn't it expensive because it's touristy? And I'm like, well, A, they haggle, and B, if it's that touristy, you just take the ferry to the mainland and shop. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Bring a carry-on or something.
So you're serious about moving?
Oh, I'm serious about moving. Where is up for debate, but I'm definitely
Right.
serious about moving.
Up north or south?
I'm not saying north is off limits. I have lived further north than I live now, but I would prefer nothing colder than where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, it's like 20, 25 degrees here.
Yeah, I did say jungle when I referenced Cozumel. So I also looked because, being an island, I was like, okay, how many hurricanes, how many this, how many that. In the last 15 years, they've only had one hurricane and it didn't do much damage. So I'm like, I mean, Florida gets hit more.
So what would you do for work?
Luckily, I have a job that I can take anywhere. I
Nice.
work remote anyway. And if I had to if my company really thought that I needed to be in the office, they would just buy me a plane ticket. So, that
There you
wouldn't
go.
really affect me. But there's lots to do there because it's touristy, right? Like even if you just wanted like an easy job, just kick back or whatever, you have the street vendors, you have the restaurants, you have the schools, you have the people teaching English, you have the translators for the American tourists, you have like there's all the activities, the parasailing, the scuba diving, the snorkeling, there's so much to do. There's the parks.
Oh yeah. I bet.
Like if it was just like a retirement job kind of thing, there's so much to do that would get you through.
Sounds like an island paradise.
I loved it. And I liked the less touristy side of the island better. I
Right.
had the most fun with the ruins and going through the jungles and talking to
Wow.
some of the locals, and
Yeah.
that was amazing. And so it's so weird because like you'll see it's like the sun rises over the jungle and then sets over the ocean, and it's really pretty.
Yeah.
You know you're gonna end up talking Spanish the more you go there.
Pero español es una lengua muy bonita.
Muy bonita. Muy
Sí.
bien. La isla es muy bonita. I gotta practice my Spanish. I'm sure if I go to a Spanish country, I'll start speaking it.
De cuarto está verdad.
El cuarto. ¿Cómo?
El cuarto. Of course.
Oh, of course. Okay. ¿Cómo dice?
Of course. I thought that was claro que sí. But there's different types of Spanish. That's another thing, right? Because the type I learned
Yeah.
is what they
Oh,
speak in
yeah.
Spain, which is not what they speak in Mexico.
But
Like,
it's still
I
intelligible. It's still Mexican Spanish is really
there are like
good.
blank spots, right? Like you
Yeah.
wouldn't think so because like you get the gist of it, and a lot of times I can fill it in with context clues. But if it's like random or if it's not obvious, sometimes I can't, right? Like the word for swimming pool is completely different. So if you're just saying, "Do you want to go here?" and I don't recognize that word, I don't know what you're saying to me. The word for window is different. So like I can, like if you asked me, "Do you want to go to the pool?" all I would understand is, "Do you want to go too?" And that leaves a whole lot of possibilities, right?
Yeah. It also depends in Spain because there's Galician Spanish and there's Andalusian Spanish, and they
Yeah.
sound totally different because
Right. Well,
I was
see,
hearing
and
Galician and I had no clue what the hell he was saying.
I learned Castilian.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
standard
and
one.
even in Spain, you have to be careful because there's a whole region of the country that speaks with a lisp, right?
Yeah,
And the reason they do that is because way back when there was a king who had a lisp, and I guess because he was the king and they didn't want him to feel weird or whatever, they all adopted this pattern in their speech, and it's
that's
like
weird.
something that's carried through.
I
But it was
thought it was
because
an
the king
Arabic
had a lisp.
I thought it was an Arabic thing that just kind of stayed.
No, it was
with
because the king had a
Spanish.
lisp, and they were like adopting that into their speech.
Well, they shouldn't be, marrying each other. Right? They shouldn't be like
Yeah.
they were known for that, which is pretty bizarre. Habsburgs. Yeah. But yeah, I was talking to this guy, he was from Galicia and he started speaking Spanish. It's like, you're not speaking Spanish. You're speaking a totally different language. It sounded more Portuguese than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really weird. Yeah. But I thought the lisp was an Arabic thing that they kind of stayed, because there's a lot of Spanish words that has Arabic origins. Like we have a word like fulano. Fulano is very Arabic. Fulanos means that guy over there. Or unhala, you know, like
Well, it's weird. Like,
it's unhala is like inshallah.
the connections cultures have that are
Yeah.
unexplained are really weird. For example, the Cherokee alphabet is very
Oh, that's interesting.
is very
Yeah, I
similar.
seen that. I
Yeah,
seen
it's
something
very
like that.
similar to the Greek alphabet in some
That's
ways.
bizarre. That's
Yeah, like
crazy.
it is weird. It's very similar to the Greek alphabet in some ways, but it's the Cherokee alphabet, right? And the way they used it is similar in the aspect that, like, not only was it a separate character, but like if you combined it with another character, it could change its like meaning or pronunciation or something like that, right? And so it's weird because like even when you learn Cherokee now, like the alphabet is what you learn last, because they'll teach you in the American alphabet how to spell everything and all of that, because it's so yeah, it depends on how you combine them and how you do certain things, and like because it's almost like symbols, right? Like it's a lot like the Greek alphabet. It's interesting.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Mhm.
that. Yeah, I seen something kind of similar. I didn't know like they had alphabets. That's kind
Not
of
all, not all tribes did. Certain tribes did.
yeah.
The Cherokees were one of them.
That's freaking interesting. That's really interesting. I think the Lenape use ropes or some shit. You know,
Yeah,
they
the
use
first
rope.
character I saw looked like a little
Yeah.
bird. And so before I saw the full alphabet,
It's like
it reminded me,
hieroglyphics.
yeah, it reminded me of hieroglyphics, right?
Yeah, that's
But then you see more of the alphabet, and yeah, there's some similarities to like the Greek alphabet. It's weird.
It's really weird. I like to explore different things. You know,
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm like that too.
Yeah. Jody, what is that a picture of? Mind me asking.
My oldest son painted it in high school. He was
Okay.
a senior. Excuse me. It was his final painting of senior
I'm trying to
year.
look.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a nebula.
Oh, I see. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. And this thing is 4 foot by 4 foot. And he stretched the canvas
Oh,
and
that's nice.
primed it and then painted that. Yeah, he's pretty
Cool.
talented.
Well, looks interesting. I was looking at it. I was like, oh wow. I got to start painting again.
Oh,
I just got to find I got to find the time.
yeah.
Definitely have to find the time.
Yeah, my son, the same one that painted that. He's the kind of kid that would just go outside and find fibers from nature, and he could make rope, and he would make these necklaces out of this rope.
Oh, I love that.
I know. They were beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's got a fine arts degree, majoring in pottery. But
That's cool. That's
he's
really
not
cool.
even working in it. So have you heard of Wegmans?
Yeah, I know Wegmans. Yeah.
All right, so he works for Danny Wegmans, the owner of Wegmans. He works in the restaurant called Next Door. Excuse me, I'm sorry, my voice.
That's okay.
I had natural gas leaking in the room.
Oh, that sucks. That's
I
not
know.
good.
I know.
Wait a minute. Is it still
No,
like leaking?
it's not.
All right.
I didn't
You might be
realize.
hallucinating.
No.
This might not be real.
So I was fine when it happened, but I woke up yesterday morning, like 12 hours later, and I noticed my throat was like scratchy. And now it's like this.
Yeah, I've been coughing a lot too. I have asthma.
Oh, you do?
But I do. But I jog, which is funny. When I
Oh,
jog,
you got,
I'm fine.
you got a different
But I do-
type.
Yeah, it's a different type. But like if I stay like stationary sometimes, I start like I feel my breath. So like I like to be active.
Yeah.
So it's very odd for me to sit down and just go on hangouts and just sit down for like periods of time because I gotta get the fuck up. Like I gotta do
I'm
something.
like that normally.
Yeah.
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 I have to be busy doing like this and that. And yeah.
No, I hear you. Definitely hear you. Yeah, Pixie, you should get some pictures of tornadoes if you catch one, because I'm sure it happens frequently. I think she left. This hangout, and let me just say something. It went on yesterday for 17 hours.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. There was a person back in the days.
People are looking for real interaction.
Oh yeah.
You know?
17 hours of reality.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm trying to stretch my uncomfortableness. So that's basically why. Well, and I enjoy it, so that's the other reason.
Yeah. So Ox, he went on for 20 hours. Holy crap. But he should go for 42 hour hangout.
Yeah.
I remember those days. People used to just be on hangouts for like 3 days straight.
When was that?
So back in 2015. When I was here back in the days, there was several people that would just have a hangout like for days on end.
Wow.
Sammy is a live stream whore. You got that right, Ox. He is a
So you've been doing live stream hangouts for that long?
No. I've been around hangouts. I just been like a participant. And
Okay.
you can say I'm a fan. I'm like a cheerleader. I'm like a fan. I've been in this platform since 2012.
Okay.
So like yeah, I've been around for a while.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time. I've seen a lot here. I seen a person get arrested.
Really?
On a live hangout. It was great.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Yes, I am a junkie.
Yeah, I've only been on this for 6 months. Excuse me. I didn't even know live streaming was a thing. I mean, I've seen it on YouTube, but for me personally, it was completely against my nature to do something like that.
Oh, okay.
I'm a mother of 6 kids, so.
Oh wow!
I've been a homemaker most of my adult life. Yeah, my oldest is turning 35 on Thursday.
Oh damn, man, that's awesome. That's really good. Wow.
My youngest is 18, so.
18.
Yeah.
Well, at least is 18. I still have teenagers.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
Then we're like, yeah, I'm good.
Well, I walked out of a 33-year-old marriage 3 months ago. Yeah,
3 months ago.
3 months ago.
Wow.
I pulled the plug on a dead marriage.
Well, you gotta do it now, or you know, better do it now.
So,
yeah.
yeah, it should have been pulled like probably 15 years ago.
No,
So I'm a diehard.
yeah. I went through something similar. I was like 20
Okay.
years.
Yeah.
And I ended that. That was done.
But I didn't give my
It
husband.
should have been earlier, but
I didn't give my husband a warning. So I just pulled the carpet out from under him.
oh wow.
And then I did to myself too. So
Wow. So how is it now since 3 months?
it's got its moments. I miss my kids
Yeah.
because I seen them all the time. And then I have 12 grandchildren. So, and I had 3 dogs and a lot of chickens and rabbits. And
Oh, that's cool.
I had big gardens and flower beds. And I don't know, just I had a nice atmosphere because I'm like a, I guess I'm a hippie. So,
I'm trying to get my kids to play Monopoly with me, and they're kind of refusing.
oh,
Yeah.
do they normally play Monopoly?
No, they don't.
No,
I'm
they
trying to
don't.
introduce it, and they just want to be on the computer.
Oh,
You know, like their dad, like what their dad is doing right now.
yeah.
I was like, get off the computer and let's go play something.
Right. Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah, but do your kids come and visit you at least?
I'm an hour away, and
Oh, damn. Yeah.
so my youngest 2 are 18 and 21. My other 4 kids are quite a bit older than that. So I kind of had 2 litters. Anyway, they have severe anxiety. And yeah. And
I got
yeah,
severe anxiety.
my son and I were pretty close. And so they don't drive and they don't have jobs. Well, my daughter does have a babysitting job and she takes care of my grandson. And he's only 15, 16 months old. Anyway, but my husband, since I left, has got him out of the house a little bit. And he's doing construction work with my husband. So I guess mom had to leave the nest instead of the other way around. It's kind of deep.
Yeah.
Oh, so him and I, we connected through getting high.
Okay.
Because he refused to go to school. So the authorities got involved and I had to go head to head with school officials, and we finally just like basically said, fuck this shit. And by then, New York State passed legal marijuana. And
Wait, in New York State, marijuana is legal now?
oh yeah, it's been legal.
I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah. So I started smoking it. My son started smoking maybe a day later, and him and I bonded over getting high. Pretty intense. But so that's the only way I can get him to kind of come out of his shell.
That's interesting. Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah, because I couldn't do weed. I'm too freaking paranoid.
Yeah.
I get
Well,
way
that's
too
how he
paranoid.
is. Yeah, he's like
Yeah, I
that.
get way too paranoid, and I end up overthinking, and like, that's why a lot of times if I do that, I'm doing something like I'm exercising, or I'm playing like some type of sport, because I don't want to think, because I end up overthinking about things and dwell on shit, and I
So
just
my
don't like that
problem with
feeling.
doing fitness is that I do it over the top.
Oh, okay.
So I can't just like exercise like 2 or 3 days a week and commit to that.
Oh,
I have
okay.
to do it every single day, morning and night.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, with me it is, because
Really?
I have to go that extra, and I have to like regulate when I eat, how much I eat, like to the point where it's really obsessive. Where I know that I'm being obsessive. So I'd rather not do that, to put it plainly. It's because my son actually wanted me to join him in lifting weights. But when I was 40, I joined a gym. It was a 24/7 in the little town that I lived before I left my husband. And the population is 2,000 people. It's a tiny little town. Anyway, I had to like go 5 o'clock in the morning. This is me, okay? 5 o'clock in the morning. I was all by myself working out in this gym. And I had to write everything down, like what weights I used, what equipment I used, length and time, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd have to go so many minutes on the treadmill, but I would not touch the elliptical. That shit like wore me out. I couldn't do it. Anyway, I went from a size 18 to a size 0 in 60 days.
Oh, wow.
I was doing it morning and night. Plus, I was eating every 2 hours, 200 calories, and I dropped 50 pounds. I weighed like more than, so my BMI was 7%.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's,
And
sounds
I
like a
mostly
mistake.
ate lean protein along with carbs. So I'm the type of person I have to research like deeply. Most of it I don't implement, most of it. But the stuff that like kind of sticks out, that's the stuff I like implement. Yeah, I'm like obsessive. So I finally came to the conclusion, probably in my mid 40s, that I just need to accept myself for who I am. And that's who I am.
Yeah. I'm still trying to find out who I am.
Yeah, I get ya.
I'm still trying to find. I know certain things about myself, but I'm adapted to change. I think that's one of the things that.
Oh my
I
God,
do.
that's true.
Yeah. Really adapted to change. I don't like change, but I can adapt to it.
Well, if you don't have the challenge, you get bored.
Correct.
That's how
Absolutely.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think too, we have to allow ourselves to be bored. It's okay to be bored.
Right.
I think
Because
there's too
the
many times
adrenal system
Mhm.
can't handle it. So you basically gotta get rest, get restored. Excuse me, like me. Don't do what I do. say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's interesting. But I'm like the one that has to have like 50 pokers in the fire. It's weird. I don't wish my personality on anybody.
No,
No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
It's hell. I'm serious. It's hell.
Yeah, okay.
And I never really realized that. But I'm okay with that. This makes me who I am.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you can be, is who you are.
That is true.
You know,
because there was a time where I was on, a certain medication for a little bit, and I could swear during that time, it took something away. It took a personality away from me. And then when I got off it, it seemed like I was getting myself back together. And this medication, I definitely needed it, but I think it was taking something away from me. And I think at one point I just stopped taking it. And there's times I miss taking it, but like I don't take it anymore. But I found that I'm better with others.
Right.
I'm just more calmer and just one of the things, you have to accept your flaws. And I think I had to accept certain things about myself. And
yeah,
it seems people around me were just more accepting towards me, which I never had. Like I
yeah.
like
So my son, because he was diagnosed, he went to Strong Hospital, and I took him for 4 weeks, Monday through Friday, and I had to drop him off at 8:00, pick him up at 2:30. It was in the middle of January. The fucking roads were horrible, and I had an hour drive one way. Anyway, when my son went to this, he was surrounded by other kids that were basically either thrown out of school or they refused to go to school. So he got to connect with these kids because they did group activities. And he would tell me how fucked up these kids were because their parents basically they checked out. You know what I mean by that? So with my son, they were trying to integrate him back into school. And so the board at the high school tried to accommodate him and label him as a disability. Of course, I'm the mama cub and he's my baby. Yeah, it didn't go over well. And then you got psychologists and you got teachers. I was sitting at a table with fucking like 6 of them. I could feel the fucking heat coming down on me. It was fucked up. Like I said, we got to the point after about 3.5 years that Josh said, Mom, this isn't working. And I agreed. And then, like I said, my mind was like worn the fuck out. It was It was
Yeah.
tough. And you know what? They fucking treat you like your child. It's just faking it. That's the worst part about it.
A lot of people are trained a certain way.
I know.
That becomes very impersonal.
Right?
Very impersonal.
If
And
Josh would have had, if my son Josh would have had a criminal record, and if he was getting in trouble, they would have classified him. They did classify him, but not the worst classification. Those are the kids that go to juvenile hall. If they don't go to a school where other kids are labeled degenerate because of defiance behavior. This is how fucked up. And then we're talking a tiny town of 2,000. Okay?
Yeah.
The graduating class is 60.
Usually places like that, they most likely their services are not that well. They're not
Exactly.
really funded. They're not really funded well.
Right. So my son was basically, you know, treated like he didn't matter. So that's hard for me, being mom, to live with that shit. And I call it shit because that's really what it is.
I can't imagine. Yeah.
I let loose on him. I let loose on the guidance counselor because she's the one that basically turned a blind eye. So my son was, he had psoriasis from the top of his head to his feet. When I say psoriasis, it was really obvious that he had something going on. And he had big red patches up and down his arms. And these boys would pick on him and say he had AIDS.
Well, yeah, kids are cruel.
Yeah.
They are.
So my son would respond with, I was born with psoriasis. I didn't have a say in it. You know, being my son, he didn't expect him to come back with, don't touch him. And he was only in 7th grade. So my son's brain like literally shut down to the point where if I tried to get him on the school bus, he ran away. And I got worried.
That's me. Don't worry. That's my son. He's just freaking being difficult. Hey, can you be quiet over there?
That's hilarious. That is fucking hilarious.
He likes to do that. Just
My son's like that.
yeah. Yeah, he sounds like me, right? He literally looks like he's taller. Yeah.
So the apple doesn't far fall from the
No, not at all. What's
far
up?
from the tree. Yeah.
No, we're not gonna play that.
All of them to fix.
Oh, hold on, I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm still here. I'm just listening. And
Are you?
getting ready.
Do I sound like a crazy woman or what?
Maybe a little bit.
I know.
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, somehow I survived. I'm still here somewhere. I'm somewhere here between the middle of nowhere. Fuck.
Guys, I'm going to come back. I just got to take care of a couple of things here. But Jody, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely.
I will see you around.
All right. I'll see you around. Hey, Pixie. See you later. Good seeing you again. All right. Hillary's email and Sammy. All right.
See you later.
Oh, you were here? You didn't say
Yeah,
shit?
I've been here.
What the hell? He didn't say a damn thing. He's over there quiet in the freaking corner. The fuck?
That's funny. That's funny.
I mean, I didn't doing my makeup, but I managed to stay a couple of things.
Yeah, and I was actually saying, Pixie, are you there? You didn't even respond. I was like, yo.
I was probably out of the room.
Okay.
Because I can't find this certain shade of purple. I don't know what the fuck I did.
All right, guys, I'll be back. If you guys are still around, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, peace.
We'll be here. Maybe.
Maybe.
Right
Maybe.
back. I'm gonna go
Okay.
in the other room and see if I can find his goddamn.
Well, I'm about to lay down.
Oh, yeah? I should go
yes.
take a nap.
Yeah. Well, I did yesterday thinking I was going to sleep for 2 hours, and then like 8 or so hours later, I finally woke up.
Yeah. I've been waking up at like 8 o'clock. And then I stayed up all night last night. So that's probably why my voice is suffering.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I don't know why I can't find this purple.
What's that, Pixie?
I have like 50 shades of purple, but I can't find my lilac. And I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, Sandy. Pixie, I'm going to go to bed, so you'll have to end the stream if
I can't in the stream.
you can't. Okay.
Nope, you're gonna have to.
All right. Well, are you all ready to go?
Sure.
Okay, I'm in it.
Okay.
Cool. Later days.
See you later.
Good,
Bye.
good hanging out. Bye, guys.